Chapter 1451 Metal Seed. Zhou Wen had previously considered this problem. It wasn't just Zhou Wen. After Venus shattered, many people were thinking about the possibility of companion beasts existing inside the other planets, or even the sun, as well as worrying what would happen if they were released. Ignoring everything else, if there was no sun, humans below the mythical stage would probably find it difficult to survive on Earth. Furthermore, if the sun exploded, the energy produced would have an immeasurable influence on Earth.
So what if you obtain all the companion beasts after they appear?
The Thearch's message came again.
What do you mean?
Zhou Wen didn't know what the Thearch was up to.
Help me do a few things, and I'll teach you how to prevent such a situation from happening,
the Thearch said.
What do you want?
Zhou Wen wanted to know what the Thearch was up to.
I've already told you the first matter. I want that stone saber. There are a few other things I need your help with. Of course, with your unyielding character, I'm afraid you won't be willing to do it now. It's fine. I can wait. When the planets shatter, you will naturally beg to cooperate with me.
The Thearch knew Zhou Wen's character quite well, so she wasn't anxious.
I do wish to cooperate with you. Why don't you tell me what you need?
Zhou Wen still wanted to ask. The Thearch ignored him. There were no more messages from her. Let's take it one step at a time. Zhou Wen also knew that the possibility the Thearch mentioned existed, but he could do nothing about it. Zhou Wen continued studying how to eliminate the strange power on him. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome. Affected by this power, he had no way of concealing himself. It was impossible for him to use other identities. From the looks of it, it's impossible to remove it. Is there any way to hide the power of this fragrance? Just as Zhou Wen was thinking, the mysterious phone vibrated. Could it be that the golden WYRM's birth has completed? Zhou Wen picked up his phone and realized that it wasn't the golden WYRM, but a fruit on the dead man tree that had ripened. The fruit was born after the metal flower was absorbed. It was the first time the dead man tree had absorbed a creature that wasn't human. Therefore, Zhou Wen had always been looking forward to seeing what kind of companion beast the metal flower would give birth to. Seeing that the metal flower companion egg had finally ripened, Zhou Wen hurriedly looked at its information. Metal seed, mortal, evolvable. Strength 11. Speed 11. Constitution 11. Essence energy 11. Talent skill, metal evolution. Companion form, ring. A ring-type companion beast is rather rare, but what does this metal evolution mean? Zhou Wen studied the annotation and only knew that it was an ability for metal lifeforms to evolve. He didn't know what it meant. He hatched it and summoned metal seed. Then, a purple metal seed appeared in Zhou Wen's hand. The seed was only the size of a quail egg and was covered in blood-colored patterns. It looked beautiful and mysterious. However, it appeared to be a dead object. It couldn't move, nor did it have any offensive or defensive abilities. Zhou Wen studied it for a long time, but failed to discover its use. After making Metal Seed take its ring form, Zhou Wen put the purple metal ring on his left pinky, but he didn't feel any special effects. From the looks of it, I'll only know what it's used for when it advances to a higher level. Zhou Wen attempted to use essence crystals to accelerate the ripening of Metal Seed, but he realized that it was useless. Metal Seed didn't absorb essence energy. While Zhou Wen was studying Metal Seed, Xiao was half kneeling in front of Holy God in the Holy Land.
Lord Holy God, I've successfully advanced to the Calamity grade. Please permit me to head to Luoyang and eliminate Tianzhua.
Zhao's tone was calm, but the raging hatred in his heart was unconcealed.
Tianzhua naturally has to be eliminated. However, before that, there's something I need you to do. After doing this, it won't be too late to eliminate him,
said Holy God.
Lord Holy God, what are your orders?
Xiao lowered his head. Holy God glanced at him.
It was a testament of your talent to return from the Lake Frustration alive, but you ultimately failed to reach the Prometha. I was reborn thanks to you, Lord Holy God. I'll do whatever you say,
Xiao said. He had ultimately failed to reach Prometha, and needed Holy God to pull the dying him out of Lake Frustration. However, Holy God said,
You live because of your own abilities. If you couldn't persist until you had a mythical body, it would have been difficult for me to pull you back from Lake Frustration even with my supreme means. That may be true, but if it wasn't for you, Lord Holy God, I would have long sunk to the bottom of the lake. Furthermore, you extended me such great help. To be able to return to the Calamity grade in such a short period of time. No. I should say that I've now truly advanced to the Calamity grade.
Xiao had now advanced to the Calamity grade by himself without using any guardians.
You have just advanced to the Calamity grade, and with existences like Zhou Wen and Tianzhua in Luoyang, you might not necessarily succeed. The place I want you to go this time isn't only for you to complete a mission, but to also boost your strength and give you a chance to improve further. When the time comes, no one will be able to stop you in Luoyang,
Holy God said indifferently.
Lord, where are you sending me?
Xiao couldn't help but ask.
I want you to go down to Lake Frustration again and reach Prometha,
said Holy God.
But my previous attempt has already proven that I can't reach Prometha,
Xiao said in a dilemma.
It was impossible back then, but it doesn't mean it can't be done now. You previously used the power of Lake Frustration to advance to a mythical body. Your body already has the power of Lake Frustration. Its effects on you will be minimized. With your current Calamity Grade power, you will definitely be able to reach Prometha if nothing goes wrong. What happens after I reach Prometha?
Xiao asked.
Didn't I tell you before that I saw a person whose survivability was nil swim across Lake Frustration and reach Prometha? After you reach Prometha, find him. No matter what method you use, you have to bring him back.
When Holy God mentioned the person, his eyes looked somewhat strange. Xiao was slightly surprised.
If that person can really swim to Prometha by himself, he must be an extremely terrifying existence. Can my strength bring him back? Humans are only humans after all. No matter how strong they are, they can't withstand the power of time. At his age, even if he's still alive, he's probably on the brink of death. He's definitely not your match. Even if he's dead, bring his corpse back,
said Holy God.
What kind of person is he?
Xiao couldn't help but ask curiously. Chapter 1452 Battle of the Strongest.
You will naturally know when you see him. Dead or alive, you have to bring him back. After the matter is done, I'll give you the right to temporarily hold the Trajectory Holy Temple's holy artifact in the name of Holy God.
Holy God said.
Can I really wield the holy artifact?
Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Each of the 6 holy temples had a holy artifact. Xiao was from the Trajectory Holy Temple. If he could be in possession of one, his strength would significantly increase. It wouldn't be difficult to destroy Luoyang.
The holy artifact can't leave the holy temple for long, nor can it stay on Earth for long. You can be in possession of it for a day,
Holy God said.
It's enough,
Xiao said through gritted teeth.
Go,
Holy God said calmly. Xiao jumped into Lake Frustration again. He still felt his body sink, as though many invisible wraith hands were pulling at his body. However, compared to the first time he entered Lake Frustration, the strength was much weaker. Xiao swam forward with all his might in a desperate attempt to prevent himself from sinking into the bottomless abyss. The secular world was filled with frustrations. Strength came from a lack of desire. No desire led to zero frustrations. However, humans were humans after all. If they didn't have any desires, what was the difference between living and being a walking corpse? It was impossible for everyone to not have frustrations. If they had frustrations, it was impossible for them to swim across Lake Frustration alive, much less reach Prometha. Prometha did not appear far away, but no matter how hard Xiao swam, it remained right in front of him, unreachable. His body seemed to be entangled by threads in the lake, making it harder and harder for him to move. He slowly sank to the bottom of the lake. It was the ultimate resting place of all mortals. Xiao felt his consciousness gradually blur. He had long known that even if he had advanced to the mythical stage in Lake Frustration, reaching Prometha was still a perilous endeavor. I can't die yet. Xiao bit the tip of his tongue hard, hoping to use the pain to sober up. It was useless. He felt numb despite tearing the tip of his tongue. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth, but he didn't realize it. It's still not enough to cross the lake. Holy God watched from afar as Xiao gradually sank to the bottom of the lake. He couldn't help but frown. No matter how many powerful creatures there were, it was difficult for them to swim across Lake Frustration. Even dimensional powerhouses were no exception. However, that weak human had managed to swim across Lake Frustration in what was a situation of certain death. Holy God had seen it with his own eyes. Therefore, Holy God had always attempted to use humans to reach Prometha. Xiao wasn't the first person to attempt it, nor would he be the last. What a pity. This person's talent and will are the best among the saints. Even Holy God couldn't rescue Xiao at that depth. Therefore, Holy God felt a little regretful, but it was only a fleeting thought. After all, he was only a human. He could slowly nurture one in the future. If one died, more saints would take his place. He had plenty of time. Just as Xiao was about to sink to the bottom of the lake, and Holy God was about to turn around to leave, he suddenly saw Xiao struggling with all his might in the lake. As he struggled, the invisible threads of frustration that bound his body gradually receded. Just as he was about to sink to the bottom, Xiao gradually floated up. His consciousness is actually so pure? Could hatred really make a person so pure? Holy God looked at Xiao, who was swimming towards Prometha again, and was somewhat surprised. However, he really couldn't think of any power that could make Xiao's mind so pure other than that. Xiao slowly recovered memories buried deep within. On the grassland in the suburbs, 2 children were fighting. I'm the strongest. No, I'm the strongest. As the 2 children were fighting, a tall and thin middle-aged man passed by and watched with interest. After watching for a while, the The middle-aged man lost interest. His figure suddenly flashed as he picked up the two children who were fighting each other by the collar.
Who are you? What are you trying to do? Let go of me!
The two children kicked and struggled with all their might, but the lanky middle-aged man's arms were especially long, and their short legs couldn't reach him.
Don't you want to determine who's stronger? That won't give you an answer. Let me tell you of a way to determine who's stronger.
As the middle-aged man spoke, his figure flashed and quickly moved towards the distant forest. On the tip of a mountain that resembled a sword's edge, someone had placed a plank. It was like a seesaw, other than the fulcrum being the mountain peak. On both sides of the plank stood a child. Their weight affected the log's balance, causing it to undulate as though it would fall into a bottomless abyss at any moment. The middle-aged man stood on an ancient tree's branch that protruded from a cliff and said to the two children,
If you want a duel, you have to do it in such a place. As long as you strike your opponent down, the other one will naturally be the strongest without any dispute.
Ordinary youths would probably have peed their pants in fear. They might even fall down due to their fright. However, although the two children were young and uneasy, they didn't show the fear of ordinary children. They slowly moved their bodies and tried their best to maintain the plank's balance so that it wouldn't fall due to the tilt. To be able to act so calmly at their age piqued the middle-aged man's interest.
It's actually very simple to kill the opponent. All you need to do is run to the middle faster than the other party. Once the plank is in non-equilibrium, the other party will naturally fall. I'll send the surviving one back,
the middle-aged man said. The two children exchanged looks and charged towards the center almost at the same time.
Interesting.
The middle-aged man found it more and more interesting. The two children reached the center at almost the same time, but the mountain peak was just too sharp. The bottom was filled with slippery cliffs, making it inconducive for standing. One of the children didn't hesitate to reach out to push the other child down. However, to his surprise, the other child didn't push forward like him. Instead, he turned his body slightly and jumped up. The child, who had reached out for the push, never expected such a move. He exerted too much strength and found himself falling forward. Without any counterweight to balance the other side, the plank immediately slid down. The child plummeted with the plank. Chapter 1453 One Life. The child's eyes widened in despair. However, at that moment, a pair of hands reached over and grabbed his hands, pulling him back to the top of the mountain. The mountain peak was sharp, preventing the two children from standing alongside each other. However, they grabbed each other with both arms and lodged themselves on the mountain peak, temporarily saving themselves from the clutches of death.
Why? Why did you save me?
The rescued child looked at the opposite boy's chubby face in puzzlement.
You are my opponent, but not my enemy.
As the boy spoke, he glanced in the middle-aged man's direction and said,
He's the enemy. If someone is to be killed, it's him.
The middle-aged man smiled when he heard that.
You're right. In theory, I'm your enemy, but not only do you not have the ability to kill me, but your fate remains in my hands. If I want you dead, you will be dead. If I want you alive, you can remain alive. Only by killing the other can you have a chance to live. You may be right, but I won't do as you wish.
As the boy spoke, he suddenly pulled the other child with all his might, allowing him to lie over the mountaintop. He released his grip and turned to jump down the cliff.
Even if I die, it's done on my own terms. It's not something others can control.
The boy spread out his arms and fell down the mountain. The child at the top of the mountain was first taken aback, but without any hesitation, he leaped up without a word and jumped in the direction of the boy's plummet. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised when he saw the two children throw themselves off the cliff. Just as the two children were about to fall to the bottom of the valley, their bodies stopped the moment they reached the ground. Their faces were almost touching the rocks on the ground, but they ultimately didn't. The middle-aged man released his grip, and the two of them landed on the rocks.
You may not want to be controlled by me, but I insist on controlling your fate. Our game has just begun.
The middle-aged man glanced at the child who had thrown himself off first and said,
Don't think that you can easily survive with those tricks. I can give you a chance to live, but whether you can walk out of here alive depends on the two of you. If you can exit here alive, we still have a chance to continue this game in the future.
With that said, the middle-aged man turned around and vanished into the forest, leaving the two children in the middle of the forest.
Are you stupid? Why did you jump down?
The boy asked the child.
From now on, I, uncryingly, share the same life as you, and Tianzua.
The child said seriously.
In that case, what's yours is mine.
And Tianzua said, as he looked at Uncryingly.
Yes.
Uncryingly nodded.
Since it is all mine, can I change your name? I don't like the name Uncrying. I've disliked it for a while.
And Tianzua said.
Why?
Uncryingly was somewhat stunned.
Uncrying gives me sad vibes. I don't like it. Let's do it this way. Instead of not crying, why not laugh? Just call yourself Laughingly. In the future, when there's no one else, I'll call you Laughingly.
And Tianzua said with a smile. Uncryingly raised his eyebrows and said spitefully,
I don't like your name either. I'll call you Tianyu from now on. Tianyu as in being protected by the heavens? That's nice. I hope the heavens can really protect us.
And Tianzua said as he got up from the rubble and looked at the distant forest. For days later, someone discovered the two dying children on a mountain trail. They were covered in injuries and were being gnawed by dogs. They were almost unrecognizable. One of the children protected the other child tightly. His entire back was mangled from the bites. He didn't budge even when he fainted.
Live on! Only by living on will we have a chance to make the enemy pay the price.
The person who saved them heard one of the children sleep, talking through gritted teeth. I have to swim over. Xiao swam forward with all his might. He didn't have any other thoughts. All he knew was that he had to swim over to the other side. He gradually approached Promethaw that seemed to be enveloped by fog and impossible to approach. Holy God watched Zhao's figure disappear into the fog of Promethaw and muttered to himself.
He really crossed the lake. There's finally hope of bringing him back.
Xiao crawled ashore and knelt in a flower bed like a sea, an endless sea of flowers, panting heavily. The spots where his body touched the flowers rapidly recovered. His originally exhausted body instantly returned to its optimal state. Xiao felt that his body was filled with vitality, as though he had been reborn. He stopped panting and sized up the flowers with a strange expression. Only then did he discover something strange. The flowers here had no stem or leaves. They grew on the ground and covered the entire land. They stretched as far as the eye could see, and there were only flowers. Xiao walked above the sea of flowers and had a strange feeling. It was as though his nerves were connected to the flowers. When he stepped on the flowers, he could actually feel the pain of the flowers being stepped on. This feeling was very strange. It felt like he was one with the world, one with nature. Perhaps this strange power had taken effect. Xiao seemed to sense something and walked in a specific direction. After walking for a short distance, he saw a shackled old man lying in the flowers. The elder's hair and beard were completely white. His body was restrained by shackles. From the material of the shackles, one could tell that they were made of holy metal. The elder looked like he was about to die. His body, that was covered by the foliage of the sea of flowers, grew many flowers. He looked like he was about to become a part of the land. This scene was extremely strange. Even the knowledgeable Xiao was alarmed. A living person had flowers parasitizing him. What kind of terrifying experience was that?
Who are you?
The elder didn't say a word or make any sound. He couldn't even open his eyes. However, Xiao sensed his words. Just like Xiao could sense the emotions of the flowers, he could also sense the information transmitted by the elder's brain through the flowers.
Sir, I'm Laughingly. You are indeed here.
Xiao squatted down and brushed away the hair and flowers on the elder's face. After carefully identifying him, he was immediately overjoyed.
Laughing one. Note that laughing in Chinese is also Xiao, but with a different intonation.
Laughing.
The elder reached out with great effort to touch Xiao's cheek. Flowers had already grown on his arm, making it rather difficult for him to move. Xiao hurriedly grabbed his hand and placed it on his face. He continued,
Sir, Tianyu got me to find you. Don't worry, we will definitely save you. Laughing. It's really you.
The elder was immediately overjoyed when he heard Xiao say the word.
Tianyu.
This was because there was only one person who would call on Tianzua that. The elder struggled to get up, but most of his body seemed paralyzed. He couldn't stand up. Xiao wanted to help the elder up, but the elder said,
It's too late. I'm already at the end of my rope. If it wasn't for that thing, I would have long died. Laughing, there's something you have to help me take to Tianzua. No matter what, you have to personally hand it to him.
1. Note that laughing in Chinese is also Xiao, but with a different intonation. Chapter 1454 Hair.
Sir, calm down. Tianyu and I have already made plans. We will save you.
Xiao said.
It's too late. As long as I leave Promethaw, I will definitely die without the help of the Promethaw flowers.
Oh, Yang Ting said.
Why?
Xiao was alarmed.
I should have died a long time ago. It was these Promethaw flowers that sustained me to this day, but at the same time, I endure indescribably inhuman pain at every moment. If I didn't know that Little Lon and Tianzua would definitely come for me, I wouldn't have wanted to live any longer.
Oh, Yang Ting paused before continuing.
Don't speak. Listen to me. Even if you take me back, the monsters in the Holy Temple won't let me off. Only by handing me over to them will you have a chance to expose that matter. Anyway, I'm already a dead person. After I die, it doesn't matter where this useless body lays. As long as you take the thing to Tianzua, I can die in peace. Sir, I'm afraid it won't be that easy to take the thing out.
Xiao sighed softly.
Therefore, only by giving me to Holy God will you have a chance to take the item out.
Ouyang Ting said. What is it? Xiao asked. In fact, Xiao was puzzled. The old sir had already been captured and imprisoned previously. What could he still have on him?
Not only could he not hide it on him, even if it was hidden in his flesh and blood, but it was also impossible to hide it from an existence like Holy God.
Pull my hair,
Ouyang Ting said. Xiao reached out to brush away his white hair, but he didn't discover anything inside. There was nothing that could be hidden. Even a flea or a flake of dandruff couldn't be hidden. Perhaps it was because he was in Permithaw, but other than the flowers, there wasn't a speck of dust.
Sir, there's nothing,
Xiao said.
Cut off the hair on my head.
Ouyang Ting continued.
Is it here?
Xiao touched the white hair on Ouyang Ting's head in puzzlement.
It's about there.
Ouyang Ting didn't explain much. Xiao used his finger as a blade and swept across the white hair. Ouyang Ting's white hair was immediately sliced off by a finger beam. Xiao realized that a strand of hair couldn't be sliced off by his finger beam. That strand of hair looked no different from the rest. Xiao couldn't tell what was different. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary strand of hair. It had originally grown on Ouyang Ting's head and definitely hadn't been transplanted. However, this strand of hair could actually withstand his finger beam. Clearly, it wasn't ordinary. Xiao suddenly understood why Holy God hadn't discovered that there was something wrong with this strand of hair. It was because Holy God was too confident. He believed that he could see everything clearly, but he never expected Ouyang Ting's strand of hair to be problematic.
See that? Pull it out and store it well. Take it to Tianzhua,
Ouyang Ting said. Xiao nodded and pulled out the white hair. This strand of hair was extremely tenacious. When Xiao pulled it out, he pulled it up by the root. The hair follicle was pulled open and drops of red seeped out. However, due to the effects of the flowers, the wound was quickly healed.
Sir, is there anything else you need to tell Tianzhua?
Xiao asked again.
Tell Tianzhua to take good care of his mother and little Jing. I, Ouyang Ting, owe them too much in this life. If they don't mind, I'll be their children in my next life.
Ouyang Ting sighed.
How is this repayment? This is a debt collection, right?
Xiao was speechless. Ouyang Ting chuckled and said,
regardless of whether it's to repay a debt or to collect a debt, as long as we have this affinity, even if it's a negative one, it's better than being strangers. Sir, don't be so tragic. What about you? Just wait here. We'll rescue you when we come up with a plan,
Xiao said. Ouyang Ting shook his head.
I've said what needs to be said. A person who should be dead will only suffer endless pain if they continue living. Just help me take the thing to Tianzhua. Furthermore, without me as your cover, it's impossible for you to take the strand of hair out. Sir, do you have anything else to say about this strand of hair?
Xiao asked again.
There's no need. When that strand of hair reaches the right person, it will naturally show its use,
Ouyang Ting said.
All right, sir, bear with it here. I'll think of a way to save you soon.
Xiao put away the hair, placed Ouyang Ting down, and prepared to leave.
No, without me, those monsters from the Holy Temple won't let you off. You can't escape their surveillance with the item on you,
Ouyang Ting said anxiously.
I have my ways. Furthermore, things are ultimately worldly possessions. Even if we forego this thing, we have to keep you alive,
Xiao said.
No, absolutely not. That thing concerns the fate of Earth's future, the lives of billions of people. That thing must not fall into the hands of the Holy Temple, no matter what. Only by taking me back can you obtain their trust and have a chance to take my hair out. You mustn't take the risk,
Ouyang Ting said anxiously. Xiao looked at Ouyang Ting and was momentarily at a loss.
Child, outsiders think that you and Tianzhua are at odds. They even suspect that Tianzhua harmed you. However, only I know that you are his best friend. Even if the entire world is against Tianzhua, you won't be. Accept my request on behalf of Tianzhua. I beg you to take me to the Holy Temple.
Ouyang Ting's voice was trembling.
We aren't friends. We are opponents.
Xiao paused before saying,
If I take you to the Holy Temple, Tianyu will probably hate me forever. Then are you willing to bear this grudge?
Ouyang Ting asked.
Sir, you are already foregoing your life. Such resentment is nothing,
Xiao said.
Then take me back,
Ouyang Ting said firmly. Xiao bowed 3 times at Ouyang Ting before lifting him up from the flowers.
Sir, let's go!
Zhou Wen had been studying the fragrance for days, hoping to mask it, but the invisible allure didn't change much. All he could do was restrain it a little. Now, I finally understand why it's said that the most deceptive people are never enemies, but people who say that it's for your own good, but do despicable things. Zhou Wen was very depressed. If the strange powers on him were negative, he would have eliminated them long ago. However, these strange powers, of all things, were beneficial to him, so it was very difficult to eliminate them. Just as he was pondering over his next step, Zhou suddenly winced. He used Sky-Stealing Sun Swapping's teleportation method. The coordinates were the companion egg he had left with Tsukuyumi. He sensed that the companion egg had been injured. Chapter 1455 That's not how you use it. As Zhou used Sky-Stealing Sun Swapping, he wore the prison dragon armor and gripped the immortal culling sword tightly. With Tsukuyumi's strength, an existence that could threaten her was definitely not an ordinary creature. Zhou didn't dare let his guard down lest it killed him. When Zhou teleported over and saw the situation in front of him, his mouth gaped open in shock. Words failed him. Zhou didn't know what planet it was. It looked huge, and its gravity was much stronger than Earth's. It also had an atmosphere, but it was clearly different from Earth's. There were rocks everywhere here, and between the two mountains ahead, there was a rod made of some unknown material. Pierced through the rod was a huge alien beast. Flames flared into the sky between the two mountains. It looked like they were roasting the alien beast. However, Zhou had seen the alien beast before. Its body was like a cosmic stingray. Its flesh was transparent with blue veins circulating through its body. Although Zhou had only seen it twice, the powerful calamity aura from its body had left a deep impression on him. It was definitely not an ordinary human realm calamity creature. For it to be roasted and wafting out a vague meat fragrance clearly meant that it was dead. Tsukuyumi sat on a rock by the side, with one hand supporting her chin. In her other hand, she held the companion egg that Zhou had given her. The companion egg was already damaged. From the nail marks on it, it was obvious that Tsukuyumi had cracked it herself.
What's going on?
Zhou asked in puzzlement.
Barbecue. There are no barbecue condiments or alcohol here. You should have some, right?
Tsukuyumi said with a smile.
That's not how you should use the companion egg,
Zhou said as he took out the condiments and alcohol he had placed in the chaos space.
I don't like red wine. Is there any sake?
Tsukuyumi looked at the red wine Zhou took out and shook her head.
I thought women liked that.
Zhou put away the red wine and took out a large bottle of sake. He also took out a takuri flask and cups. At the foot of the mountain, where the beast was barbecued, Hashihime cut off a piece of meat from the beast's body and delivered it over on a tray. The meat that was crystalline and transparent, like a river shrimp, was charred yellow with milky white insides after being roasted by the fire. Although it wasn't laced with seasonings, it was already emitting a fragrant combination of meat and oil. The difference between the alien beast meat and shrimp meat was that it had a lot of fat. After the roasting, the fat melted and dripped into the firm flesh. Not only did it keep the meat juicy, but it also made the meat even more fragrant and tender. Hashihime placed a wooden table between Zhou and Tsukuyumi. She knelt in front of the table and sliced the roasted meat. As it wasn't ordinary meat, the temperature was extremely high. Hashihime opened the alcohol flask and poured some sake into it. Immediately, there was a sizzling sound, as well as the rising vapor and the fragrance of the melted fat. When the temperature of the meat dropped to a certain level, Hashihime began to add seasonings. After preparing the roasted meat, Hashihime placed the cups and poured Zhou and Tsukuyumi some sake before waiting by the side.
Thank you for the alcohol.
Tsukuyumi pinched the jade-like sake cup and covered her face with her sleeve. She downed the alcohol and smiled at Zhou before placing the sake cup on the table.
Thank you for the meat.
Zhou raised his sake cup and downed it in one mouthful. The kneeling Hashihime picked up the sake flask and filled their cups.
Try it and see if it's delicious,
Tsukuyumi said.
Then I won't stand on ceremony.
Zhou was hungry. He took the chopsticks offered by Hashihime and picked up a piece of roasted meat and placed it in his mouth. Zhou had heard that in ancient times, immortals cultivated to a point where they didn't need to eat or drink. Zhou felt that it was just a gimmick that had no truth in it. The higher the evolution of a creature's body, the stronger the explosive power it could produce. The more energy it needed, the more it had to eat. Of course, it might not be food. Those immortals might have higher level food, such as concentrated essence energy serums. In any case, Zhou wasn't capable of anedia. Although he could fast for a long period of time, it required him to expend the energy he had accumulated. There were no benefits. When the roasted meat entered his mouth, he bit into the meat and immediately felt the juices seep out. It mixed with the seasoning and filled Zhou's mouth with fragrance.
Delicious!
Zhou chewed a few times and found the meat fragrant, tender, and smooth. It was indescribably delicious.
Have more. I can't finish so much.
Tsukuyumi pinched the sake cup with her fingers and stopped after taking a sip.
This meat is pretty good,
Zhou praised as he ate. In any case, the alien beast's body was as huge as a mountain. He couldn't eat all of it even if he let himself go. It wasn't even a drop in the ocean, so there was no need to stand on ceremony. Tsukuyami watched Joe eat from the side without touching her chopsticks. Occasionally, she would take a sip of sake. Joe had eaten 4 or 5 slices of roasted meat when he felt that something was amiss. In his stomach, cold air seeped out and spread to his limbs as though he had swallowed ice in summer. Why does this meat contain so much essence energy? Joe was somewhat surprised to discover that it was essence energy that surged out. Furthermore, it was extremely pure essence energy. No, it wasn't just pure. It was a kind of high-level essence energy. The essence energy had a strange characteristic that was of a much higher level than Joe's essence energy. When the essence energy fused into his body, it affected him significantly. He could clearly sense that his physique was improving. Joe was increasingly alarmed. Typically, after a dimensional creature died, most of its essence energy would dissipate. Only a very small portion could be stored in a corpse. Joe wanted to ask Tsukuyami, but it was too late. The roasted meat he had eaten erupted with large amounts of essence energy as it swept through his body. Joe could only focus on circulating his essence energy art to direct the essence energy. Otherwise, his body would probably be destroyed by the massive amounts of essence energy. Due to the influence of the essence energy, Joe's body became crystalline. He was still constantly emitting essence energy. Tsukuyami waved her sleeve, and Hashihime immediately flew towards the alien beast. The 100 ghosts descended at the same time and pounced at the alien beast's corpse. Under the devouring of the 100 ghosts, the alien beast's flesh rapidly decreased. As for the 100 ghosts, they emitted a strange glow. Tsukuyami only looked at Joe with a smile as she drank. It was unknown what was on her mind. Joe felt that his various qualities had probably reached the limit of the terror grade. There was no way of raising it any further. However, the essence energy continued fusing into his body, making him feel that some quality of his was still becoming stronger. Chapter 1456 Stone Elemental Zone. After Joe had completely digested the essence energy, he opened his eyes and realized that Tsukuyami was still sitting opposite him, looking at him with a smile.
Is the flesh and blood of calamity creatures so nutritious?
Joe asked in puzzlement. He had killed calamity-grade creatures before, but he didn't realize that their flesh was so invigorating.
That's not always the case.
Tsukuyami put down her sake cup and said,
Only a portion of human realm creatures can preserve most of their energy in their bodies after death. It's always the case for hell-level creatures. This fellow is at the hell level?
As Joe spoke, he turned to look at the roasted alien beast, but he realized that there was no sign of the alien beast's corpse. The flames below had vanished, leaving only 2 bare stone mountains.
You're done eating?
Joe asked in surprise.
I don't like meat, but the ghosts in my domain like it very much.
Tsukuyami answered.
I never expected a companion beast to be edible. Furthermore, it's so delicious.
The image of the great Might-Vajra bull surfaced in his mind. He wondered if he could turn it into steak. As though reading Joe's mind, Tsukuyami said with a smile.
Typical companion beasts are pure energy bodies. They can be treated as essence energy crystals, but if you want to eat them, they have to at least reach the human realm. They might not be edible even at the human realm. I see.
Joe was somewhat disappointed.
Are you full?
Tsukuyami put down her sake cup and asked.
I'm stuffed. Thank you.
Joe thanked Tsukuyami for treating him to the meat. It was very likely hell-level meat. Ordinary people didn't have a chance to eat it. However, Joe didn't know that there were differences between hell-level meat. The few pieces he ate weren't meat from the ordinary parts.
There's no need to thank me. Follow me if you're done.
Tsukuyami got up and led him to a mountain range.
Where are you going?
Joe asked.
There's a dimensional zone here that I can't deal with myself. You will help me, right?
Tsukuyami said with a smile.
What kind of dimensional zone is it? Let's study it first. How far have you explored it?
Joe couldn't reject it since he had just eaten the meat.
I've already explored the situation inside. It's just that it's not easy to kill a particular dimensional creature. Your sword should be useful. You just need to help me with the sword,
Tsukuyami said. Joe felt relieved when he heard Tsukuyami's words. Since Tsukuyami was so confident, there shouldn't be any problems. He followed Tsukuyami deeper into the mountain range. There were rocks everywhere, and there were no signs of life. However, on second thought, it made sense. Apart from Earth, Joe had never heard of any planet having ordinary lifeforms. Even if there were, they were basically dimensional creatures. Tsukuyami stopped in front of a cave and pointed inside.
This is the entrance to the dimensional zone. The dimensional creatures inside are all stone elemental. You can deal with the ordinary dimensional creatures, but leave the final calamity grade creature to me. After I hold it down, you can kill it with that sword.
Joe naturally nodded in agreement and followed Tsukuyami into the cave. He didn't discover any dimensional creatures at first. When the rocks in the cave came to life and transformed into stone beasts, Zhou realized that the dimensional creatures here were purely stone elemental. These ordinary stone beasts were at least at the mythical stage. Occasionally, he would encounter a terror-grade stone beast. It gave Zhou the perfect opportunity to test the new bamboo blade. He drew his blade and started slashing. The mythical stone beast's defense was rather powerful, but Zhou didn't use much strength before the bamboo blade sliced through their bodies. The blade of the bamboo blade was very thin, making it non-optimal to use against stone beasts with all sorts of defensive skills. However, the new bamboo blade's performance left Zhou somewhat surprised. A jade-like stone beast pounced at him. It was like a luck beast. It remained visible after its terror transformation, but its body was extremely hard. The defensive halos on its body made it obvious that it was a dimensional creature that was very good at defense. Zhou originally imagined that it would be difficult for the new bamboo blade to kill such a creature. However, Zhou managed to behead the beast by slashing out the saber with all his might. What alloy did Osheng add to the bamboo blade? The strength of this bamboo blade is probably comparable to the immortal culling sword. Zhou looked at the blade and couldn't help but be surprised that it wasn't damaged at all.
That blade isn't bad,
Tsukuyomi said, as she glanced at the blade in Zhou's hand. Even an existence like Tsukuyomi acknowledged its quality, exceeding Zhou's expectations. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to return the favor. After slicing open the terror-grade stone beast's body, he discovered a stone egg. Zhou took out the stone egg and looked at Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi said indifferently,
"That thing is useless to me. Keep it if you want it."
Zhou didn't stand on ceremony as he put away the companion egg and continued following Tsukuyomi deeper into the cave. Along the way, Zhou picked up quite a number of dimensional crystals and companion beasts, but only one terror-grade companion egg dropped. The stone-type dimensional creatures here had very high strength and constitution. There were many defensive and strength-type skills, but they weren't the types Zhou needed. Boom! When they arrived at a huge underground space, the underground rocks trembled as a stone behemoth crawled out of the cracks. Zhou took a careful look and realized that it was a huge stone turtle. However, it wasn't strictly one. Its head was covered in horns, and there was a stone beard under its chin. Furthermore, there was a huge stone monument on its back. This appearance made Zhou recall the mythical son of the dragon Ba Xia. The dragon had given birth to 9 sons, and each one was different. Ba Xia had the image of a turtle carrying a stone monument. It looked rather similar to this huge fellow. The stone monument on the stone beast's back lit up while Zhou was still observing it. There were many symbols engraved on the stone monument that Zhou couldn't understand. The symbols emitted a strange glow. Zhou hurriedly used the minor heavenly cycle killing formation to block the light, but Tsukuyomi remained motionless. Zhou soon realized that the light emitted by the stone monument wasn't lethal to them, but the rocks that were illuminated by the light grew strangely. The originally huge underground space shrank due to the growth of the rocks. The stone tunnel they had entered was completely blocked by the burgeoning rocks. This fellow's strength is really special, Zhou thought. Tsukuyomi had already activated her 100 Ghost Zone, and her surroundings seemed to turn black. Only Tsukuyomi's body emitted a holy light like the bright moon. Ghouls appeared in the cave and charged at the stone beast. Chapter 1457 I Won't Make It. Despite being besieged by all sorts of strange ghosts like Crow Tengu, Hashiheim, and Yumibozu, the stone beast remained motionless like a mountain. When all sorts of forces struck it, it was like a water spray gun hitting a steel plate. No damage was dealt. What powerful defense! Zhou began to worry if the immortal culling sword could kill the stone beast. Since Tsukuyomi could kill a hell-level alien beast, it meant that even if she hadn't reached the hell level, she was definitely a top powerhouse at the human realm. In her domain, all the ghosts possessed calamity-grade power. However, it wasn't sufficient to injure the stone beast at all. Zhou wasn't sure if he could slice open such a defense with the immortal culling sword. The immortal culling sword was very strong, but its true might could only be unleashed when matched with a sufficiently strong user. All Zhou could do now was to pull it out and use it in battle. There was no need to talk about unleashing its true might. It was already a problem for him to rouse its might. It was really difficult to say if he could kill a calamity stone beast with such powerful defense.
"Are you alright?"
Zhou couldn't help but ask Tsukuyomi when he saw that the attacks of the 100 ghosts were ineffective against the stone beast. The stone beast's domain was showing its effects. The surrounding space became smaller and smaller. When the entire space was filled with rocks, their movements would be greatly restricted. Even if the rocks didn't crush them, tearing through the rocks would clearly slow them down. Instant transmission was not even an option. There were rocks everywhere. In an instant, his body would be stuck in the rocks. No, it shouldn't be said he would be stuck. To be precise, the rocks would be him, and he would be the rocks. The situation would only turn even more perilous.
I just need to hold it down, not kill it, so its strong defense is useless,
Tsukuyomi said calmly. Just as Joe was about to ask Tsukuyomi how she was planning on holding down the stone beast, he saw a ghost suddenly fly above it. The stone beast had been fighting the ghost the entire time and had killed many ghosts. But in Tsukuyomi's domain, the ghosts were immortal. It killed the ghosts again and again, but the ghosts continued to revive. They kept pestering the stone beast, preventing it from attacking its true opponent, Tsukuyomi. The ghost that flew above the stone beast was a wrinkled granny ghost. She extended her withered hands that resembled bird claws and pulled. Joe immediately noticed fine threads that resembled strands of hair appearing on the stone beast's body. The threads were countless and quickly intertwined. Soon, they weaved into hair ropes that bound the stone beast. The hair ropes formed a net again, trapping the stone beast. The stone beast tried to tear the net, but like a fish, the more it struggled, the tighter the net became. The hair rope bound its limbs, making it abnormally difficult to move. The 100 ghosts split into 4 teams, and each team grabbed one end of the hair net. No matter which direction the stone beast charged in, the ghosts would exert their strength to hold it back. The stone beast charged left and right, but found it difficult to escape. The hair net was extremely tenacious and elastic, perfectly restraining a powerful creature like the stone turtle. More importantly, after being caught by the net, the stone turtle could no longer use the power of the stone escape to teleport. It lost its most effective teleportation method.
That's the legendary Kokiri Baba, right?
Joe had previously studied the ghost parade. He roughly guessed her identity from her abilities. Kokiri Baba was the wife of a monk. Due to her dishonorable actions, she became a demon and specially gathered the hair of the dead to braid.
That's right. The attack of the 100 ghosts is only to create time for Kokiri Baba. Only with enough ghost hair forming a net can we trap the stone beast,
Tsukuyomi explained. Joe naturally understood what was happening as he thought to himself. The ghosts in Tsukuyomi's domain have their own characteristics and abilities. Such a calamity zone is clearly more terrifying than the stone beast's singular domain. I wonder what kind of domain power I can produce in the future. If Joe were to make a choice, he would definitely be biased towards Tsukuyomi's domain. It had more variation and allowed him to use different methods to restrain different enemies. However, a domain wasn't something Joe could decide. Joe guessed that the type of domain was related to his talent, bloodline, and essence energy art. He also needed to see what dimensional zone he used to advance to the Terror grade. However, Joe still didn't understand how to use the dimensional zone's powers to advance to the Calamity grade.
What are you waiting for? Let's see if your sword can kill it now,
Tsukuyomi warned when she saw Joe standing there in a daze. Only then did Joe snap to his senses. Realizing that the stone beast had been restrained, its speed no longer fast among Calamity grade creatures, it was impossible for it to dodge Joe's attack thanks to the ghost hair net's restraints. Joe pulled out the immortal culling sword without any hesitation and slashed at the stone beast's neck with immortal slaying. Clang! The immortal culling sword slashed at its neck, leaving a gash. Rubble splattered, causing the stone beast to roar in pain. Although the injury wasn't serious to the stone beast, killing it was only a matter of time since damage was possible. It was a matter of how many strikes were needed. Joe gripped the immortal culling sword tightly as his figure flashed erratically. He slashed at the stone beast's neck again and again, causing the wound to widen. The stone beast was a dimensional creature that focused on physical attacks after all. Unable to close the distance with stone escape, it could only be thrashed by Joe.
This fellow's defense is really terrifying. If this continues, I'll probably need another 30 to 40 strikes to sever its neck.
Joe had already slashed dozens of times, but he only managed to slice off a small chunk of the stone beast's neck. Just as Joe was about to slash again, he saw the stone beast suddenly roar at the sky. The stone monument on its back flew up by itself. Without the stone monument's suppression, the stone beast's strength and speed increased drastically. It shook its body crazily, and sent the ghosts that were pulling the net flying. He dragged the ghost hair net into the rocks. Some of the remaining ghosts continued clinging onto the ghost hair net, but were unable to stop it. They slammed into the rocky ground. The stone beast vanished. Only the stone monument floated in the air and emitted a strange light. The surrounding rocks grew crazily.
Be careful!
Joe was searching for the stone beast when Tsukuyomi suddenly instant transmitted to his side and pushed him away. Almost at the same time, the stone beast tore out from the rocks below. The horn on its head slammed into Tsukuyomi, sending her flying. Bang! Tsukuyomi's body slammed into a stone wall, causing a large chunk to collapse. The ghosts and domain also vanished.
Tsukuyomi!
Joe instant transmitted into the rubble and swept away the surrounding rocks. He realized that Tsukuyomi was held down on the ground and was on her last breath. He reached out to pull her body and realized that her body was limp, as though she had no bones. Her bones had probably been shattered by the stone beast's strike.
I won't make it. Before I die. Can you satisfy my last wish?
Tsukuyomi forced her eyes open and said with great difficulty. Chapter 1458 Last Wishes.
Don't talk, I'll help treat you.
Jowen said, as he prepared to use the power of human sovereign to treat Tsukuyomi. Tsukuyomi reached out to grab Jowen's hand and coughed out blood.
It's useless. Cough. I know my situation. Cough. A body of calamity. Cough. It's not something that can be treated with powers below the calamity grade. Cough. Jowen.
Tsukuyomi's fingers tightened their grip over Jowen's hand, but because her fingers were fractured, she couldn't grip it tightly no matter how hard she tried.
I'm here. Tell me.
Jowen hurriedly held her hand with both hands and sent the power of human sovereign over.
I never knew what fear was in the past, but I'm afraid now. I'm really afraid.
Tsukuyomi's face was pale, and her breathing was weak. Her dim eyes were filled with fear.
You humans have this saying of reincarnation. That there's a next life. Cough, cough. However, creatures like us have no family or friends. We have no connection to this world. Once we die, we will truly vanish into thin air. We won't leave any traces in this world. Cough, cough. No one can prove that I existed in this world. It's as if I never existed. I'm afraid, so afraid. I don't know if I had ever existed. Cough, cough. Or should I say, my existence was just a meaningless dream. No, you exist.
Jowen felt Tsukuyomi's vitality weaken. It was useless even if he injected the power of human sovereign into her body. It was difficult to stop her vitality from weakening.
Jowen, you humans won't understand. I'm not afraid of death. But I'm really afraid. I'm so afraid that I'll be completely forgotten by this world. Can you help me leave something in this world? Even if it's the most trivial thing.
Tsukuyomi spoke between breaths. From her situation, she seemed to be losing herself, her eyes about to close at any moment for all eternity.
Tell me, what should I do?
Jowen hurriedly asked.
I should have been satisfied to be able to die in the arms of the person I love. Cough. But I'm a little greedy. I want more. I want to leave something in your life. Am I too greedy?
It felt like Tsukuyomi would stop breathing several times.
No, humans are greedy to begin with. Your greed means that you are already someone like me.
Jowen said with a sigh when he saw that Tsukuyomi's situation wasn't looking good.
I'm really happy to hear you say that. Cough. Only you are willing to treat me as a person. If possible. I want to die as a person like you. As your wife. Even if it's only a name. Cough. Even if there aren't any traces of my existence in this world. At the very least, I'm still Mrs. Zhou.
As Tsukuyomi spoke, she kept coughing out blood.
This.
Jowen was slightly taken aback. He never expected Tsukuyomi to make such a request.
Sorry. I've made things difficult for you. I'm ultimately an anomaly. How am I qualified to be your wife? I'm not worthy of being Mrs. Zhou. Sorry. I shouldn't have said these.
Tsukuyomi's voice gradually weakened as her vitality was on the brink of drying up.
No. You can, of course.
Jowen felt upset. He felt that he shouldn't let Tsukuyomi die like this as he hugged her tightly.
Don't just talk. Use the ways you humans do it to tell me the answer. It's also the final farewell.
Tsukuyomi closed her eyes and pursed her blood-stained lips slightly. Jowen felt ambivalent. Seeing Tsukuyomi's pale face, which seemed to have blood receding from it, he couldn't help but pity her. He lowered his head slightly and was about to plant it on her red lips. Roar! Just as Jowen lowered his head, the stone beast that hadn't rushed over for some reason suddenly roared and swept down from the sky like a huge meteor that could destroy a planet. Jowen had no choice but to carry Tsukuyomi and instant transmit away to dodge the stone beast's pounce.
I won't make it soon.
Tsukuyomi's breathing quickened as though her throat was stuffed.
No.
Jowen hugged Tsukuyomi and reached out to stroke her hair. Roar! The stone beast roared again, but this time, it didn't lunge over. The stone monument that had been emitting light in midair suddenly shimmered as being shot into the rocks. Stone pillars protruded from the surrounding stone walls and ground as they constantly struck Jowen from all directions. Jowen continued his instant transmission, but the stone pillars were almost everywhere. The moment Jowen phased into existence, a large number of stone pillars bombarded him, giving him no time to stop.
I.
Tsukuyomi repeated the word a few times, but she failed to continue because Jowen kept dodging the attacks of the stone beast and stone pillars. She looked like she would stop breathing at any moment, but she didn't expire. Jowen instant transmitted again. Tsukuyami, who was about to speak, was interrupted again. Her face flushed red as she suddenly struggled out of Joe-Win's embrace. Her body floated in the air as her long hair danced. Her body emitted terrifying moonlight as she stared at the stone beast with eyes like a cold moon.
Die!
Tsukuyami gritted her teeth in extreme anger. Accompanying her furious cry, the Calamity Zone was unleashed again. The surroundings turned black as she stood in midair like a bright moon. Countless ghosts appeared under the moonlight. Crack! Crack! The stone pillars that rushed out were shattered by the ghosts. The ghosts pounced at the stone beast and surrounded it, biting and attacking it. Bam! 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 More than 100 ghosts struck the stone beast with all sorts of strange forces, shattering the rocks on its body. Although the offensive strength of every ghost wasn't enough to severely injure the stone beast, more than 100 ghosts kept bombarding it. The dense forces of various colors struck the stone beast, riddling it with holes. Boom! In just a few minutes, the stone beast's body exploded, and the shattered rocks fell to the ground. Joe-Win's mouth gaped open as he looked at Tsukuyami in a daze. The power of the ghosts was clearly much stronger than before. More importantly, Joe-Win really couldn't associate the present Tsukuyami with the dying Tsukuyami from a few minutes ago.
What? What's going on?
Joe-Win stared at Tsukuyami and asked. Tsukuyami's angry emotions calmed down from shattering the stone beast. When she saw Joe-Win's questioning gaze, her body immediately turned limp. Like a weak and delicate princess, she held her forehead and fell into Joe-Win's arms.
That was my last burst of strength. I really can't make it now. Cough,
Tsukuyami said as she leaned towards Joe-Win.
Then continue with that final burst.
Joe-Win was rendered speechless as he dodged and instant transmitted to the stone monument. The stone beast's body exploded as the stone monument fell to the ground. However, the symbols on it were still emitting light, allowing the surrounding rocks to continue growing. If he didn't finish off the stone monument, the entire dimensional zone would soon be filled with rocks. Chapter 1459 Source of Calamity. Tsukuyami twisted her waist and did a spin, preventing herself from falling. She was extremely depressed. If the stone beast had broken through her restrictions a little later, she would have succeeded. All was for naught now. She couldn't accept it. Joe-Win pulled out the immortal culling sword and slashed at the stone monument, leaving a sword mark. However, the stone monument instantly healed as though it had never been injured.
What's engraved on the stone monument is its merits it has done for all eternity. No power can erase it. Not even the power of a mighty immortal can do so,
Tsukuyami said as she walked over. Joe-Win had just raised his sword to slash at the stone monument again. Upon hearing Tsukuyami's words, he had thoughts of unsummoning his sword when, to his surprise, a force was suddenly released from the immortal culling sword. It tugged at his hand and drove him to slash at the stone monument. The immortal culling sword struck the stone monument, splitting it apart instead of just leaving a sword mark like before. What was even stranger was that after the immortal culling sword slashed, the engraved words on the stone monument appeared out of thin air. The stone monument turned into a stone slab. There were no longer any signs of carving on it, as though the engravings had never existed. The two halves of the stone monument fell onto the rocks and shattered, turning into rubble. Tsukuyami couldn't help but be stunned as she looked at the rocks on the ground.
What's the origin of that sword?
Tsukuyami couldn't help but look at the immortal culling sword. The immortal culling sword automatically returned to its scabbard after the slash. Joe-Win held it in surprise. He had always treated the immortal culling sword as a nuke that was in the form of a cold weapon. He didn't expect the immortal culling sword to have such special effects other than its powerful destructive power. Furthermore, this effect clearly needed triggering. The numerous strikes he had delivered hadn't triggered such a strange effect. Could it be that Tsukuyami's words triggered its power? In that case, the immortal culling sword's intelligence is probably much higher than I imagined. The moment the stone monument collapsed, the growing rocks slowly shrank back. The underground space gradually returned to its original state as the passageway that allowed departure from the dimensional zone appeared again. Tsukuyami walked to the shattered stone beast's corpse and picked up a fist-sized crystalline jade. She walked to Joe-Win's side and handed it to him.
Unfortunately, there aren't any companion eggs or dimensional crystals. This is the part of its body that has undergone the Calamity grade. It's usually known as the Source of Calamity. It contains immense energy and can enhance the special attributes of one's body.
Joe-Win reached out to take the Calamity Jade and looked at it before throwing it to Tsukuyami.
I was just joking. Are you still mad?
Tsukuyami caught the source of the calamity and said,
This item is your food, right? I can live without it, but you can't.
Joe-Win said.
Are you concerned about me?
Tsukuyami's eyes were filled with joy.
I just don't want to see you die.
Joe-Win turned around and headed for the exit of the dimensional zone. Tsukuyami smiled and put away the source of calamity before following him. Joen didn't say a word along the way. After leaving the dimensional zone, Tsukuyomi said,
"There are some beautiful planets nearby. Furthermore, there shouldn't be any other creatures on them for the time being. Do you want to take a look? There's no need. I still have matters waiting for me on my return."
Joen rejected Tsukuyomi and was about to teleport back to Earth. Tsukuyomi was somewhat disappointed, but there was nothing she could do. All she could do was watch Joen leave as she sighed inwardly.
"Don't damage it for no reason. It's the last one."
Joen turned his head and threw a companion egg with a sky-stealing sun-swapping mark to Tsukuyomi before teleporting back to Earth. Tsukuyomi caught the companion egg and was taken aback. After a while, she revealed a smile and muttered to herself,
"The ancient humans didn't lie to me. There's some use to reading after all."
After Joen returned to Earth, he took out his phone to look at his stats. Indeed, he realized that his 4 basic stats had reached 99 points. That wasn't all. The spatial attribute in the special attribute column had also reached 99 points. This was the first time Joen's special attribute had reached the maximum value of his current level. I never expected the origin of calamity to have such benefits. I have to think of a way to obtain some in the future. Joen organized his companion beasts again. Quite a number of companion eggs had dropped during his recent grinding of dungeons. He had already obtained 4 mythical Golden Battle God halberds and 3 Terror-grade Golden Battle Gods. Joen suddenly realized that companion eggs with the word
Golden Battle God
seemed to drop especially easily. The other mythical and Terror-grade companion eggs didn't drop that easily. Just after obtaining a Terror-grade Stone Beast companion egg, Joen looked at its stats and saw that it was indeed a strength and defense type companion beast. It had an armor form, but he didn't lack such companion beasts. The Stone Beast's stats were inferior to Prison Dragon's, so Prison Dragon remained a prime choice. Sell them? Joen thought for a moment and decided to give the batch of Stone Beast eggs to Insheng. He could leave it to him. For the new bamboo blade to have such an effect, the materials used were definitely not simple. The value of this batch of Stone Beast companion eggs was far from enough. And this defensive armor-type companion beast could save the lives of many soldiers. What's the use of this metal seed? Don't tell me I should bury it in the ground? Joen played with the metal seed companion beast. He had studied this thing for a long time, but he didn't find any way to grow it. Thinking of the might of the metal flower on Venus, Joen felt that it was a waste to not do anything to it. He had to think of a way to advance it. After some thought, he felt that he might need to plant it and produce a metal flower. Therefore, Joen dug a hole in his yard and buried the metal seed to see if he could end up with a metal flower. After planting the metal seed, Joen deliberately poured some water on it, but he didn't discover any reaction. It shouldn't grow so quickly. I'll wait a few days. Joen turned around and prepared to find Insheng to give him the Stone Beast companion eggs. To his surprise, just as Joen walked out of the yard, the metal seed tore out of the ground and flew back to him, returning to its tattoo form. It doesn't work? Joen summoned the metal seed again and saw 0 changes. Joen didn't give up. He thought to himself, this thing is a metal seed. Do I have to plant it in metal? Seeing that there wasn't any metal around him, Joen touched the bamboo blade with metal seed. He was only giving it a try and didn't expect it to be of any use. However, to his surprise, after the metal seed came into contact with the bamboo blade, it stuck to it firmly like a magnet. Chapter 1460 Fusion. Joen hurriedly retracted his hand, hoping to separate metal seed from the bamboo blade. A precious weapon, like the bamboo blade, couldn't be used as fertilizer. However, it was too late. The metal seed seeped into the scabbard like water, preventing Joen from grabbing it. No! Joen was beyond tears. If bamboo blade was really expended as fertilizer, he would be beyond anguish. After metal seed fused with the bamboo blade, the originally grayish-white bamboo blade scabbard rapidly darkened. In the blink of an eye, bamboo blade turned black. Joen reached out to pull the bamboo blade out of its scabbard, but he realized that he couldn't. After the entire bamboo blade turned black, the color gradually lightened. Soon, it turned pure white. What's going on now? Just as Joen was feeling puzzled, the bamboo blade flicked out of his hand. The originally extremely hard bamboo blade scabbard that couldn't bend at all was now twisting in the air like a noodle. After gyrating for a while, the bamboo blade curved into a circle with its head and tail connected, turning into a bamboo ring. The bamboo ring shrank until it became the size of a ring that floated in front of Joen. Joen extended his finger with an odd expression. The bamboo ring automatically wrapped around his pinky. It was the finger he wore metal seed when it was in the form of a ring. Bamboo blade has become fertilizer just like that? Joen attempted to unsummon the ring. Indeed, it was like the metal seed from before.
It returned to his body and became a tattoo. The tattoo looked like a straight piece of bamboo. Zhou Wen hurriedly took out his phone to take a look and his mouth gaped open. Metal bamboo blade. Terror, evolvable. Life providence, Jinx's master. Life soul, an auspicious wheel of destiny, holy saber. Terror form, ferocious saber. Strength, 99. Speed, 99. Constitution, 99. Essence energy, 99. Talent skill, metal evolution, blood calamity, Jinx's master fusion. Companion form, ring. This? Zhou Wen nearly blew a gasket. It would be fine if bamboo blade was really absorbed as fertilizer, but this thing had actually fused with metal seed and become a companion beast. What was even more terrifying was that there was a Jinx's master in this skill. It was fine if there was a Jinx's master in the skill, but its life providence was also Jinx's master. This meant double Jinx's master. It was way worse than the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General. Taking a step back, it was fine if it had double Jinx's master, but its life soul was inauspicious. It looked ominous regardless. Furthermore, the terror transformation power. Ferocious Saber didn't make things any better. There was also a bloody calamity skill. Apart from Holy Saber that looked a little acceptable, this saber was practically a suicide weapon. Anyone who got sick of living could just bring it along with them. Although Zhou Wen had already verified that Jinx's master didn't seem to be of much use to him, he still felt a little unconfident when he saw such a ferocious saber. However, Jinx's master definitely couldn't be removed through fusion. Furthermore, Zhou Wen was used to using bamboo blade. He couldn't bear to destroy it. Metal Seed made bamboo blade a companion beast. As for Metal Seed, it directly advanced to the terror grade because of bamboo blade. This can be considered mutually beneficial, but these attributes. Zhou Wen was in a dilemma when he looked at the metal bamboo blade stats. However, what's done was done. Zhou Wen could only silently put away the bamboo blade. It was best not to use such an ominous blade. Who can withstand the Fiend Armored Tiger Soul General and the metal bamboo blade? Zhou Wen felt that it was best not to summon the two at the same time unless necessary. After putting away the metal bamboo blade, Zhou Wen went to look for Ansheng. Unfortunately, Ansheng wasn't in Overseer Manor. Zhou Wen asked a few elders in Overseer Manor and learned that Ansheng had gone out to do something. It was unknown when he would return. Forget it. I'll wait for Ansheng's return. Zhou Wen wanted to give the stone beast companion egg to Tianzhua, but just the thought of Tianzhua made him uncomfortable. It was impossible for Zhou Wen to go to him. Zhou Wen returned to his yard and took out his phone again, planning on finding a dungeon to stroll around. This dungeon wasn't a random choice. Zhou Wen's 4 stats had reached their limits. He needed to break through to the Calamity grade to continue advancing, so advancing to the Calamity grade was an imminent problem. From the looks of it, the only way to advance to the Calamity grade was to rely on a dimensional zone. Therefore, Zhou Wen wanted to see if he could find a way to advance to the Calamity grade in a dimensional zone. I've entered quite a number of dimensional zones, but I've never seen anything that can advance a Terror grade to the Calamity grade. Now, I can only try my luck and see if I can find any clues. After some thought, Zhou Wen decided to head to Mount Laojun. The reason he chose Mount Laojun was that the Dao Sutra came from Mount Laojun. Perhaps the opportunity for the Dao Sutra to advance to the Calamity grade was there. After launching the Mount Laojun instance dungeon, Zhou Wen felt somewhat uneasy. It wasn't because he was afraid of death. Death in game was nothing. It was mainly because he had attempted to enter Mount Laojun's Golden Peak in the past, but the outcome was somewhat wanting. Even though he had advanced to the Terror grade, he still felt that Mount Laojun wasn't a place where he could do whatever he wanted. If Mount Laojun is really the place where Taishan Laojun has secluded himself, I'm afraid even an apocalypse grade creature might not be able to gain the upper hand. Zhou Wen entered the dungeon and activated the Heaven Opening Scripture of the Highest Elder before walking to Golden Peak. With the Heaven Opening Scripture of the Highest Elder, Zhou Wen wasn't afraid of the taboo pressure from the Golden Peak. He walked all the way up the stairs and saw jade buildings everywhere. Beautiful clouds surrounded him as immortal cranes danced in the clouds. It was like a paradise on earth. Zhou Wen didn't dare have any thoughts about the immortal cranes. He had come here when he was at the mythical stage, hoping to kill one for fun. The outcome was extremely tragic. Ever since then, Zhou Wen no longer had any intention of killing the immortal cranes. Clouds swirled above Mount Laojun's Golden Peak as Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to walk between the pavilions. The Heaven-Opening Scripture of the Highest Elder emitted a mysterious glow as it converted the taboo power into essence energy and injected it into the blood-colored avatar's body. Just from the amount of essence energy received, he knew how terrifying the taboo in Golden Peak was. If not for the protection of the Heaven-Opening Scripture of the Highest Elder, Zhou Wen would have long died. From the looks of it, Mastering the Tao Sutra is a necessary condition to enter Mount Laojun's Golden Peak. However, I wonder if Taishan Laojun is really on Mount Laojun, Zhou Wen thought to himself. The blood-colored avatar came to a stone pavilion. Along the way, other than the immortal cranes, there were no other dimensional creatures. However, there was a dimensional creature in front of the stone pavilion. Chapter 1461 Azure Bull. Azure Bull. Zhou Wen was alarmed when he saw the dimensional creature. Sleeping soundly in the stone pavilion was an Azure Bull. Although he didn't know its level, an Azure Bull that appeared on Mount Laojun was undoubtedly terrifying. Legend had it that the Azure Bull was Taishan Laojun's mount. Back when he rode the bull out of seclusion, he engraved his name in the history books. Although it was only a mount, it depended on whose mount it was. Taishan Laojun was the founder of the universe, the ancestor of chaos, the parent of the world, the ruler of yin and yang, and the imperial lord of the myriad gods. His mount was much more terrifying than ordinary immortals. Even the weakest possibility placed it as a calamity creature, and definitely not a low-level calamity creature at the human realm. If it were in reality, Zhou Wen would immediately turn around and run as fast as he could. However, in-game, he didn't have any qualms. Let me see if this is Taishan Laojun's Azure Bull. Zhou Wen summoned the 3 golden battle gods and retreated a little. He activated the minor heavenly cycle killing formation and held the bamboo blade, prepared for the ensuing battle. The 3 golden battle gods used their golden pistols and aimed at the sleeping Azure Bull as they fired together. The 3 bullets of different attributes hit the Azure Bull only to ricochet. The characteristics of freezing, exploding, and lightning were completely useless. The golden battle gods kept firing, but the bullets were like flies. They were useless. They couldn't even wake the Azure Bull. That's way too powerful. Zhou Wen was even more alarmed. The golden battle gods were terror-grade existences after all, but they failed to do a thing to the Azure Bull. From the looks of it, I'm no match for the Azure Bull. I should head elsewhere to take a look. Zhou Wen decided to ignore the Azure Bull. Even if it wasn't Taishan Laojun's mount, Zhou Wen wasn't its match with such terrifying strength. He controlled the blood-colored avatar, and turned to walk towards the stone steps on the other side. However, just as the blood-colored avatar turned around, Zhou Wen heard a snap. A whip-like azure shadow flashed before the blood-colored avatar was diced to pieces. The game screen dimmed. Holy sh*t, that Azure Bull is sinister. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that the Azure Bull had definitely woken up, but it continued feigning sleep. It only attacked when Zhou Wen lowered his guard and turned to leave. Although it was a sneak attack, to be able to penetrate the minor heavenly cycle killing formation with one strike, such strength was definitely not ordinary at the calamity grade. No matter how strong you are, you definitely have a weakness. I don't believe I can't kill you. Zhou Wen dripped his blood to revive, and entered Mount Laojun again. Zhou Wen rushed to the stone pavilion, where the Azure Bull was, and summoned his companion beasts. He also attacked by summoning the bamboo blade and slashing out. Zhou Wen finally saw the Azure Bull look up. It looked like an ordinary bull, with a huge steel hoop attached to its nose. Paw! With an azure flash, the companion beasts and the blood-colored avatar were torn apart. Zhou Wen finally saw the weapon the Azure Bull used for its attack, its tail. This fellow is a little too powerful. Could it be that I can't even withstand a single strike? Zhou Wen refused to believe it as he entered the dungeon again. Zhou Wen died again and again. It had been a long time since he had suffered such deaths. He resigned himself after the Azure Bull's repeated kills. He had lost count of his attempts. At best, he could only dodge one tail strike. The second tail strike meant certain death. If he used instant transmission, the bull's tail would whip him to death when he phased into existence. Even the minor heavenly cycle killing formation couldn't defend against it. The bull's tail could extend and retract freely. It was like a divine whip. If this is really that Azure Bull, then the bull ring on its nose might be Taishan Laojun's Vajra bracelet. That thing is an invincible treasure. If I can obtain it, I'll really be able to live in the lap of luxury in the future. But how can I kill the Azure Bull? Zhou Wen tried again and again. Although he had the disqualified that allowed him to spy on the Azure Bull's weakness, the Azure Bull was too fast. Even though Zhou Wen saw an opportunity, he still couldn't dodge the bull's tail. Zhou Wen could only patiently carry out all sorts of tests in exchange for more understanding of the Azure Bull through death. It wasn't that Zhou Wen didn't wish to circle around the Azure Bull, but the fellow seemed to be guarding the path that led behind it. Zhou Wen couldn't circle around it no matter what. As long as he stepped onto that path, he would be killed by the Azure Bull even if he used instant transmission. What's behind Mount Laojun? The more he couldn't cross the obstacle, the more Zhou Wen wanted to know what lay ahead. This required him to deal with the Azure Bull. Zhou Wen stayed at home the next few days and hardly left his room. Before he figured out how to kill the Azure Bull,
The soul mirror had completed its evolution. Soul mirror, calamity, evolvable. Life providence, god of unkilling. Life soul, mirror immortal. Wheel of destiny, soul mirror. Terror form, mirror deflection, S grade, calamity zone, mirror world, human realm. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Constitution, 100. Essence energy, 100. Talent skill, soul washing divine light, soul suppression divine light, soul extinguishing divine light, soul illuminating divine light. Companion form, mirror. The stats and abilities of this companion beast are rather interesting. Zhou carefully studied the various skills of the soul mirror and realized that it was indeed interesting. Firstly, the soul mirror itself couldn't kill any creature. The existence of the god of unkilling life providence had already severed the possibility of it being a lethal weapon. Furthermore, the soul mirror itself didn't have the ability to kill. The 4 types of divine light didn't possess any physical lethality, but their effects on the soul were very obvious. The soul washing divine light could wash away memories. The soul suppression divine light could suppress the soul, preventing the soul from controlling the body. It could achieve a near immobilization effect. The soul extinguishing divine light was the most domineering of all. It could directly destroy souls. Once the soul was destroyed, what remained was basically an empty shell. However, Zhou suspected that the soul extinguishing divine light's ability would clash with the god of unkilling. The soul illumination divine light was the strangest. This divine light didn't harm the soul, but it could pull the other party's soul into the soul mirror. Of course, the strength of the 4 divine lights depended on the strength of the other party's soul, and whether there were any soul-type companion beasts putting up a defense. The mirror deflection ability of the terror form could reflect the opponent's attack. The mirror realm was also a very strange domain. It could turn everything nearby into a mirror world, but Zhou was still studying its exact effects. As expected of a calamity, this ability is too sick. Zhou experimented for a period of time and figured out the various abilities of the soul mirror. He planned on taking the soul mirror to Mount Laojun to give it a try. Perhaps he could use the soul mirror's power to kill the Azure Bull. Chapter 1462 Soul Mirror. Before heading to Mount Laojun, Zhou went to Venus. Although the Venusian dimensional zone in reality had been destroyed and half of Venus was gone, the Venusian dimensional zone in-game still existed. Everything in the dungeon was intact. In reality, Zhou could use Li Mobai's Ghost God Eyes to lock onto the Calamity Gunner's location. However, after using the Ghost God Eyes once, they became inoperative and turned into 2 jade eyeballs that showed 0 reaction. Zhou got Li Xian to take them back and return them to Li Mobai. He still didn't understand why the Li family would help them up to this day. Although his relationship with Li Xian was indeed good, Li Mobai's various actions couldn't be explained by this relationship. Ignoring the fact that the Ghost God Eyes were useless, even if they could still be used, Zhou couldn't take them into the game. Therefore, he still couldn't kill the Calamity Gunner in-game. The Calamity Gunner had the ability to escape through the metal. Furthermore, his body could fuse with the metal. It was very difficult for Zhou to catch him in the Venusian Instance dungeon. However, things were different with the Soul Mirror. Zhou believed that the Soul Mirror's ability could restrain the Calamity Gunner very well, but he still needed to test it to verify his idea. After entering the Venusian Instance dungeon, Zhou summoned the Soul Mirror and shot a white beam at the metal guard. It moved at the true speed of light, the standard speed of a Calamity grade. When the white light shone on the metal guard, the latter immediately revealed a look of confusion and stopped firing at Zhou. Unfortunately, the Soul Mirror can't kill. Zhou had no choice but to summon the Golden Battle God to finish off the metal guard. A group of metal guards rushed out. Zhou tried the effects of the Soul Suppression Divine Light next. A black beam shot out from the mirror. The metal guards that were illuminated immediately froze, as they stood there motionless. However, once the Soul Suppression Divine Light moved away from them, they would immediately regain their mobility. Zhou then tried the Soul Extinguishing Divine Light. The moment the rainbow beam appeared, the metal guard that was illuminated by the beam suddenly collapsed to the ground as though it had lost its soul. It didn't get up again. The effects of the Soul Suppression Divine Light seemed to be much weaker than the Soul Extinguishing Divine Light. There's some overlap between the abilities, so it doesn't seem like there's any need for it to exist. I wonder if the Soul Suppression Divine Light has other uses, Zhou thought. Zhou used the Soul Illuminating Divine Light on a metal guard. He originally imagined that he would only pull his soul into the mirror, but to his surprise, the metal guard's entire body was moved into the mirror. Zhou could see the metal guard spinning in the mirror, as though it was sleepwalking. Zhou found it fun. He used the Soul Illuminating Divine Light to suck the metal guards into the mirror. Soon, the Golden Battle Gods came out, but they failed to escape the might of the Soul Illuminating Divine Light. They were all sucked in. Seeing the Golden Battle Gods,
and the metal guards spinning in the mirror world like trapped ants on a circle was amusing. Wait! Joe looked at the golden battle gods and metal guards circling the mirror world, as a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. If I suck dimensional creatures in game, can I release the dimensional creatures I suck in reality? Joe wished he could quit the game immediately to give it a try, but he decided against it after some thought. He could do it later. He quickly walked into the tunnel. The Calamity Gunner's bullets were blocked by Zhou Wen's minor heavenly cycle-killing formation as they spun around him. Zhou Wen quickly moved. By analyzing the trajectory of the Calamity Gunner's bullet, he determined its general location. After locking onto a certain area, Zhou Wen suddenly used instant transmission. At the same time, he got the Soul Mirror to activate its mirror world domain. At that instant, all the nearby metal walls turned into mirrors. The mirrors reflected the blood-colored avatar, but there was no sign of the Soul Mirror. As there were mirrors everywhere, they reflected each other, as though countless blood-colored avatars had appeared. Pa! A mirror shattered, as a black metal robot rushed out of it, with a large sniper rifle. As all the metal walls had turned into mirrors, the Calamity Gunner's metal escape technique failed. It was stuck in the mirror-like wall, and could only rush out. It was useless for him to rush out. There were mirrors everywhere, and with him unable to use metal escape, the Calamity Gunner's mobility was much weaker. The Soul Mirror shot out the soul-extinguishing divine light at the Calamity Gunner, but the latter quickly dodged. Despite both being at the Calamity grade, the Soul Mirror's mirror light was not faster than the Calamity Gunner. Zhou Wen was originally somewhat disappointed, believing that he had to rely on himself to kill the Calamity Gunner. To his surprise, the Soul Mirror beside the blood-colored avatar vanished the next second. The Soul Mirror soon appeared in a wall that had turned into a mirror. It used the soul-extinguishing divine light on the Calamity Gunner's back. The Calamity Gunner reacted very quickly as he moved and dodged the soul-extinguishing divine light. The last time Zhou Wen could stab him, he had used the opportunity of him being unable to move the moment he fired. It wasn't that easy to stab him when he wasn't shooting. Bang! As the Calamity Gunner moved, it even fired a shot. The bullet flew towards the Soul Mirror, shattering the mirror wall. Mirror shards flew everywhere. Zhou Wen was still worried that the Soul Mirror would die just like that, but he suddenly realized that a soul-extinguishing divine light had shot out from the mirror shards that flew into the sky. The Calamity Gunner clearly didn't expect such a development. It was too late to react as it was illuminated by the rainbow beam. Zhou Wen clearly saw the Calamity Gunner freeze for a moment, but it didn't collapse like the metal guard. As it roared in pain, it forced itself to move and rushed out of the range of the soul-extinguishing divine light. The Soul Mirror was like a ghost in a mirror. It moved in different mirrors, and shot out the soul-extinguishing divine light from different spots from time to time, making it impossible to guard against. The Calamity Gunner could still withstand the soul-extinguishing divine light in the beginning, but as time went on, after repeatedly being illuminated by the soul-extinguishing divine light, its resistance became increasingly weaker. It started to become more sluggish. The Calamity Gunner finally lost the ability to dodge the soul-extinguishing divine light. Under the continuous illumination of the soul-extinguishing divine light, it finally collapsed to the ground. Zhou Wen summoned Bamboo Blade and chopped off the Calamity Gunner's head. The Calamity Gunner's defense wasn't high. It was much easier than killing Kui. With a full-powered immortal slaying, he managed to behead him. With the Calamity Gunner dead, Zhou Wen was still wondering if a companion egg would drop when he heard a boom. The Golden Palace's door opened. Chapter 1463 Something happened in Guide Ancient City. Chapter 1463 Something happened in Guide Ancient City. Zhou Wen had never entered the Golden Palace in reality. In reality, even if he succeeded in clearing the level, the metal ball would automatically fly out of the Golden Palace before transferring out of it. Even during the final attempt, a stream of energy spewed out of the Golden Palace and injected into the metal ball before the Golden Palace self-destructed. Up to now, no one knew what the Golden Palace looked like. That was clearly not the case in-game. He wouldn't obtain the metal ball before reaching the Golden Palace, nor would there be any energy gushing out. In-game, this was the first time the Golden Palace had opened its door, but nothing came out. There was only a resplendent golden light inside, and nothing could be seen. The Calamity Gunner dropped a strength crystal, which Zhou Wen fed to a companion beast. Without any hesitation, he walked through the door, and quickly blended into the golden light. Zhou Wen was already prepared for battle, as he pushed the minor heavenly cycle-killing formation to its limits. He guessed that there might be a golden WRM in the Golden Palace, and it might not only be at the human realm. However, Zhou Wen was taken aback when he saw the situation in front of him. The huge metallic palace was cylindrical. On the surrounding circular walls, there were huge golden WRM statues hanging down at fixed distances. There were a total of 13. All the golden WRMs looked down towards the center of the palace with their tails up.
There was a strange metal artifact there. It looked a little like a tripod cauldron, but it didn't have feet. Furthermore, it was wide at the top and very narrow at the bottom. Just as Zhou Wen was sizing up the strange metal artifact, the door automatically closed. He then saw the golden WRM statues come to life. The golden WRMs swooped down at Zhou Wen. In the air, they transformed into shears. Zhou Wen hurriedly took out the soul mirror, but the soul mirror only managed to illuminate one of the shears with the soul-extinguishing divine light. The other scissors had already arrived beside him. Pa! 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 A few shears snipped at the soul mirror, shattering it. The shears possessed potent destructive power. The soul mirror's defense wasn't weak at the human realm, but it couldn't even withstand 3 strikes. Zhou Wen knew that summoning other companion beasts wasn't of much use now, so he decided to circulate the minor heavenly cycle killing formation with all his might and don the Dragon King armor. The Dragon King armor was transformed from the limitless demon Dragon King. Although its defense couldn't compare to the prison dragon armor, it had a very powerful ability. It could combine the powers of different creatures. With the limitless demon Dragon King's limitless wheel, Zhou Wen could share the strength of 8 companion beasts. With their strength, he was essentially 9 in 1. Unfortunately, the soul mirror had just been shattered. Otherwise, with the power of the soul mirror, Zhou Wen's minor heavenly cycle killing formation would have been even stronger. Now, Zhou Wen had borrowed the power of 8 terror-grade companion beasts, and had similarly obtained a huge improvement. The minor heavenly cycle killing formation's range was much bigger. The shears formed by the golden WRMs rushed in front of Zhou Wen and ended up trapped by the minor heavenly cycle killing formation. They constantly spun around Zhou Wen, failing to injure him. There's a chance. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. The 13 shears charged one after another into the minor heavenly cycle killing formation, but they failed to break through. 13 sharp golden beams rapidly spun around Zhou Wen like circles of golden light. My minor heavenly cycle killing formation is the nemesis of such physical offensive weapons. As expected of a skill I developed. It only needs one word to describe it: strong. Zhou Wen was somewhat smug. A terror-grade creature could withstand the siege of 13 calamity-grade creatures without being damaged at all. Anyone would be somewhat smug. Unfortunately, Zhou Wen could only trap them, and didn't have the ability to kill them. All he could do was watch them charge left and right in the minor heavenly cycle killing array. Unfortunately, my golden WRM is still giving birth. Otherwise, I could have tried killing them. Bamboo Blade is only at the terror grade after all. I probably won't be able to gain an advantage when facing a calamity grade shear. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and ignored the shears, as he walked towards the metal artifact in the middle of the hall. Apart from the 13 golden WRMs, there was only one artifact in the hall. Zhou Wen wanted to see if there was anything inside. His senses were sharp, much less truth listeners, but he couldn't sense what was inside the metal artifact. Zhou Wen controlled the blood-colored avatar to approach the metal artifact. After taking a few steps, he suddenly saw a strange light flash from it. Before Zhou Wen could figure out what had happened, the game screen went black. What the hell was that? Zhou Wen was somewhat depressed. He didn't even understand how he had died. Unfortunately, he could only enter the Venusian Instance dungeon once a day. Even if Zhou Wen wanted to continue studying it, he had to wait until tomorrow. He summoned the soul mirror, but didn't discover the metal guards, or the golden battle gods in it. Zhou Wen was even more disappointed. From the looks of it, the dimensional creatures that are stored in the mirror world in-game can't be brought to the real world. Zhou Wen put away the soul mirror, and was about to head to Mount Laojun to take a look when he suddenly heard Sheng's voice. Young master, there's news from Guide City. It said that a large number of breakout creatures have rushed out of Guide Ancient City. And Sheng said outside his room. Guide Ancient City has been breached? How's the situation now? Zhou Wen's expression changed as he hurriedly opened the door and asked Sheng. Guide Ancient City was called Ancient Sovereign City in game. Even though the Arch wanted the stone saber there, Zhou Wen didn't even dare pull out the stone saber. With the stone saber suppression, it was unlikely for Guide Ancient City's seal to undergo a breakout. Now that a large number of breakout creatures had suddenly appeared, Zhou Wen was afraid that someone had pulled out the stone saber. It didn't matter if others pulled out the stone saber. Zhou Wen was most afraid that the stone saber would fall into the Thearch's hands. The situation isn't good. In the past, there were only some low-level dimensional creatures in Guide Ancient City. Even epic creatures were rare. However, among the dimensional creatures that rushed out this time, there are many mythical creatures. The local garrison can't deal with them at all. They are retreating in defeat. Overseer has already sent reinforcements. And Sheng gave a situation report. Sheng, help me inform Sis Lan that I won't be eating with her tonight. I need to return to Guide City. Zhou Wen walked out of the door and wanted to teleport over, but after some hesitation, he decided to take Chick along. There were many skeleton creatures in Guide Ancient City. Chick's Phoenix Flames were the nemesis of such creatures. I hope the Stone Saber is still there. Zhou used his teleportation ability and headed for the vicinity of Guide Ancient City. Chapter 1464 4 Rainstorm Cleansing. Chapter 1464 Rainstorm Cleansing. Zhou long-distance teleportation still had some level of deviations. He teleported to a spot about 15 kilometers away from Guide Ancient City. There were a large number of skeleton soldiers wandering around. Dozens of them rushed over when they saw Zhou appear. Zhou waved his hand and killed all the nearby skeleton soldiers before quickly instant transmitting. However, he wasn't instant transmitting in the direction of Guide Ancient City, but his alma mater, Guide High School. With so many skeleton soldiers appearing, it meant that the situation in Guide City was probably terrible. Compared to the Stone Saber, he was more worried about Yu Qiubai's safety. After the former principal left, Yu Qiubai had taken good care of him. If not for Yu Qiubai's introduction, he wouldn't have known Li Xian. Although Ouyang Lan would definitely let him enter Sunset College even if he didn't team up with Li Xian, that wasn't what Zhou wanted. He wanted to enter through his own efforts. Otherwise, he would rather not be enrolled. According to what Zhou knew, Yu Qiubai lived in the school staff dormitory. He had a wife, but he didn't have any children. If he hadn't moved out, he could be found the moment Zhou returned to school. With Zhou's speed, it only took him the blink of an eye to travel 20 to 30 kilometers. When he arrived at Guide High School, he saw that it had turned into a battlefield. Soldiers were fighting skeleton soldiers on the streets. With the school as the base, the soldiers and the teachers were fighting waves of skeleton soldiers and skeleton generals. There were hordes of skeleton soldiers everywhere on the streets. There were also quite a number of skeleton generals. There were even some skeleton generals that were emitting flames. They were all epic existences. The school's defense line was retreating in defeat and could collapse at any moment. Zhou saw Yu Qiubai at a glance. Yu Qiubai was only at the epic stage, but now he was riding on a wild goose and shooting arrows from midair. He was engaged in a battle with a blood-colored cape and blood-stained armor, wearing general riding a skeleton horse. Although it was called a battle, Yu Qiubai was only trying to attract the general's attention and prevent him from rushing towards the school. The general had already reached the mythical stage. This was only a high school. Among the teachers and reinforcing soldiers, there was no one who could match him. The general raised the spear in his hand into the sky as the blood flames tore through the air. Yu Qiubai had to use all his might to dodge the attack. Yu Qiubai was already injured in several spots. The wild goose beneath him had also been injured, making the battle extremely strenuous. As he attracted the general's attention, he shouted, "Run! Take the back door!" The students on campus retreated from the back door under the cover of the soldiers. However, although there weren't any mythical generals at the back door, there were still hordes of skeletons. Most of the soldiers and teachers were fighting at the main entrance. Only a small number of soldiers were here. After a few attempts, they failed to charge out. Many timid girls were already crying. Many of the men were on the brink of collapse. The soldiers also knew that under such circumstances, it was only a matter of time before the defense line was breached. If there were no reinforcements, probably no one here could escape alive. However, there were skeleton creatures everywhere in Guide City. Reinforcements were needed everywhere. Who could spare their forces to help them? Old Wu, lead Bravo team to the back door and forge a path. Help those students rush out and lead them to the administrative area in the east. Captain, we can't hold on any longer. If we leave, are we going to give up on this defense line? Old Wu, who was covered in blood, shouted as he killed. The defense line will be breached sooner or later. When the time comes, we will all die. Let's hold on for a while. Escape with them and forge a way out. Every life saved is an achievement in itself. The captain's essence gold bullets had been used up. He held his companion Bee's saber and slashed with all his might. If we leave, you are all dead. Old Wu refused to retreat. If you don't leave, all of us will be dead. Go. This is an order. Take those students east. They should be able to last for a while longer. As long as we can last until the reinforcements arrive, a few of us will survive. I'm not leaving. If we die together. Death is only a matter of time. Wait for reinforcements. My ass! Who around Guide City can reinforce us? Old Wu continued fighting with all his might as he roared. The captain still wanted to say something, but after opening his blood-stained lips, he ultimately held his tongue. In the nearby area, the strongest military force was in Guide City. Now that Guide City couldn't even fend for itself, who could reinforce them? The only exception was the Sunset Army's reinforcements. However, Luoyang was too far from Guide City. They wouldn't be able to last long enough for the Sunset Army to arrive. Captain,
I heard that there was a famous general in Guide City, Zhang Sun, who defended the city without retreating. He defended the city without any rations internally or any reinforcements externally. With hundreds of soldiers, he held off tens of thousands of rebel soldiers outside the city and fought more than 400 bloody battles without being defeated. He managed to defend half of the great Tang dynasty. Although we don't have Zhang Sun's abilities to be able to die in battle on the same land as him, we might not be considered heroes, but we can be considered as people following in the footsteps of heroes, right?
Old Wu shouted as he continued killing. The captain gave a wry smile and said,
If it's possible, I'd rather you not be that hero. So what if we die? Who doesn't die? We brothers will have company in our eternal peace. We won't be lonely on the way.
As Old Wu spoke, he saw the defense line breach. A tide of skeletons surged into the school.
It's over.
The soldiers and teachers looked at the skeleton legion that charged in like predators. They knew that the situation was hopeless, and their eyes were filled with despair. Yu Qiubai sighed and looked into the school. Not only were his students there, but his wife was also there. Suddenly, a strange buzzing sound sounded in the air. It was as though countless bees were flapping their wings and flying, but no one saw them. Pa! 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 The horde of skeletons that rushed into the school was instantly shattered by an invisible force that descended from the sky. Large swaths of them were instantly diced into fragments. It wasn't just the school. The tidal-like skeletons outside were also diced to pieces by the power that descended from the sky. Be it the lowest-level skeleton soldiers or the flaming skeleton generals, none of them could withstand a single strike. It was as though an invisible sword rain had enveloped the entire land, instantly destroying all the skeletons as though it was purging the land.
What happened?
Everyone watched in a daze as the waves of skeletons were killed. Even the seemingly invincible mythical skeleton general failed to withstand the invisible force. His body was sliced into pieces by the invisible sword beams that descended from the sky. Everyone looked into the sky and saw a figure levitating there. His clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. He was the one who had released the invisible sword beams that purged the land like a storm.
Zhou Wen.
Yu Qiubai couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised when he saw the figure.
Sir, I'm sorry for being late,
Zhou Wen said in embarrassment when he arrived in front of Yu Qiubai. All the skeletons within his reach had been killed. The distant skeleton legion had yet to charge over. Chapter 1465 Ancient City Anomaly. Chapter 1465 Ancient City Anomaly.
It's good that you're back.
Looking at the youth in front of him, Yu Qiubai had 1,000 things to say, but he was momentarily at a loss for words. The youth who had painstakingly left this place had finally returned. However, he was no longer the same Zhou Wen from back then. No one had expected such a scene to happen today.
Sir, guard the school for now. Don't leave the area to go out. I'll be back soon,
Zhou Wen said as he summoned 2 terror-formed golden battle gods to stand guard outside the school. He then flew towards the distant skeleton horde. As the golden battle gods had already undergone terror transformation, ordinary people couldn't see them. The soldiers and teachers saw Zhou Wen fly into the sky and charge at a skeleton legion in the distance. Wherever he passed, the skeleton legion collapsed like dust washed away by a storm.
That looks like Zhou Wen, right? Why is he here? Don't you know? Zhou Wen graduated from our school. Holy sh*T, for real? Zhou Wen was from our school. Isn't that obvious? Didn't you hear how he greeted our principal? He used to be a student under him. In that case, Zhou Wen is our senior? Holy sh*T, I think that mythical creature dropped a companion egg. He didn't even pick it up. There are many dimensional crystals and companion eggs outside. They are everywhere.
Old Wu held a wrinkled cigarette in his mouth as he took a deep drag and spat it out. He looked in the direction Zhou Wen had flown in and said,
Talent is really desirable. Talent allows you to do whatever you want. I love it.
Zhou Wen wiped out the nearby skeleton legion, but he still saw skeleton creatures rushing out of Guide Ancient City. He knew that if he didn't resolve the problem of Guide Ancient City, it would be useless no matter how many skeletons he killed. Thankfully, most of the skeleton creatures had been wiped out by him, with only a few escaping. The skeletons that rushed out of Guide Ancient City were unable to form a legion. After some thought, Zhou Wen flew in the direction of Guide Ancient City, hoping to root out the problem. Guide Ancient City hadn't had any obvious changes to its appearance since Zhou Wen first entered. However, there were skeleton creatures everywhere. Even the moat was filled with skeletons, as though it was a river that led to hell. Zhou Wen's figure streaked across the sky as large swaths of skeleton creatures were culled. Plenty of dimensional crystals dropped. Zhou Wen wasn't in the mood to pick up the low-level dimensional crystals and companion eggs as he charged straight for the ancient city's door. After rushing into the ancient city, Zhou Wen realized that ancient buildings stretched out like a mountain range.
The ancient city was many times bigger than before with no end in sight. Zhou originally imagined that the skeleton creatures had come out from inside the ancient city, but after entering, he realized that there weren't any skeleton creatures in the ancient city. In fact, most of the skeleton creatures had crawled out from the ground and moat outside the city. Strange, why don't I see a single skeleton creature? Zhou looked around. Unlike the flames of war outside, the ancient city was terrifyingly quiet. It was virtually silent, as though it was a different world from the outside. Zhou failed to discover a single creature in the city the entire time. He found it somewhat odd. All he could do was don the prison dragon armor, and stick the substitute talisman on him. He continued keeping the minor heavenly cycle killing formation around at its limits before heading for the fire god platform. As the ancient city was many times bigger than before, the possibility of the fire god platform still being in its original spot wasn't high, but the general direction couldn't be wrong. Zhou swept past the roofs of the ancient buildings. To his surprise, they seemed to be enveloped by a mysterious force. Truth Listener's ability couldn't hear anything inside. There was nothing. Apart from the ancient buildings that resembled a palace complex, this place seemed to be a ghost city. Zhou didn't see anything as he traveled. I've finally found it. Zhou finally discovered the fire god platform. It hadn't changed much and still looked the same. It didn't seem different from the last time he came. Zhou went straight to the fire god platform and couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he found the stone saber still embedded in the furnace. Strange, the stone saber is still there. It wasn't pulled out. Why did the ancient city undergo such a large-scale breakout? Furthermore, the ancient city itself has undergone a huge change. Zhou was puzzled. The first reason Zhou hadn't pulled out the saber was that he was afraid that it would lead to the destruction of Guide City. Secondly, it was also because of the arch. However, there was another important reason. Zhou knew that only people who had cultivated the ancient Sovereign Sutra could pull out the stone saber. It wasn't that easy to gain basic mastery in the ancient Sovereign Sutra. Furthermore, to pull out the stone saber, one needed to reach the mythical stage with the ancient Sovereign Sutra. Otherwise, the Darch wouldn't have specially negotiated with him. The ancient Sovereign Sutra wasn't a chi refinement art. One couldn't raise it by loading up resources, so Zhou wasn't too worried about the stone saber being pulled out. From the looks of it, the stone saber hadn't been pulled out. Just as Zhou was feeling puzzled, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He subconsciously turned around. A figure was standing on the roof of an ancient building amidst the stretch of buildings, staring at him. Humanoid dimensional creature? Zhou's heart tightened. Among dimensional creatures, there weren't many that were similar to humans in size, but the more human, like a dimensional creature was, the more terrifying it was. For example, the main gods of many pantheons were in human form. Although there were some exceptions, Zhou still paid attention to humanoid creatures. The dimensional creature on the roof was no different from a human. He was tall and muscular, and his hair was disheveled. He was covered in animal hide, and his exposed skin showed a healthy tan. None of these mattered. The main point was that Zhou sensed a special aura from him. This aura was something only people who cultivated the ancient Sovereign Sutra had. The other party was a dimensional creature, yet he actually had the aura of the ancient Sovereign Sutra. This was somewhat strange. The dimensional creature was casually standing on the roof, but it had an aura that made it appear like an apex predator. It made Zhou feel uneasy. Zhou flicked his finger, and the bamboo blade that had transformed into a ring bounced out. Like a bent spring, it instantly returned to its straight form. It was already the size of the normal bamboo blade by the time it landed in Zhou's hand. Zhou held the bamboo blade and stared at the humanoid dimensional creature. The ominous feeling didn't weaken. Chapter 1466 Terrifying Humanoid Dimensional Creature. Chapter 1466 Terrifying Humanoid Dimensional Creature. Zhou took out the immortal culling sword as well. He held the bamboo blade in one hand, and the immortal culling sword in the other, as he stared intently at the humanoid dimensional creature. The humanoid dimensional creature stared at Zhou as it exerted strength in its legs. Instantly, its figure blurred and vanished from Zhou's sight. Zhou was alarmed. Without any hesitation, he used instant transmission and headed for the ancient city's exit. How terrifying was a speed that even his vision couldn't keep up. Just as Zhou finished instant transmission, his heart skipped a beat. He saw the humanoid creature standing in front of him, with its nose almost touching his. Its black pupils met Zhou's pupils, as its long gray hair swayed slightly in the wind. The minor heavenly cycle killing formation failed to show an effect? Zhou was alarmed as he quickly retreated. He wanted to simultaneously draw both the bamboo blade and immortal culling sword. There was only one possibility for his opponent to ignore the minor, heavenly cycle killing formation. The other party's strength was enough to tear through the void. However, before Zhou could draw the saber and sword, the humanoid creature pressed down with both hands and forcefully sheathed the saber and sword back. At the same time, it turned around and kicked Zhou Wen in the chest. These actions were done in one fell swoop, so fast that Zhou Wen couldn't react despite seeing him move. His body flew out like a cannonball and slammed into a wall. Boom! An ancient building collapsed under Zhou Wen's weight. Despite having absolute defense, his prison dragon armor had a footprint-shaped hole. Zhou Wen's sternum fractured in numerous areas. All his bones seemed to have fallen apart during the collision. If not for the prison dragon armor's protection, all his bones would have shattered. Bang! Zhou Wen endured the pain from his injuries and instant transmitted away. Almost at the same time, the collapsed building was blasted apart by a terrifying force. Zhou Wen ducked left the moment he finished instant transmission. At the same time, he pointed an ancient mirror at the spot where he had appeared, shooting out rainbow beams. The humanoid creature was already there as expected. At such a close distance, and with the soul mirror's mirror beam traveling at the speed of light, the humanoid creature's reaction time was minute, almost negligible in theory. Despite being so close, the humanoid creature managed to react. Its figure blurred in Zhou Wen's vision, as it dodged the soul mirror's soul-extinguishing divine light. Without waiting for the soul mirror's divine light to stop, Zhou Wen used instant transmission. He knew that he was in deep sh*t. To be able to dodge the soul mirror's light at such a distance meant that he was at least at the hell level or above. He might even be at the heaven realm. What was even more terrifying was that the other party's strength came from the ancient sovereign sutra. It was unadulterated physical strength. To be able to cultivate his body to such a level, be it speed or strength, was not something Zhou Wen could match. Bang! Zhou Wen wanted to follow up his instant transmission with another. The gap between them wasn't even a tenth of a second, but in that split second, he was grabbed by the humanoid creature and punched in the face. Half of the prison dragon helmet cratered in, along with half of Zhou Wen's face as his body flew to the side. In midair, before Zhou Wen even slammed into the wall, the humanoid creature appeared in front of him again and kicked his head. Half of Zhou Wen's face was deformed as his cheekbones collapsed. His head had been severely injured and the other party's speed was very fast, but Zhou Wen ultimately reacted. When he was in midair, he used another instant transmission. Clang! The humanoid creature had already sent a punch over the moment he phased into existence, giving him no chance to dodge. However, Zhou Wen crossed his saber and sword and blocked the incoming punch. Unfortunately, the humanoid creature had immense strength. The saber and sword slammed into Zhou Wen's chest, sending him flying. He lost his grip on the saber and sword as they fell. Thankfully, Zhou Wen didn't have the time to draw them out of their scabbards. Otherwise, the saber and sword would have sliced him apart. He might have been diced to pieces. Come out! Zhou Wen summoned a golden battle god and shielded himself. Indeed, the humanoid creature had already arrived behind him and struck at the golden battle god. The Terrorgrade golden battle god was shattered by his strike as his palm continued in its trajectory towards Zhou Wen's back. Using the instant he won from sacrificing the golden battle god, Zhou Wen finally instant transmitted out again. The soul mirror he had thrown into the air also shot out the soul-extinguishing divine light at the humanoid creature. It was useless. His speed was too fast. The soul-extinguishing divine light couldn't keep up with him. The humanoid figure flashed behind the soul mirror and threw a punch at it. With the strength of his fist, even the soul mirror probably couldn't withstand it. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had expected this and had already unsummoned the soul mirror ahead of time. When his fist struck down, the soul mirror transformed into a stream of light that returned to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen immediately summoned it again. He held the soul mirror with both hands and activated the soul-illuminating divine light. The 4 types of divine light traveled at the speed of light. In theory, their speeds were the same, but Zhou Wen felt that the soul-illuminating divine light was clearly faster than the other 3 types of divine light. Zhou Wen directed the soul mirror to emit divine light in the direction where the humanoid creature wasn't standing, but when the divine light shot out, the humanoid creature appeared in its path. Success? Zhou Wen was delighted when he saw that he had successfully predicted the humanoid creature's movement. If the soul-illuminating divine light could store the humanoid creature in the soul mirror, his life would be saved. However, when the soul-illuminating divine light shone on the humanoid creature, he only paused for a moment before immediately rushing out of its range. What the hell is this fellow? Why would such a creature appear in Guide Ancient City? Zhou Wen didn't just want to vomit blood. In fact, blood kept gushing out of his mouth as half his face was mangled. He threw out the soul mirror with his left hand and grabbed the immortal culling sword with his right hand. Almost at the same time, Zhou Wen pulled out the immortal culling sword and slashed backwards with immortal slaying. The humanoid creature was indeed there. When it saw Zhou Wen slash at it, it didn't dodge. It extended its hand and grabbed at the immortal culling sword. Crack!
The sword beam shattered like glass. The humanoid creature's palm grabbed the immortal culling sword's blade without suffering any damage. It's over. Just as Zhou Wen had this thought, he felt an unstoppable force coming from the hilt. Boom! Zhou Wen's body was thrown into the air and smashed into the ground, shattering the stone slabs there. The stone fragments mixed with the armor fragments flew up. As for Zhou Wen, who was spitting out blood, his eyes were bloodshot as his body rapidly plummeted into the ground. Chapter 1467 A Narrow Escape. Chapter 1467 A Narrow Escape. As he was smashed into the ground, Zhou Wen used the Chaos Egg to protect himself. This was his strongest defense. Zhou Wen used Spacetime Bandit inside the Chaos Egg and slashed out Immortal Slaying. Bang! The Chaos Egg bounced upon hitting the bottom. The power of Immortal Slaying under the effects of Spacetime Bandit was simultaneously released from its previous spot and slashed at the spot where the humanoid monster was standing. Even the Soul Mirror's speed couldn't keep up with the humanoid monster, much less Immortal Slaying's speed. The humanoid monster's body flashed. Not only did he dodge the power of Immortal Slaying, but he also appeared above the Chaos Egg. He clenched his fingers into a fist and punched the Chaos Egg. Bang! The Chaos Egg was severely deformed and nearly turned into an awl. It slammed into the ground, blasting open a huge crater. The Chaos Egg didn't shatter, as it bounced back and bounced everywhere in the ancient building. The Chaos Egg was instantly filled with solid essence energy crystals. They inflated the Chaos Egg, pushing it to the brink. Bang! Another punch struck the Chaos Egg, causing it to explode. The essence energy crystals inside exploded like stars as Zhou Wen's body fell out. Blood spewed out of Zhou Wen's mouth amidst his horror. Even the Chaos Egg had only managed to block 2 punches. With his damaged body, he probably couldn't even withstand a single strike. Even if he wasn't hit in a vital spot, he would probably die. Sigh of the King. I'll really die if you don't come out. From the looks of it, I can only use that move. Zhou Wen had already predicted the location of the humanoid monster's appearance, but in his present state, he couldn't even dodge. Even if he barely teleported, he would probably be killed by the humanoid monster the moment he phased into existence. Instead of dying when the time came, he might as well risk it and use his ultimate move. The humanoid monster instantly arrived at a speed beyond Zhou Wen's senses. Zhou Wen stopped looking and summoned all his companion beasts. Truth Listener, come out! Zhou Wen's will shouted crazily, but Truth Listener in its earring form remained unmoved. It had no intention of coming out. Bam! 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 In an instant, countless companion beasts that stood in front of the humanoid monster were killed. Thankfully, when Zhou Wen summoned his companion beasts, he deliberately placed them like the golden battle god halberd on the front. His main combat pets like Banana Fairy and Demonic Neonate were summoned to the side. Zhou Wen didn't dare hesitate. He bent his legs and wanted to kneel down to force the silent sigh of the king out. At this critical moment, he couldn't care less. However, the humanoid monster was too fast. Just as Zhou Wen's knees bent, the humanoid monster's fist arrived in front of him. Oh no, it's too late! Zhou Wen was alarmed. Although Banana Fairy and the other companion beasts had already attacked the humanoid monster's location with all their might, Banana Fairy's terrifying Chaos Wind and Torch Dragon's Bright Torch Vision World failed to injure him. To the humanoid monster, the Chaos Wind was no different from a breeze in spring. It couldn't even stop him for an instant. Just as the blurry fist was about to land on Zhou Wen's face, it suddenly stopped as though something had blocked it. However, there was nothing in front of Zhou Wen. That humanoid monster suddenly showed kindness? Or did he suddenly realize that I resemble his long-lost father and can't bear to attack me? Zhou Wen saw the monster stop there with its fist hanging in front of him without advancing. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Ring! As Zhou Wen thought about it, the attacks of Banana Fairy and the other companion beasts landed on the humanoid monster, but they were useless. However, when a strange chime sounded, the humanoid monster suddenly hugged his head as though he was in extreme pain. Zhou Wen was first taken aback before he was delighted. He looked up and saw Demonic Neonate holding the heaven-shrouding bell in her hand. She was rapidly shaking it. The sound waves that undulated from the heaven-shrouding bell spread out like water ripples, forming a strange spatial barrier. No senses could pass through the barrier formed by the heaven-shrouding bell. Banana Fairy, Torch Dragon, Limitless Demon Dragon King, and other attacks constantly struck the humanoid creature, but he didn't dodge or counterattack. All he did was hug his head with both hands as his body constantly trembled. However, the attacks were useless against the humanoid monster. Even when the Soul Mirror's soul-extinguishing light shone on the humanoid monster, it only made him roar, as though he was in extreme pain. It didn't wipe away his soul. Neonate, well done! No matter how stupid Zhou Wen was, He could tell that the power that really affected the humanoid monster was the heaven-shrouding bell in Demonic Neonate's hand. Demonic Neonate hadn't used the heaven-shrouding bell much since she had obtained it. She had never used it against powerful creatures. Joe would imagine that the heaven-shrouding bell's power had weakened in her hands. After all, Demonic Neonate's level was too low. It was normal for the heaven-shrouding bell she had absorbed to suffer a loss in level. He never expected the heaven-shrouding bell to be effective at such a critical moment.
Neonate, continue maintaining it.
Joe unsummoned his companion beasts, and only left Soul Mirror and Demonic Neonate out. The soul-extinguishing divine light was still effective against the humanoid monster. Joe retreated towards the ancient city's exit as Demonic Neonate rang the bell. At the same time, he picked up the immortal culling sword that had flown out of his hand. Joe observed the humanoid monster as he retreated. The heaven-shrouding bell's power didn't injure him, but what puzzled Joe was that the heaven-shrouding bell's power wasn't a psyche attack, but from the looks of it, the humanoid monster seemed to be suffering from a psyche attack. Strange, the heaven-shrouding bell is clearly a spatial power. How can it have such an effect? Joe was puzzled. The Soul Mirror's attacks were clearly psychic in nature, but its effects weren't as good as the heaven-shrouding bell. Although the heaven-shrouding bell was indeed effective, it didn't seem like it could kill the humanoid monster. All Joe wanted to do now was leave Guide Ancient City and survive. The humanoid monster kept hugging his head and trembling. In the beginning, he would let out a low roar due to the power of the soul-extinguishing divine light. However, behind him, only his body trembled. There was silence. However, this didn't mean that his vitality had weakened. On the contrary, the humanoid monster showed no signs of dying. Instead, his vitality increased. Joe was about to reach the entrance. Just as he was about to unsummon Demonic Neonate and the Soul Mirror before escaping, he suddenly heard a voice.
Wait, child.
Joe's body shook as he realized that the humanoid monster had stopped trembling. He straightened his back and stared at him. The person who spoke was none other than the humanoid monster. Chapter 1468 Demonstrating the Ancient Sovereign Sutra. Chapter 1468 Demonstrating the Ancient Sovereign Sutra.
Child, don't be afraid. I won't harm you. At least not now.
The humanoid monster said faintly, as he stood there without any intention of attacking Joe. Joe kept his back against the door. Although he didn't immediately rush out, he was fully focused. If anything went wrong, he would immediately rush out the door.
Who are you?
Joe said as he looked at the humanoid monster. He could sense that the humanoid monster was somewhat different from before, but he couldn't tell what was different.
I'm no longer worthy of having a name.
The humanoid monster sighed and said,
Child, I don't have much time. I have some questions for you. In this world, are humans still human? What else can humans be if they aren't humans?
Joe asked with a frown. The humanoid monster seemed to understand something as he said in enlightenment.
Are there still pure-blooded humans in this world? Am I not a pure-blooded human?
Seeing that the Soul Mirror was useless against him, Joe wanted to unsummon it.
Don't unsummon the mirror. Its existence gives me more time.
The humanoid monster seemed to see through Joe's thoughts and spoke first. The heaven-shrouding bell in Demonic Neonate's heart continued to shake without any intention of stopping. Joe was slightly taken aback, as though he had figured out something. He got the Soul Mirror to continue spewing out the soul-extinguishing divine light at the humanoid monster. The humanoid monster sized up Joe and shook its head.
No, you aren't a pure human. Although I can't sense the dimension's bloodline in you, pure humans are unable to break through the limits of the Deva realm. As for you, you have long passed the limits of the Deva realm. What's the Deva realm? Are you referring to the advancement to the mythical stage?
Joe pondered.
Mythical? You can say that.
The humanoid monster thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Then it asked,
Are there any pure-blooded humans left in this world? Of course. Can you tell me who you are?
Joe asked again.
I'm ashamed to continue having a name.
The humanoid monster refused to say anything. He sighed and said,
As long as there are pure-blooded humans, there's still hope. Although the chances are slim, there's still a chance.
After a pause, the humanoid monster pondered and said,
Child, I don't have much time left. Now, you have to remember every word I say. Although you aren't a pure human, human blood flows in you. Remember my words. Tell it to every human. This will affect the fate of the entire human race. Tell me.
Joe sized up the humanoid monster in puzzlement, guessing his origins and how trustworthy his words were.
Firstly, humans have to maintain a pure bloodline. Under no circumstances are they to fuse with dimensional bloodlines. Otherwise, the entire human race will be wiped out.
Joe gaped his mouth to say something, but he was interrupted by the humanoid monster. Then he continued,
Secondly, kill all the invading dimensional creatures. We can't let them control the land. Third, find a ship with such a mark. There's a woman on that ship. Kill her,
the humanoid monster said as he extended his finger and drew a symbol on the ground. Joe nearly cried out when he saw the symbol. This was because the symbol drawn by the humanoid monster was the symbol of the anchor and the woman's side profile.
The woman you want killed is the woman in the symbol?
Joe asked as he pointed at the drawing on the ground.
Yes.
The humanoid monster nodded slightly.
You have to do these 3 things. If you can't do any of them, the entire human race might very well be destroyed. Why must these 3 things be done? Who's that woman?
Joe asked with a frown.
It's a long story. I don't have that much time. I'll next demonstrate the Ancient Sovereign Sutra for you. This is the second half of the Ancient Sovereign Sutra. With this second half, pure humans will have a chance to break through the limit of the Deva realm. Although it's still extremely unlikely, there's still that rare chance.
As the humanoid monster spoke, the power of the Ancient Sovereign Sutra over his body bloomed. One could clearly sense the essence energy circulation in his body.
Everything in the world has its specialty. The tiger has claws, the bird has wings, the fish has scales and gills, but only humans don't have any specialties. They don't have sharp claws or teeth, nor do they have wings that can fly, nor do they have the ability to secrete poison, much less survive in water. Humans are so incompatible in this world, as though they don't belong to this world.
The humanoid monster continued while circulating the Ancient Sovereign Sutra.
As long as everything in the world evolves to a certain level, they can easily break through the limits of the Deva realm. However, no matter how hard humans work, they are unable to break through this step. Countless human sages have tried their best their entire lives, but they failed to take that step. Human Sovereign once comprehended the Tao. He said that the land is a cage for humans. Humans are trapped here to suffer all kinds of suffering. It's difficult for them to transcend even across generations. They are nothing but prisoners.
The power of the Ancient Sovereign Sutra over the humanoid monster became stronger and stronger. He was like a sun that emitted a terrifying vitality.
Only by exceeding the limits of the Deva realm can one be liberated from this cage of suffering. However, the human body seems to be shackled, or perhaps it has some flaws. Even a genius can't break through the limits of the Deva realm by themselves.
When the humanoid monster said that, he became spirited.
I transformed into a devil and broke through the limits of the Deva realm. Although this body has been crippled and I can't recover my human body, I've also figured out a way to help my race break through the shackles. I've completed the Ancient Sovereign Sutra and obtained a sliver of life for the human race. You have to remember this method and pass it on to the world. As long as a pure human can advance to the mythical stage, it will be the hope of all humanity. Well, can I interrupt?
Joe said with an odd expression.
Don't say anything else. Listen to me and sense my realm. Although you can no longer cultivate the Ancient Sovereign Sutra, as a human evangelist of the Tao, you will definitely leave your name in history.
The humanoid monster then demonstrated the Ancient Sovereign Sutra as he chanted. Joe wanted to tell the humanoid monster that he was a pure-blooded human, but he failed to interject. The humanoid monster's strength was unimaginably terrifying. The Ancient Sovereign Sutra he demonstrated had a domineering aura that defied the heavens. Joe could even sense the scene of a battle forged through blood and fire, one that could collapse the world. The Ancient Sovereign Sutra he recited was something that wasn't on the monument. Joe however realized that the supplementary parts of the Ancient Sovereign Sutra were clearly different from what he had figured out. The Ancient Sovereign Sutra only had content after the mythical stage, so Joe's Ancient Sovereign Sutra was a path he had taken himself. The other party had also taken a path himself. The two paths were completely different. Despite having the same foundation, the essence energy are developed in two completely different directions. Chapter 1469 Two versions of the Ancient Sovereign Sutra. Chapter 1469 Two versions of the Ancient Sovereign Sutra. Joe watched the humanoid monster demonstrate. Although the humanoid monster's Ancient Sovereign Sutra was different from his, the other party's realm and level were much higher than his. He could draw some experience from him. Joe realized that something was amiss after watching for some time. Although the humanoid monster's Ancient Sovereign Sutra was indeed very powerful and high level, it was too different from Joe's Ancient Sovereign Sutra. There wasn't much point in referencing it.
Excuse me.
Joe wanted to ask the question on his mind.
Don't speak. Engrave every word I say firmly in your soul. These are the fruits of labor earned from the sacrifices of generations of human sages. You have to pass it down. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it. Just remember it.
The humanoid monster's expression was solemn as he continued demonstrating the Ancient Sovereign Sutra. Joe had no choice but to continue listening as he thought to himself, even if it's useless for me, I can find a human to inherit this essence energy art in the future. Towards the end of the Ancient Sovereign Sutra's demonstration, the aura of the humanoid creature was so powerful that it nearly broke through the firmaments. This was thankfully a dimensional zone. If they were outside, it would probably quake areas thousands of kilometers away. Zhou Wen, however, vaguely felt that with the Ancient Sovereign Sutra's demonstration, the aura of the humanoid creature gradually began to turn odd. If it was purely the Ancient Sovereign's aura in the beginning, it was almost impossible to tell if he was a human or a dimensional creature. The dimensional creature's aura became more and more obvious with time. The humanoid creature finally finished demonstrating the Ancient Sovereign Sutra and stopped. The aura from his body continued surging like a stormy sea.
Have you memorized it? There's not much time left. If there's anything you can't remember, quickly ask.
The humanoid creature seemed to be enduring some pain as his voice trembled.
I've memorized it, but I have an important question to ask,
Zhou Wen said, as he switched his essence energy art to the Ancient Sovereign Sutra to prevent the humanoid creature from interrupting him again. The sun-like Ancient Sovereign appeared in front of Zhou Wen before he asked.
I've also cultivated the Ancient Sovereign Sutra on the stone monument, but the path I took later was somewhat different from what you demonstrated. It's even at odds with yours. Can you tell me why?
The humanoid monster wanted to interrupt him when he heard the first half of the sentence, hoping to finish explaining everything as soon as possible. However, his eyes widened as he lost control of his emotions and cried out when he saw the human sovereign projection that Zhou Wen had summoned.
How is this possible? You managed to raise the Ancient Sovereign Sutra to the Terra grade, but I can't sense any dimensional power from you. That's impossible.
Sovereign Sutra was actually simulated in the beginning. As long as he didn't switch to the Ancient Sovereign Sutra, he wouldn't possess the aura of the Ancient Sovereign Sutra. Although the humanoid monster had cultivated the Ancient Sovereign Sutra to an extremely high realm, he still couldn't sense it. He couldn't believe it when he suddenly saw Zhou Wen summon the human sovereign projection.
Yes, it hasn't been long since my Ancient Sovereign Sutra advanced to the Terra grade, but there's a problem with it. Anyone injured by the power of the Ancient Sovereign Sutra will rapidly recover from their injuries. Even an ant can't be killed. Is there any way to resolve this problem?
Zhou Wen had always found the Ancient Sovereign Sutra's characteristic depressing. The Ancient Sovereign Sutra's augmentation of strength was potent, but it couldn't kill anyone. It was useless no matter how much it strengthened him. The humanoid monster looked at Zhou Wen with an ambivalent look. He was clearly the monster, but now, he looked at Zhou Wen like he was looking at a monster.
Are humans nowadays like you? How many people have mastered the Ancient Sovereign Sutra? How many have relied on the Ancient Sovereign Sutra to break through the limits of? With a complicated expression.
I've never heard of anyone. Perhaps there might be some, but I don't know of them.
Zhou Wen wasn't sure if anyone else had cultivated the Ancient Sovereign Sutra. The stone monument was sitting right there after all. Anyone could see it. Perhaps someone had mastered it.
In other words, you learned the Ancient Sovereign Sutra completely independently. No one guided you to reach basic mastery.
The humanoid monster asked again.
No.
Zhou Wen thought for a moment and said,
Is there a problem? Could it be that my Ancient Sovereign Sutra can't injure others because I've cultivated it wrongly?
The humanoid monster said with a strange expression.
The ancient human sovereign is the sovereign of humanity. Every human sovereign is the sovereign that humanity pins its hopes on, and they are willing to sacrifice everything for humanity. Every human sovereign has the determination to sacrifice themselves to achieve righteousness. What they want is not to kill, but to let humanity live.
With that said, the humanoid monster sighed softly.
However, this path isn't feasible. Even the sovereigns of humanity like Shuairenqi and Shenong, who had risked everything for humans, were unable to break through the limits of the Deva realm. In the end, they had no choice but to sacrifice themselves to transform into a devil and seek other paths. That's how I have the Ancient Sovereign Sutra I cultivate now.
The humanoid monster gave Zhou Wen and human sovereign a deep look before sighing.
If I had known that someone could cultivate the Ancient Sovereign Sutra with a pure human body, I wouldn't have taken so many detours. That's not right. Since they are the sovereigns of humanity, they have to lead the human race to fight foreign enemies. If they can't kill the enemy, wouldn't the Ancient Sovereign Sutra be mostly crippled?
Zhou Wen still felt that the Ancient Sovereign Sutra he cultivated was somewhat problematic.
Sovereigns are different from emperors. Emperors kill, but sovereigns subdue the enemy without fighting. Killing is just a temporary solution, a highly ineffective plan. If one can really make the opponent submit and be used, wouldn't that be a boon? Rearing livestock and planting food are all ways to turn enemies into friends. They are many times stronger than the person who only knows how to kill. How can they be on the same level?
Wrong. It's all wrong. I never expected that the efforts of generations of people who even have taken the wrong path.
The humanoid monster's voice gradually became strange. It was as though he had gradually lost his feelings and had become cold and heartless.
Go! Live on with your ancient sovereign sutra. I'm almost unable to control this body. Remember the 3 things I said. If you can't do it, don't ever return to Ancient Sovereign City. Find someone suitable to pass on the Ancient Sovereign Sutra until someone can do it. Then, let him return to Ancient Sovereign City.
The humanoid monster's eyes became more and more ferocious, as though he had changed into a different person. Although Zhou still had many questions to ask, he could tell that the humanoid monster was about to lose control. The Heaven Shrouding Bell's isolation ability couldn't help the humanoid monster resist the control of some force.
Farewell!
Zhou didn't dare hesitate. He wasn't the humanoid monster's match, so he could only escape. At the instant Zhou unsummoned demonic neonate and the soul mirror, the humanoid monster completely lost control and vanished. Thankfully, Zhou had already instant transmitted with Spacetime Bandit. As he unsummoned his companion beasts, he rushed out of Guide City. The interior and exterior of the city were almost 2 different worlds. Large numbers of skeleton creatures constantly crawled out of the moat outside the city. There was no lack of mythical creatures among them. Zhou used the minor heavenly cycle killing formation to clean up the nearby skeleton creatures. When he arrived at an uninhabited area in the city, he suddenly shouted,
"Come out!"
Chapter 1470 Touch. Chapter 1470 Touch. Zhou waited for a while, but no one came out. He said,
"Sweetie, I know you're here. Come out."
Sweetie walked out of a tree not far away after a while. She lowered her head and avoided eye contact like a child who had made a mistake.
"You were the one who helped me block that punch, right?"
Zhou immediately understood that his guess was right when he saw Sweetie. Before demonic neonate could ring the Heaven Shrouding Bell, and before Zhou could kneel, the humanoid monster's fist had suddenly stopped. It definitely wasn't a coincidence. After some thought, Zhou realized that Sweetie was the most likely candidate.
"I didn't mean to save you. It's just a coincidence." "Yes, a coincidence."
Sweetie lowered her head and fiddled with her clothes, not daring to look up at Zhou. Zhou couldn't help but pity Sweetie when he saw that she was like a child who wasn't good at expressing herself. He reached out to stroke her hair. This was because Zhou was an introverted person. Even though he treated others well, he wasn't willing to say it out loud. Sweetie reminded Zhou of himself. Sweetie was flustered and didn't think too much. When Zhou touched her hair, she suddenly recalled that sinners couldn't be touched, they would be turned into gold.
"No!"
Sweetie exclaimed as she retreated. However, she knew that it was too late. She looked at Zhou and was alarmed to discover him standing there with his hand still in the air. He looked extremely puzzled, as though he was surprised by Sweetie's reaction.
You're fine?"
Sweetie realized that Zhou hadn't turned into gold. He didn't have any metal on him, much less turn into gold.
"I'm fine."
Only then did Zhou recall that the people who had turned into gold seemed to be related to Sweetie. He couldn't help but break out into a cold sweat.
"Try touching me again."
Sweetie still couldn't believe that Zhou hadn't turned into gold when he touched her. Zhou was a big baddie from every angle she could tell. He was definitely riddled with sins, but she found it unbelievable that Zhou wouldn't turn into a golden statue.
"There's no need, right?"
Zhou took half a step back. He was afraid that it had been an accident. An adverse outcome would be bad if he touched her again.
"It'll be fine."
Sweetie stubbornly walked in front of Zhou and reached out to grab his hand before placing it on her head. Indeed, Zhou didn't show any signs of turning into gold. Not only did he not turn into gold, but there was also a mysterious force that quickly healed Zhou's injuries. Such serious injuries recovered in just moments. There were no longer any signs of injury. Zhou was alarmed, but he heaved a sigh of relief. He bent his fingers slightly and ruffled Sweetie's hair.
"Thank you for saving me. Tell me what you want. I'll definitely deliver it to you as long as I can obtain it."
Sweetie shook her head and said with a strange expression,
"I don't want anything. Furthermore, I've already broken the rules. Someone will soon take me away. I'm afraid we won't have the chance to meet again in the future." "What rules did you violate? Who will take you away? With your abilities, who can take you away if you don't wish to leave?"
Zhou asked in puzzlement. Sweetie only shook her head and didn't answer Zhou's question. She pushed away his hand that was pressing on her head and glared at him.
"Don't let me know about any evil you do in the future, or I won't spare you."
With that said, Sweetie turned around and left.
"Wait."
Zhou pondered for a moment and stopped Sweetie.
"What for?"
Sweetie turned her head and asked.
"This is yours, right?"
Zhou took out the candy box and lemon candy and threw them at Sweetie.
"So it was with you. Where did you get it?"
Sweetie caught the candy box and the lemon candy and couldn't help but be stunned. Zhou recounted the process of obtaining the candy box and the lemon candy. After Sweetie heard that, she muttered to herself thoughtfully.
"I see. So that's how it is. It's no wonder I couldn't find it despite searching for so long. So she stole it. Now that the item has returned to its rightful owner, you should be at ease,
Joan said.
What's there to worry about? I've never been worried.
Sweetie didn't know why, but she suddenly felt angry. She threw the candy box and lemon candy at Joan and said angrily,
Who wants your things? Since you painstakingly obtained them, keep them for yourself.
With that said, she vanished without giving Joan a chance to speak.
Since you're here to find these things, why don't you want them?
Joan really couldn't figure out what Sweetie was up to. However, since it was Sweetie's, the candy probably wasn't ordinary. Joan didn't dare use it recklessly, as he put away the candy and candy box. When Joan stormed back to the city, he saw that Luoyang's reinforcements had arrived. They were setting up the defenses, gradually bringing the skeleton army in the vicinity of Guide Ancient City under control.
Young master, the situation is already under control. You don't have to worry.
And Sheng had personally led his men over to provide support. It was obvious that Luoyang valued this matter greatly.
Guide Ancient City has a terrifying creature inside. Don't let anyone in,
Joan said to Sheng.
What creature is it?
Sheng asked.
I don't know.
Joan didn't know what kind of creature the humanoid monster was. Perhaps he had been human in the past, but now he existed as a dimensional creature. Up to now, Joan still didn't understand what the 3 conditions he mentioned meant. Why were there 3 conditions?
Young master, I'm afraid it won't be easy to stay in Guide City. Overseer has the intention of migrating everyone in Guide City to Luoyang.
Sheng whispered.
Why? Isn't the situation under control now?
Joan frowned.
Young master, you are from Guide City. You should know how many terrifying legends there are in this place. Guide Ancient City is only the beginning. Places like Butterfly Valley will definitely suffer a breakout in the future. Ignoring the fact that Guide City's military can't hold the line now, if all the mysteries here break out, they probably won't be able to hold on even if all of Luoyang's army is deployed.
Sheng said. Joan naturally knew how terrifying the myths in Guide City were. From the ancient mythical era to the feudal dynasty, this place had once been under the dazzling spotlight. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were more or less related to this area. There were also countless famous and virtuous paragons, like Lao Tzu, who were born in this area. The Butterfly Valley with the Essence Crystal Mine was also near Guide City. Joan had always suspected that it had something to do with Master Zhuang. Chapter 1471 Sovereign Sui's Tomb. Chapter 1471 Sovereign Sui's Tomb. Are we abandoning Guide? Joan looked at the distant Guide Ancient City, as he guessed. Humans were at a disadvantage, and were unable to gain a foothold in the vicinity. However, as humanity grew stronger, a place with rich dimensional zones, like Guide City, would definitely become a place the various factions would vie for. Compared to Luoyang, Joan actually wished to stay in Guide City. After all, this was his hometown. It's indeed impossible to defend Guide City now. Is there a way to first settle down inside a dimensional zone? Joan kept thinking. However, the nearby dimensional zones didn't have suitable locations. Even if Joan wanted to occupy a dimensional zone, he couldn't find a suitable place. Originally, Guide Ancient City was most suitable, but there was an extremely terrifying existence inside. Even Joan would die if he entered, much less ordinary people. He didn't stay any longer and headed for school since the situation had stabilized. Joan was immediately recognized by the students and people who had come to seek refuge after he entered the school. However, they didn't dare surround him. They only whispered from afar and secretly discussed him. Seeing that there was no threat here, Joan unsummoned the golden battle god that was guarding the area. Just as he was about to seek out Yuchiobai, he saw him walk over.
It's quieter over at my side. Let's have a seat over there,
Yuchiobai said consolingly as he looked at Joan. Back then, the school's management had persuaded him not to interfere with Joan's matters to prevent him from offending Overseer. Despite the immense pressure, he had still helped Joan get into Sunset College. No one expected that the student back then would now stand at the top of the human pyramid and would even save the school from destruction. Even Yuchiobai himself sometimes wondered if this was a dream. It was simply too beautiful.
Sir, have some tea.
Joan served the brewed tea to Yuchiobai before interrupting his thoughts.
It's all thanks to your timely return. Otherwise, none of these students would have survived,
Yuchiobai said as he held the teacup.
This is what I, as a student, should do.
Joan thought for a moment and asked.
Sir, Luoyang plans on moving all the people from Guide City to Luoyang. What are your thoughts on this? Guide City has plenty of dimensional zones. However, no one can hold down these dimensional zones at present. However, with humanity's overall strength increasing, it will definitely be a treasure land in the future. It's best if we occupy it sooner rather than later,
Yuchiobai said.
Sir, I share your thoughts, but I'm just one person. I don't have people under me, so I'm afraid we won't be able to have a foothold,
Jowen said.
It's impossible to occupy the entire Guide City now even if there are people and food. Furthermore, those dimensional zones are changing. It's hard to tell what will happen in the future. If we want to seek quick success, I'm afraid it will end in failure.
Yuchiobai added after some thought.
If you really wish to stay in Guide City, I have a suggestion. You can first occupy a dimensional zone and gain a foothold before slowly developing it. That's what I had in mind too, but I wonder which dimensional zone is more suitable. Do you have any suggestions?
Jowen really wanted to stay in Guide City. Ignoring everything else, just the humanoid monster and stone saber in Guide Ancient City was worth Zhou when staying behind.
I do have an idea.
Yuchiobai got up and took out a map of Guide City from a bookshelf. Then, he spread it out on the table and pointed at a location.
If you can take down this dimensional zone, it will be a boon for both offense and defense in the future. Even if a powerful enemy attacks, you can use the dimensional zone's powers to fend them off.
Jowen looked in the direction Yuchiobai had pointed and saw that the name was
Sovereign Sway's Tomb. Sovereign Sway's Tomb?
Jowen looked at Yuchiobai in surprise. Sovereign Sway's tomb was Swirenchi's mausoleum. It was very close to the ancient city and was almost right beside Fire God Platform. Later on, after the dimensional zones transformed, Fire God Platform ended up connected to Ancient City. However, the Sovereign Sway's tomb wasn't connected to Ancient City, forming an independent dimensional zone. Although Sovereign Sway had brought fire to humanity, Fire God Platform wasn't his territory. Fire God Platform was actually the earliest star observatory in the East District. It belonged to Yibo. The reason Jowen was surprised was that ever since the dimensional storms, Sovereign Sway's tomb had become extremely mysterious. It was said that one couldn't even enter, so how could one build a base there?
That's right. It's Sovereign Sway's tomb.
Seeing Jowen's puzzled look, Yuchiobai laughed heartily.
Over the years in Guide City, I haven't done much, but I've studied Sovereign Sway's tomb. Although I don't know it like the back of my hand, I do know it well. If you have any ideas, I can take you in to take a look. Sir, do you have a way of entering? That's great.
Jowen was overjoyed. Sovereign Sway's tomb was beside Ancient City and was considered the center of Guide City. With this as a base, it would be convenient for him to develop his surroundings in the future. Being close to Ancient City was what Jowen wanted the most.
All right, I'll take you there.
Yuchiobai stood up with a smile.
Sir, sorry for troubling you.
Jowen hurriedly got up.
I don't wish to leave after living here for so many years either. It's naturally best if I can stay,
Yuchiobai said with a sigh. Jowen followed Yuchiobai to Sovereign Sway's tomb. Along the way, he encountered some sporadic skeleton creatures that he easily killed. Sovereign Sway's tomb was perennially enveloped by clouds. It was impossible to fly in directly. Those who did never came out. Although Jowen had spatial powers, he didn't dare use instant transmission. Strangely, Sovereign Sway's tomb didn't have a door. It was said that there was a door in the past. After it became a dimensional zone, the door vanished. All that could be seen was a long wall. Even if one circled Sovereign Sway's tomb, they wouldn't find any entrance.
Sir, how do we enter?
Jowen looked at Yuchiobai. Yuchiobai said with a smile.
Follow me.
Jowen followed Yuchiobai forward, but Yuchiobai didn't approach Sovereign Sway's tomb. Instead, he arrived in front of a very short stone temple. Jowen originally imagined that it was an earth temple, but when he got closer, he realized that it wasn't earth, but a tiny strange beast. The tiny beast was carved from stone. The workmanship was very crude, and it had been weathered by the ravages of time. It looked like a fox squatting there. Chapter 1472 Sovereign Sway's Tomb Transformation. Chapter 1472 Sovereign Sway's Tomb Transformation. Yuchiobai took out incense sticks he had prepared and lit 3 of them. He then handed the remaining 3 sticks to Jowen and said,
Offer the incense with 3 bows, and you'll be teleported into the tomb. Offer incense with 3 bows?
Jowen took the incense sticks as his expression turned odd. He wasn't afraid of this and was willing to offer incense, but based on his past experience, nothing good would come from him offering incense. Only those who offer incense can enter. If I blow up the stone statue, will I be able to enter? Jowen hurriedly stopped Yuchiobai when he saw that he was about to offer incense.
Sir, it's best you let me go first.
Jowen was afraid that Yuchiobai would be trapped inside if he blew up the stone statue.
All right.
Although he didn't know why Jowen wanted to bow first, Yuchiobai stepped aside. Jowen lit the incense sticks before walking towards the stone temple. He held the incense sticks with both hands and was about to bow to the stone statue. He heard a boom just as he bent his waist slightly. The stone statue had shifted several feet to the side, revealing a stone staircase that led down.
What's going on? Yu Qiubai had entered Sovereign Sui's tomb quite a number of times, but he had never encountered such a situation. He had no idea that there was a passageway behind the stone statue. Zhou Wen didn't continue bowing as he turned to ask Yu Qiubai. Sir, is this the path to Sovereign Sui's tomb? I've no idea. When I previously entered Sovereign Sui's tomb, I would enter the tomb like I was riding on clouds as long as I offered incense. I've never seen this stone staircase. Yu Qiubai said hesitantly. Then I'll go in and take a look. Sir, wait for me outside, Zhou Wen said as he walked into the stone temple and walked down the stone steps. The stone steps weren't wide, allowing only one person to walk through. Furthermore, the tunnel's height was too short, so Zhou Wen had to bend his body to walk through. Thankfully, he didn't discover anything dangerous. When he reached the end of the stone steps, he discovered a pool. Zhou Wen scanned it and knew that the pool was connected to the outside. After diving into the water, he quickly crawled out of a fountain. This is Sovereign Sui's tomb? Zhou Wen sized up his surroundings and discovered many strange statues. The statues were split into 2 rows that lined the sides of the stone path. Their shapes were extremely strange, making it impossible to tell what creatures they were. Zhou Wen looked at the end of the stone path and saw a huge stone statue. It was a statue of a man holding a torch. Is that Sovereign Sui's statue? Zhou Wen realized that although Sovereign Sui's tomb was huge, there wasn't a single dimensional creature inside. The stone statues didn't seem like anything else. Even if Zhou Wen reached out to touch them, nothing happened. Yu Qiubai walked in and looked around as he said, How's this place? Only by passing through the small temple can one enter. It's very difficult for outsiders to enter, and there aren't any dimensional creatures inside. The dimensional creatures outside can't enter either, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem to use it as a residential area. I wonder if there will be any changes in the future, Zhou Wen said as he looked at the stone statues and Sovereign Sui's statue. Sui Renqi is a sovereign of humanity. Even if something happens, it shouldn't be too dangerous, right? Yu Qiubai said. If it were in the past, Zhou Wen would have shared the same thoughts as Yu Qiubai, but ever since he met the humanoid monster in the ancient city, he no longer had such thoughts. Sui Renqi was indeed a sovereign of humanity, but it was hard to say if he would harm humans after his demonization. Furthermore, although Sovereign Sui's tomb looked safe, there was actually a hidden danger. Zhou Wen had already scanned the entire cemetery several times, but he didn't even find any bugs. How strange. It's such a huge cemetery that's big enough to build a city, but there aren't any dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen felt that this place wasn't as safe as it looked. After I discovered a way to enter Sovereign Sui's tomb, I studied it many times, but failed to find any dimensional creatures. Furthermore, dimensional creatures from other dimensional zones seldom approach Sovereign Sui's tomb, Yu Qiubai explained. Zhou Wen also noticed this. They had encountered quite a number of skeleton creatures on their trip here, but they didn't see a single one near Sovereign Sui's tomb. Let's talk outside. Without discovering any problems, Zhou Wen left Sovereign Sui's tomb with Yu Qiubai. He planned on searching the vicinity to see if he could find the tiny palm symbol. After leaving via the stone passageway, he arrived in front of the stone temple again. Zhou Wen scanned the stone temple several times, but he didn't find the tiny palm symbol. He circled the outer wall of Sovereign Sui's tomb to no avail. He couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. Could this Sovereign Sui's tomb really be a cemetery used to commemorate ancient sages? Although Zhou Wen felt that it couldn't be that simple, he really couldn't tell what was wrong. Zhou Wen, what do you think? Yu Qiubai asked. It does look very suitable for human habitation. The space is large enough, and the entrance is hidden. Dimensional creatures don't seem to approach this place. It's very safe, Zhou Wen said after some thought. If you plan on building a human city here, I believe many people will be willing to stay, Yu Qiubai said. Let me think it through again. After Zhou Wen sent Yu Qiubai back, he returned to Sovereign Sui's tomb alone. He set up a lounge chair and a table under the statue. As he rested, he observed the situation inside. Zhou Wen also released Chick. He originally brought it here hoping that it could help, but he didn't manage to use it in the beginning. Later on, the humanoid monster was too powerful, so Zhou Wen didn't dare release it. Chick was standing on the table, pecking at the nuts Zhou Wen had placed on the plate. Zhou Wen waited for more than 10 hours without discovering any problems when Chick suddenly flapped its wings and flew up. Zhou Wen originally imagined that Chick wanted to get some exercise, but to his surprise, Chick flew towards Sovereign Sui's and landed on the torch held by it. Chick spat out a ball of phoenix flames. When the phoenix flames touched the torch that was originally made of stone started burning. Chick, what are you doing? Just as Zhou Wen was feeling puzzled, he suddenly realized that the entire cemetery seemed to undergo a strange change due to the burning of the torch. Zhou Wen hurriedly summoned his companion beast in alarm and prepared for combat. However, no dimensional creature appeared in the cemetery even after a while. Instead, the weeds and trees in the cemetery seemed to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1473 Zhou wins decision. Chapter 1473 Zhou wins decision. In a corner of the cemetery, there was a wild pear tree. It hadn't been long since the fruiting season, but now, it was beginning to bloom again. Furthermore, it didn't take long before fruits began to fall. The various vegetation in the cemetery grew crazily. The originally short weeds had grown to the height of a person. The entire cemetery was covered in green. Not long after, pears grew on the wild pear tree. It took only slightly more than half an hour. At the speed the pears grew, they would completely ripen in less than an hour. Zhou waited for a while, and indeed, he saw the pear ripen. It looked plump and juicy. He reached out and plucked one and took a bite. Immediately, his mouth was filled with sweetness as though he had drunk honey. It's so sweet. Zhou was pleasantly surprised. He was delighted that the Sovereign Sui statue had such might, allowing vegetation to grow rapidly. If they could occupy this place, they wouldn't have to worry about food in the future. They would be self-sufficient, and no one could besiege the people in here. It was the best place to build a base. What was surprising was that this power wasn't only effective against plants. If humans were also affected by this power, then what humans welcomed wasn't rapid growth, but rapid aging. Zhou didn't know how many times a pear tree bore fruit a year. Even if it happened twice a year, it was very likely that half a year had passed in less than an hour. If humans experienced time with similar ratios, how long could they last? This was only Zhou's guess. Perhaps the power of Sovereign Sui's statue didn't make animals age, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Furthermore, there wasn't a single dimensional creature or animal in Sovereign Sui's tomb. This didn't seem to be a coincidence. According to these points of suspicion, the power of Sovereign Sui's statue might very well have an effect on animals. Therefore, no dimensional creature dared to stay in Sovereign Sui's tomb. Or rather, those dimensional creatures had already died due to the influence of the statue. What was even more terrifying was that this power wasn't as simple as a temporal power. If time was accelerated, Zhou would definitely be able to sense it. However, other than sensing the blazing vitality emitted by the torch, he couldn't sense any negative energy. After being affected by the power of blessings, Zhou knew that the most terrifying power in the world wasn't necessarily the ferocious and vicious ones. Instead, some seemingly beneficial powers were likely terrifying murderers hidden in the shadows. "Chick, put out the fire!" Zhou shouted at Chick, who had landed on the top of Sovereign Sui's statue. He didn't dare take the risk. If the accelerating power was equally effective on him, wouldn't he quickly become an old man? When Chick heard Zhou, it opened its mouth and sucked at the flames. The flames on the torch immediately transformed into a thin pillar that charged into Chick's mouth like a fountain. Moments later, all the flames were devoured by Chick. The torch in the hand of the Sovereign Sui statue stopped burning, and the plants in the cemetery stopped growing crazily. Zhou waited for a while, and was pleasantly surprised when he saw that nothing abnormal had happened to the plants. They just stopped growing rapidly. Such accelerated ripening would usually result in a rapid decline after losing the energy supply. The plants didn't show any signs of withering. This meant that they hadn't been excessively drained of their vitality, and was undoubtedly good news. Zhou left Sovereign Sui's tomb, grabbed some wild animals, and sent them inside before getting Chick to light the torch. Zhou didn't dare stay in Sovereign Sui's tomb. He left with Chick and planned on returning in a few days to take a look. If the animals died of old age, it would mean that Sovereign Sui's tomb wasn't suitable as a human base. Of course, even if it couldn't be used as a human base, the power of Sovereign Sui's tomb was still very useful. Zhou already planned on staying in Guide City. Regardless, he had to have Sovereign Sui's tomb under his control. After returning to the Sunset Army's temporary command post and meeting Sheng, Zhou told him about his wish to stay in Guide City. "Young master, with your strength, it's not a problem for you to stay anywhere. However, have you ever thought that if you were the only one, what's the difference between staying or not? You are just one person, so even if you stay here, Guide City doesn't belong to you," Sheng said. Zhou understood what Sheng meant. If no one else worked for him, and defended the plundering of the resources from the area, it didn't matter if he stayed or not. Even if he didn't stay, he could come over any time he needed in the future. There was no point in staying here. "I want to establish a human city here." Zhou had already thought it through. There was the stone saber here that even the Darch coveted. There was the humanoid monster, Sovereign Sui's tomb, Butterfly Valley, and other dimensional zones. He didn't know how many dimensional zones had yet to be explored. It was undoubtedly most suitable to establish a human city here. It might be a little difficult in the beginning, but the value would increase with time. If it were only Zhou himself,
He had no intention of establishing a human city that belonged to him. However, the 3 conditions mentioned by the humanoid monster weren't something he could complete alone. This required the efforts of many humans. Zhou Wen only had the thought of establishing a city after leaving Ancient City.
It's not difficult to build houses, but to truly make those houses a city needs people. With Guide City's present dire environment, how many people will be willing to stay here?
And Sheng persuaded.
I know it'll be very difficult, but I still want to give it a try,
Zhou Wen said. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's words, and Sheng smiled and said,
Young master, since you've already decided, I won't say another word. Just tell me what resources you need, and how many people you need. I'll do my best to help you obtain them. Thanks, Ah Sheng. However, I wish to do it by myself to the greatest extent.
Although Zhou Wen was very grateful, he still rejected and Sheng.
Alright, but you have to remember that we are family. No matter where you are, the people from Overseer Manor and I are always worth relying on. Don't shoulder burdens alone.
And Sheng said seriously,
Don't worry. If I can't do it, I'll definitely head to Luoyang to freeload. If there's really a need, I won't stand on ceremony with you and Sislan,
Zhou Wen said with a smile. And Sheng laughed out loud.
Young Master One, how long are you going to keep up your spite with Overseer? You have to ask Tianzua that. I'm very easygoing. I never get into trouble with anyone, nor have I ever taken that particular person to heart,
Zhou Wen said seriously. And Sheng looked at Zhou Wen without a word, but his eyes seemed to have a hint of contempt, making Zhou Wen feel uncomfortable. Chapter 1474 Reality. Chapter 1474 Reality.
Preposterous?
And Tianzua slammed his palm on the desk, nearly smashing it to pieces. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood.
It's not a bad thing for young Master Wen to stay in Guide City. It has plenty of dimensional zones and resources. It will definitely be an important place for all parties to vie for in the future. If young Master Wen can successfully gain a foothold there, the benefits he will receive in the future will be hundreds of times greater.
And Sheng explained on the phone.
Who doesn't know that Guide City will definitely become one of the most important places in the world in the future? But look at the 6 families. Who dares to occupy it? Without the corresponding strength, entering too early will only make them cannon fodder for the other factions.
And Tianzua said coldly.
Young Master Wen isn't an ordinary person. His strength isn't something the 6 families can compare with. Perhaps he can gain control of Guide City ahead of time.
And Sheng continued speaking up for Zhou Wen.
No matter how strong a person is, he's only one person. What's the point of him staying there alone?
And Tianzua thought nothing of Sheng's words.
Yu Qiubai has the intention of staying in Guide City. He's lobbying the other teachers and locals to stay behind. If it really succeeds, it will be a good starting point. There will be a chance for development in the future.
And Sheng reported the situation in Guide City to Tianzua in detail. And Tianzua snorted coldly.
You don't need to wait for the outcome to know that it's impossible. 99% of people won't choose to stay in Guide City.
And Tianzua said it with certainty, sounding very confident. And Sheng naturally knew that the success rate of this matter was very low. It was useless even with Zhou Wen's reputation. Most people would still choose to move to Luoyang. It wasn't that people didn't have confidence in Zhou Wen's strength, but everyone knew very well that no matter how strong Zhou Wen was, it was impossible for him to stay in the city 24/7 to protect them. The average person needed a stable and orderly society. This was something Zhou Wen couldn't provide to them now, but Luoyang had everything. Even if Tianzua wasn't in Luoyang, Luoyang still had the strength to withstand a large-scale attack from the dimensional creatures. There was a comprehensive city defense system, the famous Sunset Army of the Federation, and many famous experts in the Federation. Luoyang was basically safe as long as the Sunset Army didn't fall. Humans were selfish. No one was willing to bet their lives, so Tianzua and Sheng knew very well that most people wouldn't stay in Guide City. The reality was as they imagined. Things didn't go well when Yu Qiubai went to discuss with the teachers. Although most of the teachers respected him, they still tactfully rejected him. Even the school management, who had a good relationship with Yu Qiubai, privately persuaded him not to risk his life, and said that he should join everyone in Luoyang for future development. If even the teachers acted this way, it was even more impossible for the people from Guide City, who didn't have a good relationship with Yu Qiubai, to stay. Most people had already registered with the Sunset Army, and were waiting to migrate to Luoyang. Yu Qiubai was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do. The situation in Guide City was indeed wanting. Furthermore, they had yet to confirm if they could build a human city in Sovereign Sui's tomb, so they were unable to use it as a bargaining chip. This was within Zhou Wen's expectations, but he never expected the results to be so tragic. Up to now, there were only a handful of people who were willing to stay. Humans are indeed pragmatic. Zhou Wen originally imagined that with Yu Qiubai's reputation, he would be able to retain a few hundred people. He never expected there to be so few. However, Zhou Wen didn't take it to heart. Although he really needed people, it wasn't unacceptable if there weren't any. As long as he could establish the city, he still had a chance of attracting other humans to join in the future. However, if there was no one in the early stages, it would indeed be more difficult, making many things inconvenient. No matter how strong Zhou Wen was, he wasn't omnipotent. Some things needed professionals, and those professionals were what Zhou Wen wanted the most. For example, for the construction of buildings, Zhou Wen could build a wooden hut or stone building, but the dense buildings with well-planned layouts weren't something Zhou Wen could do. And Sheng already knew the outcome of this matter from the applications the Sunset Army received, but he had no solution. It wasn't just in Sheng. The various factions in Guide City had long known about this matter.
Zhou Wen sure has wild ideas to dare think of establishing a human city in Guide City.
Xiao Luchuan couldn't help but laugh when he heard the news. Xia Xianyu pondered for a moment before saying,
I wonder if this isn't Tianzuo's idea. If it's his idea, he has really taken a terrible step. Guide City is great, and the surroundings are like a breeding ground for myths and legends. Although there aren't any clear pantheons, what's available to them is in no way inferior to Jerusalem in terms of dimensional zone resources. They are even more terrifying in certain aspects. However, the overall strength of humanity isn't enough to establish a human city in such a place. If we were to interfere too early, we would only become the target of public criticism. The Yin family has already done their best to defend Luoyang. If they still wish to interfere with Guide City, they will probably suffer a double loss.
Xiao Luchuan said.
With my understanding of Tianzuo, he definitely wouldn't do such a thing. Furthermore, Zhou Wen comes from Guide City. This matter is probably his idea. Although Zhou Wen is strong, establishing a city isn't something a single person can do. I wonder what he plans on doing.
Xia Xianyu sighed. Xiao Luchuan suddenly stopped smiling and said to Xia Xianyu,
Zhou Wen must be lacking manpower now. Are you interested in having a vacation over there? What do you mean?
Xia Xianyu knew that it wasn't as simple as sending her on a vacation.
No one wants Guide City now, but people will be vying for it in the future. If that kid, Zhou Wen, really occupies it, we might be able to reap immense benefits by helping him when he's most in need. It doesn't cost us much after all. Just treat it as an investment.
Xiao Luchuan said.
I'll pay a visit then.
Xia Xianyu thought for a moment and nodded. And Sheng was thinking of a way to help Zhou Wen retain some people. Otherwise, it would be too difficult for him. However, no matter how much he racked his brains, there was no good solution. It was not like he could force the unwilling to stay at gunpoint.
You're so mean! You're so mean! You're so mean!
And Sheng heard a ringtone, and knew that it was from Tianzuo. He hurriedly answered the call.
Overseer, what are your orders?
And Sheng asked. And Tianzuo's voice didn't have any emotion as he said indifferently.
Recently, an unknown breakout creature appeared around Luoyang. We are suffering from a shortage of manpower. Quickly return with the troops to provide support. All of them?
And Sheng asked.
Do you still want to leave some of them there?
And Tianzuo grunted coldly.
Then what about Guide City? There are still many people who haven't registered. Furthermore, it's impossible to take all of them away at once. Even if we split them into batches, it will probably require dozens of batches for the evacuation.
And Sheng felt that there was a problem. They couldn't take so many people with them. Those who couldn't leave would probably find it difficult to survive. After all, there were still skeleton creatures constantly charging out of Ancient City. Now, it was all thanks to their suppression that such a situation could be maintained.
At this point in time, are those people or Luoyang's safety more important?
And Tianzuo said angrily. And Sheng seemed to understand something as he carefully asked.
Overseer, are you implying? Isn't it obvious enough? Don't bring any of them. Return as quickly as possible. If anything happens to Luoyang, I'll behead you.
And Tianzuo said coldly.
Got it. I'll send the troops back now. I won't take anyone with me and leave them in Guide City.
And Sheng's expression was odd as he thought to himself, Overseer is really ruthless. There's still much to learn. Chapter 1475 Sovereign Sui's Statue. Chapter 1475 Sovereign Sui's Statue.
Zhou Wen. Not good.
Yu Qiubai anxiously sought out Zhou Wen.
What happened?
Zhou Wen looked at Yu Qiubai in puzzlement, unsure what had happened to make him so nervous.
A large-scale breakout has happened in Luoyang. And Sheng has returned to Luoyang with his troops to provide reinforcements. The troops have already left Guide City.
Yu Qiubai said worriedly.
How many people did Sheng and company take with them?
Zhou Wen asked after some thought.
As they left in a hurry, they didn't take anyone with them. After the skeleton creatures lost their suppression, they charged out en masse. With our present strength, it's very difficult to stop all the skeletons from rushing out.
Yu Qiubai explained the situation clearly. When Zhou Wen heard that, he knew what had happened. The so-called situation of breakout creatures and Luoyang wreaking havoc everywhere was just an excuse. And Sheng had long made up his mind to keep them behind.
Sir, lead your men to the school's main entrance and set up a signboard. If anyone wishes to enter the school and receive our protection, get them to sign this contract.
Zhou handed a document to Yu Qiubai. Yu Qiubai unfolded the document and carefully read the content. Then, his expression gradually turned odd.
Isn't this a little inhuman?
Yu Qiubai said hesitantly.
Since they had already chosen to leave, they naturally have to pay a price if they wish to stay. Otherwise, they will think that we are a place that only takes in the rejected in the future, a place they can come and go as they wish. Then how can rules be implemented?
Zhou said indifferently. Zhou could only use the school as his base, as a front to recruit people. He could then establish his city when he found a suitable place. Zhou's idea was good, but there were too few people under him who could carry out his vision. There were too many people who came to seek refuge under him. Many of them entered secretly. They did not take the initiative to sign a contract with Zhou, believing that they could bluff their way through. Zhou also knew that many people had sneaked in. It could even be said that less than a tenth of the people had signed a contract. Most of them had sneaked in without signing a contract. However, Zhou didn't take it to heart. All he did was tell Yu Qiubai to give more classes, and tell them the consequences of not signing a contract. Zhou got his companion beasts to guard the area near the school. Humans from the nearby area kept coming to seek refuge. Most people had no choice but to join Zhou. It was impossible to travel the distance between Guide and Luoyang without sufficient strength. All they could do was join him. Zhou wasn't in the mood to care about such matters. When he arrived at Sovereign Sui's tomb again, it had been about 4 days since he had left the animals inside. In theory, if the power of the torch could really affect them, they should be close to death. Or rather, they should be dead. Don't die. Please don't die. Zhou prayed silently as he walked into Sovereign Sui's tomb. If those tiny animals died due to the influence of the torch's power, it would be impossible for them to build a human city here. Zhou would have no choice but to find other suitable dimensional zones which might not exist. After entering Sovereign Sui's tomb, the scene Zhou saw left him stunned. Not only had the animals not died, but they were also shockingly healthy and energetic. What was even more terrifying was that there were many babies in the grass. Zhou was overjoyed. From the looks of it, the power of Sovereign Sui's torch wasn't time acceleration, nor would it kill animals. On the contrary, the vitality emitted by the torch made animals stronger and healthier. I'll experiment a few more times. If there aren't any accidents, I should be able to begin building the city. Zhou watched as Chick sucked away the flames on the torch. He clearly saw that the feathers on Chick's body seemed to glow brighter. Not daring to be careless, Zhou carried out a few more tests. The results showed that the power in Sovereign Sui's tomb had a very potent effect on plants and animals, but it didn't age them. This is somewhat similar to my human sovereign power. Zhou suspected that the ancient Sovereign Sutra was likely created by Sovereign Sui. And his original intention was similar to the ancient Sovereign Sutra that Zhou had comprehended. However, because no human could take this path, he took another. Zhou took the opportunity to study Sovereign Sui's statue. Typical flames couldn't ignite a torch. The torch looked like it was carved from stone and didn't have any fuel. Typical flames naturally couldn't make the stone burn. When Chick's phoenix flames touched the torch, it would immediately ignite. However, no matter how long it burned, it wouldn't damage the torch carved from stone. Furthermore, Chick was very interested in the phoenix flames that burned on the torch. Every time Zhou made it absorb the flames, Chick would appear thrilled. Zhou used a few fire abilities, but he failed to ignite the torch. Unwilling to give up, he switched to the ancient Sovereign Sutra, and the sun like human sovereign appeared in front of him. The moment human sovereign appeared, Zhou immediately discovered something strange. The originally motionless Sovereign Sui statue began to emit vitality. Previously, when Chick used its phoenix flames to ignite the torch, it only emitted vitality and flames. The Sovereign Sui statue's main body didn't undergo an anomaly. However, the Sovereign Sui statue's body now began emitting vitality. Although it wasn't as intense as before, it delighted Zhou. With a thought, human sovereign reached out and pressed down on the flaming torch in the statue's hand. The torch that ordinary flames couldn't ignite immediately ignited upon contact with human sovereign. It wasn't just the torch. The entire Sovereign Sui statue burned as though gasoline had been poured over it. The flames and vitality over Sovereign Sui's body transmitted to human sovereign at the same time, making the originally dazzling human sovereign even more dazzling. Zhou could clearly sense that the ancient Sovereign Sutra in his body was circulating crazily as the surrounding vitality constantly surged into his body. Boom! A deafening boom suddenly entered Zhou's ears as the burning Sovereign Sui statue moved.
The statue, that was clearly made of stone, slowly raised its leg and stood up from its stone throne. The flames of vitality on its body intensified, making it difficult to see its body clearly. In particular, the pair of eyes stared at Zhou Wen and Human Sovereign like 2 2 million-watt searchlights. Chapter 1476 Extinguishing Hope. Chapter 1476 Extinguishing Hope. Zhou Wen was alarmed as he instantly transmitted to dodge the flames from Sovereign Sui's statue, but the flames were too fast, giving him no room to dodge. Before he could activate instant transmission, the flames had already shone on him. Zhou Wen seldom drank, nor did he have any experience of getting drunk. However, when the flame shone on him, he felt intoxicated. Boom! All of Sovereign Sui's tomb began spewing flames. The flames here were very strange. Although they were hot, they didn't injure anyone. Infinite flames condensed towards Zhou Wen and Human Sovereign. The ancient Sovereign Sutra in Zhou Wen's body seemed to circulate uncontrollably. As the flame surged into him, Zhou Wen felt the ancient Sovereign Sutra and Human Sovereign crazily absorb the flames from Sovereign Sui's tomb. Could it be? Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised when he felt Human Sovereign's transformation. The ancient Sovereign Sutra had already reached the Terror grade. If it could improve further, it would definitely be the Calamity grade. Human Sovereign's sun-like body had already turned into a blob of magma after absorbing a large amount of flames. His body was no longer limited to just being a projection. Instead, it became more and more corporeal. As the ancient Sovereign Sutra circulated and absorbed large amounts of flames, Zhou Wen vaguely understood something. Previously, the humanoid monster had demonstrated the Calamity grade Ancient Sovereign Sutra. However, his Ancient Sovereign Sutra's path was different from the Ancient Sovereign Sutra Zhou Wen had comprehended, so it wasn't worth much as a reference. The power of fire in Sovereign Sui's tomb had a similar attribute to Zhou Wen's Ancient Sovereign Sutra, but it wasn't completely the same. It had its own unique traits. Due to the similar attributes, Zhou Wen's Ancient Sovereign Sutra was perfectly compatible with these flames. It was very easy for him to resonate with it. Now, Zhou Wen vaguely understood that to use the Dimensional Zone's powers to raise his essence energy art didn't require any special methods. All he needed to do was find a Dimensional Zone that was compatible with his essence energy art. However, this didn't mean that finding such a Dimensional Zone was considered a success. Just like how essence energy arts varied in strength, Dimensional Zones were the same. There were countless fire elemental Dimensional Zones in the 4 districts of the Federation, but not every Dimensional Zone could help a Terror grade creature advance to the Calamity grade. There was another key point. Zhou Wen didn't know what to call an existence, like the Human Sovereign statue, but only by finding it, and using an essence energy art to resonate with it could he use the Dimensional Zone's powers to advance to the Calamity grade. Sovereign Sui's tomb was filled with flames that resembled bonfires that had flames surging into the sky. From the outside of the cemetery, it looked like a huge grave made of flames. However, inside Sovereign Sui's tomb, the plants that had rapidly grown due to the influence of Sovereign Sui's flames were also ignited. Soon, they were burned to ashes. They didn't grow again due to the powerful vitality in the flames. Zhou Wen observed all of this and came to a realization. To humans, Sovereign Sui created the way to create fire from rubbing wood. It brought light and fire to humans, but to plants, it's a destructive blow. Problems should be viewed from different angles. Good things might not necessarily be good. With Zhou Wen's comprehension, the flames in Sovereign Sui's tomb spewed out more and more violently, as they surged towards Zhou Wen and Human Sovereign. Yu Qiubai was filled with zeal. When he previously tried to persuade people to stay, they had ignored him, and even rejected him. Those were the better ones. Those whose moral standards were lacking nearly cursed Yu Qiubai in the face. Yet, in just a few days, the people who had been berating him cried and begged to stay. The changes were so fast that Yu Qiubai found it unbelievable. This also gave Yu Qiubai hope. With Sovereign Sui's tomb, so many people, and with Zhou Wen presiding over it, Guide City might be rebuilt. As there were too many people, the school couldn't accommodate them anymore. Even the school's vicinity was filled with people. The weather wasn't too cold now, so they could stay outside for the time being. Even if the Skeleton Legion didn't mount an attack, it would be difficult for them to survive once the weather worsened. Furthermore, with so many people, food, lodging, and transportation were problems. They had to quickly resolve the problem of the base. With a base, everyone could take up their own responsibilities to ensure order. Yu Qiubai was thankfully the principal of the school. He had previously been in charge of managing the school's various operations. The teachers and school management immediately came back under Yu Qiubai's management. Yu Qiubai could temporarily maintain order with their help. After making the arrangements, Yu Qiubai went to Sovereign Sui's tomb to look for Zhou Wen. He wanted to discuss with him if he could get a group of people to enter Sovereign Sui's tomb to carry out the early construction work. Yu Qiubai arrived at Sovereign Sui's tomb. Before he could head to the stone temple, he saw the flaming tomb. What's going on? Could something have happened in Sovereign Sui's tomb? Yu Qiubai was alarmed because Zhou Wen was still inside. If something had happened to him, everyone in Guide City would be doomed. Yu Qiubai turned around and ran towards the stone temple, hoping to rush in to see what had happened. If Zhou Wen needed help, he might be able to do something. However, before Yu Qiubai could rush to the stone temple, he heard a loud boom coming from Sovereign Sui's tomb. Turning his head, he saw rows of collapsed walls. The flames in the wall had already vanished. In the past, when he looked at Sovereign Sui's tomb from the outside, he could only see the walls and fog. Now, he could take in everything inside with a glance. The scene inside left Yu Qiubai stunned. The cemetery that was originally filled with all sorts of weeds and vegetation had now turned into scorched earth. There was no sign of life. Furthermore, the various stone sculptures in the cemetery had already been charred black. Even the Sovereign Sui statue had vanished, leaving behind a pile of rubble. Only Zhou Wen was standing in the cemetery unharmed. It's over. Yu Qiubai was delighted when he saw that Zhou Wen was fine, but when he saw Sovereign Sui's tomb present state, his face turned ashen. They originally wanted to establish a human city in Sovereign Sui's tomb, but now that it was in such a state, they naturally couldn't count on it. He didn't know if he could find another suitable dimensional zone. Even if he could find one in the future, with so many people waiting outside the school and constantly being harassed by the Skeleton Legion, who knew how many people could last until then. Helpless, Yu Qiubai was just about to head over to take a look at Zhou when he suddenly saw him emit a sun-like brilliance. Chapter 1477 Human Sovereign Sacrifices to the Heavens. Chapter 1477 Human Sovereign Sacrifices to the Heavens. Although Zhou Wen knew that the birth of every calamity-grade creature would be accompanied by the descent of a calamity, he never expected that the ancient Sovereign Sutra's advancement to the calamity grade would destroy the Sovereign Sui tomb dimensional zone. At the instant the ancient Sovereign Sutra advanced to the calamity grade, Human Sovereign automatically fused with Zhou Wen, causing his entire body to emit light and heat. It was like a spring sun that brought warmth to the world, but it wasn't too hot. Under the illumination from Zhou Wen's body, tender sprouts crawled out of the ashes of Sovereign Sui's tomb that had already turned into a charred ruin. In just moments, the sprouts grew into different plants. There were weeds that were more than a meter tall and saplings that constantly grew until they soon reached into the sky, blooming with flowers. The cemetery that had turned into scorched earth now looked like a flora paradise in a short amount of time. Yu Qiubai stood outside, staring blankly at the oasis-like existence in front of him. The vegetation inside grew lusher and luxuriant. It was unimaginable that a moment ago, it was still scorched earth. Zhou Wen, are you okay? Finding it all bizarre, Yu Qiubai worried for Zhou Wen. Yu Qiubai had heard some stories in the past. For example, the death of a whale would give many lifeforms in the sea a chance of survival. There were also similar records in many myths. For example, after Panga split the heavens and earth, he transformed into all things. Only when a powerhouse died would all things obtain the chance to grow. Now that everything was growing here, Yu Qiubai was truly afraid that something untoward had happened to Zhou Wen. He rushed into the forest worriedly, as he searched for him, constantly calling out his name. Yu Qiubai squeezed through the grass and trees, traversing a few hundred meters before finally arriving at a circular clearing. Zhou Wen stood there, emitting a sun-like brilliance. He looked almost inhuman. Zhou Wen! Zhou Wen! Yu Qiubai called out a few times, but when he didn't receive a response from Zhou Wen, he suddenly felt something amiss. He was advanced in age. Although he couldn't be considered ailing, he wasn't young anymore. Coupled with the previous battles and recent work, it was normal for him to feel exhausted. But now, he felt as though his entire body was filled with energy. It was similar to when he woke up at his prime. It was as though he had infinite energy. Even the pain and side effects from the previous battle had unknowingly vanished. It was as though he had healed himself. Just as Yu Qiubai was feeling alarmed, he saw the light in front of him dim. Zhou Wen had already returned to his original appearance, and was looking at him. Sir, why are you here? Zhou Wen was first alarmed when he saw that it was Yu Qiubai. Only when he saw that Yu Qiubai was fine did he relax. The ancient Sovereign Sutra had just advanced to the calamity grade and formed a domain. He didn't know if the calamity zone would harm humans, so he was given a fright when he saw Yu Qiubai. I came to look for you to discuss if we can send a group of people into Sovereign Sui's tomb. From the looks of it, there's no need for any discussion. Yu Qiubai asked with a bitter smile. What's going on? It's a long story. In short, there's no way to build a human city here. We have to find another place as soon as possible. Teacher Yu, do you have any other suggestions? Zhou Wen said with a bitter smile. He didn't know that things would turn out this way. With Sovereign Sui's tomb destroyed, he could only find another place. However, for the ancient Sovereign Sutra to condense a calamity zone, such a price was worth it. The only thing that displeased Zhou Wen was that the ancient Sovereign Sutra's calamity zone was still a domain similar to strengthening and healing. It still didn't seem to have any offensive properties. Of course, Zhou Wen had just condensed the calamity zone and had yet to completely figure it out. He still needed time to familiarize himself with it. He took out his phone and took a look. He realized that when he switched to the ancient Sovereign Sutra, there was indeed an additional calamity zone row. Zone, Human Sovereign Sacrifices to the Heavens, Human Realm. Why does the name of this domain give off an ominous feeling? I have a nickname, Human Sovereign. If Human Sovereign sacrifices to the heavens, doesn't that mean I'll be sacrificed to the heavens? Zhou Wen felt a little awkward when he saw the name of the domain. The name was given by the game system, so Zhou Wen couldn't change it even if he wanted to. All he could do was silently accept it. There are indeed quite a number of dimensional zones near Guide City, but there are many that are very strange. They aren't suitable for human habitation. After some thought, Yu Qiubai couldn't think of a suitable place. Let's talk when we're back. Zhou Wen was a local, so he naturally knew that Yu Qiubai was right. The dimensional zones near Guide City were indeed very strange. He didn't dare enter Ancient City. He hadn't been able to enter Sovereign Sui's tomb in the past. There were many essence crystal ores in Butterfly Valley, but according to the information Zhou Wen knew, Butterfly Valley had a time limit. It was fine to enter Butterfly Valley at certain times, but there were certain periods when one couldn't come out. The people who entered would never be found again. There were also some dimensional zones that had their own uniqueness. In short, there weren't many dimensional zones that were suitable for human habitation. Under the present circumstances, we have to find a dimensional zone as soon as possible and give everyone a place to stay. With so many people crowding around the school, it's only a matter of time before something bad happens. If there's really no other way, we can only give that place a try, Yu Qiubai said after some thought. Where? Zhou Wen could tell from Yu Qiubai's words that there was a dimensional zone suitable for humans. Yu Qiubai appeared to be in a dilemma, but he also knew that he had to think of a solution. Therefore, even if he was somewhat apprehensive, he still said, in the dimensional zones I previously investigated, there's one that might be able to accommodate a large number of humans. However, there's a problem with that dimensional zone. What's the problem? Zhou Wen hurriedly asked. Since Yu Qiubai had suggested the dimensional zone, it meant that it wasn't completely unsolvable. Yu Qiubai said, I've previously been to Taiching Palace and Laojun Platform. Although Taiching Palace is huge, too many strange things happen inside. It's not suitable for humans to gather there in mass. On the other hand, Laojun Platform's dimensional zones are more suitable for humans, but there's something strange about it. The Laojun Platform that Yu Qiubai mentioned was also known as the Immortal Ascension Platform. Legend had it that it was the place where Taishang Laojun ascended to immortality. After the dimensional storms, it also became a dimensional zone. Laojun Platform wasn't just an ancient myth. In recent times, there were also some magical legends. Legend had it that when the Japanese army attacked Li County City, which was also the county city where Mount Laojun was located, the county city was filled with short, dilapidated buildings with no tall buildings in sight. The most obvious building in the distance was Laojun Platform. Before the attack, the Japanese soldiers had first bombarded the county city with artillery. Furthermore, they had targeted the most outstanding spot, Laojun Platform. In the end, after 13 consecutive blasts, they only heard the sound of shells being fired, but not the sound of explosions. The Japanese army rushed into the city only to find that the commoners in the city had safely retreated. There was no one in the city. When the Japanese army arrived in front of Laojun Platform, they realized that their target had been Taishang Laojun's Immortal Ascension Platform. Chapter 1478 Laojun Platform. Chapter 1478 Laojun Platform. After the war, Yumeko Ataro, the gunner responsible for bombarding Laojun Platform, came to Lui again and kowtowed in repentance. According to him, he had fired the shells very accurately back then. The shells had hit Laojun Platform, but why hadn't the shells exploded? Even he couldn't explain it. Yumeko Ataro believed that Taishang Laojun had blessed the area. He even erected a monument of repentance at Laojun Platform, but it was later changed to a monument of peace. No one could verify it now. However, after Laojun Platform became a dimensional zone, it indeed became a magical land. Typical dimensional zones had dimensional creatures, but there were no dimensional creatures on Laojun Platform. That wasn't entirely accurate. There were just no native dimensional creatures. Instead, many dimensional creatures from other dimensional zones had fled to Laojun Platform to seek refuge. Typical dimensional zones didn't reject humans, but they had a strong rejection effect on creatures from other dimensional zones. Creatures from different dimensional zones seldom ran around.
However, this wasn't the case with Lao Jun platform. Any dimensional creature, including humans, could freely enter and exit Lao Jun platform, but there was one point: killing was prohibited. This was very similar to Mount Lao Jun. Both places forbade killing. The difference was that if one killed on Lao Jun platform, the consequences would be worse than on Mount Lao Jun. Legend had it that a group of humans had chased after a rare dimensional creature all the way to Lao Jun platform. The group only managed to kill it when the dimensional creature placed 1 foot on Lao Jun platform. They also knew the taboo of Lao Jun platform, so they were somewhat hesitant. However, that dimensional creature was very rare to begin with. Back then, they realized that it seemed to have a companion egg in its body. They ultimately failed to resist the temptation and ran to loot the corpse. A beam ended up descending from the sky and took them all away. No one saw them again. The locals claimed that Lao Jun had personally taken action to finish them off, sending them to heaven as he couldn't stand them. It was impossible to determine the veracity of this matter. From then on, no one dared to kill at Lao Jun platform. They didn't even dare to cause injuries. Of course, dimensional creatures that escaped into Lao Jun platform wouldn't harm humans there either. Lao Jun platform became one of the few dimensional zones that allowed humans to coexist peacefully with dimensional creatures. Zhou Wen had previously heard of it, but Lui was a county under Guide City. Zhou Wen had never been there, so he had never entered Lao Jun platform.
In that case, Lao Jun platform is indeed very suitable for establishing a human city. Is the space there big enough?
Zhou Wen asked.
Space in Lao Jun platform wasn't too big, but after it became a dimensional zone, it expanded. It shouldn't be a problem to house 1 million people.
Yu Qiubai sighed and continued.
However, I've already said that there's still a problem with Lao Jun platform. If we don't resolve this problem, it's useless even if we build a city there. No one will dare live there. The killing prohibition isn't the problem you are talking about.
Zhou Wen was slightly taken aback. He had never heard of any other taboos in Lao Jun platform.
Of course not. That condition is extremely beneficial to humans, so how can it be a problem? If that's the case, people would have long fled to seek refuge there. However, in fact, no one dares to head to Lao Jun platform.
Yu Qiubai said.
Why is that?
Zhou Wen asked.
Because Lao Jun platform has been occupied by a dimensional creature that doesn't abide by its rules. That dimensional creature can kill as it pleases without being punished. Any human who dares enter has been wiped out by it, so no one dares to enter.
Yu Qiubai sighed.
If we wish to build a city here, we have to kill that dimensional creature or chase it out. Why don't I know that? When did that dimensional creature appear? What does it look like?
Zhou Wen was surprised. At the very least, Lao Jun platform was where Taishan Lao Jun had ascended. Although he didn't know how true it was, could a place that was related to Taishan Lao Jun be destroyed by an ordinary dimensional creature? Zhou Wen felt that something was amiss. Zhou Wen had a deep understanding of how terrifying Mount Lao Jun was either way. Lao Jun platform was somewhat similar to Mount Lao Jun. Zhou Wen felt that the dimensional creature that could wreak havoc there wasn't simple.
I don't dare to enter. I heard from others that the dimensional creature looks very strange. It looks like a cross between a lion or tiger, but not exactly so. It has scales all over its body like the legendary Qilin. It's more than 3 meters tall and moves like the wind. No one can escape its bite.
Yu Qiubai told Zhou Wen all the information he had gathered. However, the information he gathered was from a few survivors. It likely didn't differ from the ground truth. Zhou Wen thought carefully for a while, but he couldn't figure out the origins of the dimensional creature. He only felt that since a person could see it, its level couldn't be too high. Could it be that the abilities of that dimensional creature are similar to my Dao Sutra? It can crack taboo powers, so it can kill as it pleases at Mount Lao Jun? Zhou Wen guessed. Zhou Wen thought for a moment, and decided to head to Lao Jun platform to take a look. Since ordinary people had a chance of escaping, even if he couldn't beat the opponent, escaping shouldn't be a problem for him. The situation was dire. There were still hundreds of thousands of people in Guide City who had nowhere to go. They couldn't just stay outside the school all night. Things would go wrong once the food and water ran out. He had to find a place to settle them down as soon as possible and get them to have something to do. At the very least, he had to provide them with their meals. Otherwise, once something went wrong, it would be difficult to clean up the mess. Yu Qiubai returned to school after a discussion to stabilize the situation with those people. Those who signed the contract were given priority. He would employ a divide and conquer strategy, by giving carrots to some and using the stick on others. He didn't want to cause too much of a conflict. Regardless, he had to persist until Zhou Wen found a suitable dimensional zone. Zhou Wen rushed to Lao Jun platform alone. Before he left, he handed Chick to Yu Qiubai. Chick would be able to hold the fort if anything really happened, as long as no calamity grade entity interfered.
The distance between regions increased significantly as Earth's dimensionalization deepened, but Louis was very close to begin with. So Zhou Wen didn't spend much time reaching Laojun platform. From afar, Laojun platform looked like a paradise on Earth. There were buildings made of green bricks and tiles amidst the white clouds, making it look like a fairyland. There were many buildings along the periphery of Laojun platform that came under the dimensional zone. Zhou Wen could only see the outline of the buildings outside, but he couldn't see what was inside. When he arrived at the entrance of the dimensional zone, Zhou Wen wasn't in a rush to enter. He first circled the area, hoping to find the tiny palm symbol. Chapter 1479 Mingdao Palace. Chapter 1479 Mingdao Palace. Zhou Wen came in front of the memorial archway and saw the words, Door of Perception, engraved on it. After passing through the archway, he entered Mingdao Palace, which housed Laojun platform inside. Zhou Wen searched the area outside the archway for a while, but he didn't find the tiny palm symbol. All he could do was pass through it and continue walking in. The area around the archway wasn't a dimensional zone. Entry into the dimensional zone started from entering Mingdao Palace. The door to the Mingdao Palace wasn't grand. Instead, the two corner towers were more eye-catching. Although the two corner towers weren't big, they were rather antiquated. The corner tower on the right had a huge bell, and the corner tower on the left had a huge drum. Zhou Wen had heard from others that killing wasn't allowed in Mingdao Palace. All kinds of creatures could coexist peacefully. Apart from killing, one couldn't just climb the bell and drum towers, much less strike them. If one didn't do it properly, they might very well die. Others said that striking the bell would bring about something good. In any case, there were all sorts of opinions. Zhou Wen didn't know which were true and which were fake. He wouldn't strike them even if he had nothing better to do. He failed to find the tiny palm symbol after circling the area a few times. This left Zhou Wen depressed, but he thought of something else. It's useless even if there's a tiny palm symbol. There aren't any dimensional creatures in Mingdao Palace to begin with. The dimensional creatures inside are all foreign. Even if I download the dungeon, foreign dimensional creatures won't appear in the game dungeon. In the end, I have to enter to see how powerful the dimensional creature is. Thankfully, Zhou Wen wasn't too afraid. The dimensional creature may not abide by the rules of Laojun platform, but he had the Tao Sutra and the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder, so he too could also disobey the rules. Of course, the real reason for Zhou Wen's confidence was that the ancient Sovereign Sutra had advanced to the Calamity grade. Although his true level was still at the Terror grade, once the human sovereign sacrifices to the Heaven Zone was activated, he was no different from a true Calamity. Together with the minor heavenly cycle killing formation and the soul mirror, even if that creature was really at the Calamity grade, it was still an unknown who would end up being killed. There's nothing to be afraid of. Just do it. Zhou Wen summoned the prison dragon armor and put it on. At the same time, he used the ancient Sovereign Sutra and Tao Sutra. He summoned the soul mirror and hugged it before walking towards the door of Mingdao Palace. After passing through the door, he saw a small square. There were pavilions and buildings that extended like a mountain range. He didn't know how many buildings there were. Before Zhou Wen came here, Yu Qiubai had given him a map, but from the looks of it, many of the buildings inside didn't match the map. Of course, this wasn't because Yu Qiubai wanted to harm him or give him a fake map. Instead, it was because the dimensional zone itself was constantly changing. The interior space would expand, and new buildings would appear. The layout would naturally change. No matter how the interior environment changed, the general layout didn't change much. Laojun platform was likely at the back of Mingdao Palace. Zhou Wen swept his gaze, and saw many avian dimensional creatures roosting nearby, along with some tiny beasts frolicking on the grass. He couldn't help but think, fighting and killing isn't the goal. The key is to deal with that dimensional creature. A cultured person like me isn't suitable for fighting and killing. It's best to use my brain. I heard that that dimensional creature only kills humans, and doesn't harm other dimensional creatures. From the looks of it, it's true. Now that I'm using the ability of the Demon God Bloodline Catalog to mimic one of the dimensional creatures, I can be at ease and search for its traces. Perhaps I might even have a chance to defeat it with my intelligence. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt that it made sense. Therefore, he secretly crawled through the grass and engraved the Demon God Bloodline Catalog. With the help of the Disqualified, the Demon God body's ability to simulate transformations was not as inept as before. The Disqualified had a huge augmentation effect on the Demon God body. Although Zhou Wen had already tried his best to converge his aura and expose the aura of the Demon God body, the little beasts on the grassland still retreated into the forest warily when they saw him approach. Clearly, they were still very wary of him. A few of the little beasts looked rather clumsy and ran very slowly. One of them accidentally tripped over a tree root that protruded from the ground. Its fleshy head and furry body fell to the ground.
It resembled Garfield. Of course, the tiny beast wasn't Garfield. It was probably some kind of feline. It was only about the height of Zhou Wen's knees, but because it was too fat, its movements were very clumsy. Its face was fat and rotund, and its eyes were big and round. It looked like it was in a daze. It wasn't as ferocious as felines like tigers, but rather like a panda. Its fur wasn't black or white though. It was gray, almost blue. I'll transform into it. Zhou Wen saw that it was the stupidest and ran the slowest, so he used the demon god body. As his eyes scanned its body, his body also changed. In just a moment, two clumsy little beasts appeared on the grass. Be it their appearance or aura, they were identical, like twins. The little beast that had wanted to escape sniffed the air and looked back. It realized that there was a creature that looked identical to it. It immediately stopped running. This fellow definitely wasn't smart. It turned its head and sized up Zhou Wen curiously. It even approached and sniffed him. Even Zhou Wen was somewhat impressed with his transformation ability. The little beast sniffed for a while and actually treated Zhou Wen as one of its kind. It even came up and leaned against Zhou Wen as though it wanted hugs.
Good boy. You are already an adult. Let's go to a more exciting place to play.
Zhou Wen used it as a cover. As he played with it, he walked to the right of Mingdao Palace. He might encounter the creature if he went straight. Zhou Wen planned on walking down the long corridor on the right. It was best not to alarm the dimensional creature that killed any human he saw. The dimensional creatures along the way were no longer afraid of Zhou Wen in his dimensional creature form. They acted normally as though he didn't exist. Zhou Wen lured the tiny beast all the way to the bell tower. From afar, he could see that the huge bell on the bell tower seemed to be made of raw metal. It was taller than a person and had the words, Mingdao Palace, engraved on it. Zhou Wen didn't plan on looking for trouble, so he naturally didn't head up the bell tower. After walking for a while, he saw a stone pavilion in the forest to the side. It wasn't surprising to find a stone pavilion here. In the anomalous Mingdao Palace, there were at least 80 stone pavilions, if not 100. However, there was a behemoth in the stone pavilion. It was staring at him with its blood-red eyes that resembled wheels. Chapter 1480 Holy Spring Well. Chapter 1480 Holy Spring Well. It can't be that coincidental, right? Zhou Wen muttered inwardly. The behemoth in the stone pavilion looked like a bear no matter how he looked at it. It was a giant bear with grayish-blue fur. Zhou Wen's present appearance was somewhat similar to it. This little beast isn't a cat. It's a bear? Aren't you too deceptive looking like that? Zhou Wen sensed that the bear's aura was extremely terrifying. Before it flew into a rage, its aura surged like a tsunami. Even Zhou Wen was alarmed. It was definitely at the calamity grade. Zhou Wen had always been reverent towards creatures like bears. Many people found bears stupid, nothing but fools that were easily bullied. Zhou Wen had thought so too when he was young. However, in middle school, Yu Qiubai had given a lecture about bear legends. It completely overturned Zhou Wen's understanding of bears. This made him subconsciously take more care every time he saw bear-type dimensional creatures. In fact, in the early myths and legends of the East District, bears occupied a very important position. Yellow Emperor Xian Yuan had a bear lineage. In the legends of Yu the Great's control of water, Yu the Great had also transformed into a bear and fought all sorts of water beasts. Before the Spring and Autumn War, there were many legends regarding divine bears. They were also the earliest form of totem worship. The rise of dragons only happened in the later generations. The reason why ancient people worshiped bears so much was not only because of their immense strength and impressive combat prowess, but also because of the bear's hibernation habits. A bear could avoid food and water for months. When it appeared again, it would give people the feeling that life had returned. Therefore, ancient people worshipped bears very much. Even the legendary chaos beasts were very likely to be created using bears as blueprints in certain versions. After hearing Yu Qiubai's lecture, Zhou Wen's impression of bears changed significantly. Therefore, when he saw a calamity-grade bear, he subconsciously became cautious and didn't attack immediately. The giant bear only stared at him without attacking. The giant bear's blood-red eyes looked at the tiny beast beside it before looking at Zhou Wen as though it was in a dilemma. Zhou Wen's heart stirred. So that's how it is. It can't tell who its child is. That's why it's so hesitant and hasn't taken action. As Zhou Wen was pondering over the matter, the giant bear got up and walked out of the stone pavilion. It circled around Zhou Wen and the baby bear a few times before reaching out its claws and throwing Zhou Wen and the baby bear onto its back. Zhou Wen was given a fright. Thankfully, his mental fortitude was sufficiently robust. He resisted the urge to attack as he found himself on the bear's back. Which bastard said that the calamity creature here looked something like a lion or tiger, but not like either? It's a freaking bear. Many thoughts flashed through Zhou Wen's mind as he sat on the bear's back.
With his current position, it was undoubtedly the best opportunity to assassinate the bear. All he needed to do was pull out the immortal culling sword and strike the bear's neck or other relatively weaker spots. Perhaps he could have calamity-grade bear meat for his meal today. With this in mind, Zhou Wen couldn't help but gulp. However, Zhou Wen quickly rejected this thought. A calamity-grade creature doesn't have negative intelligence, right? Even if it can't tell who's its child, doesn't it know how many children it has? This clearly didn't make sense. The bear placed both creatures on its back despite knowing that one creature wasn't its child. That meant that something had to be wrong. From the looks of it, this bear definitely wants to trick me. There must be a conspiracy. That must be the case. I can't act rashly. I can't let it see through me. I'll figure out its scheme first. Zhou Wen resisted the urge to assassinate the bear. The bear shook its body from side to side as it slowly walked through the forest. Its body was huge, but as it moved, its body seemed to turn into a blue phantom. When its body slammed into the trees or other vegetation, it passed right through them. Even Zhou Wen and the baby bear were affected by this power. Zhou Wen watched as the trees passed through his body as though they were illusory. It left him greatly surprised. Zhou Wen was proficient in spatial powers. He was also proficient in spatial teleportation and spatial traversal. He was very certain that this was not a spatial ability. How strange. What are the origins of this bear? With its level and ability, there aren't many creatures on Earth that can fight it. Does it need to hide from its enemies and come to a place like Laojun Platform? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more puzzled he became. The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt that there was something wrong with the bear's origins, so he didn't dare attack haphazardly. The bear carried Zhou Wen and the baby bear as it slowly walked deeper into Mingdao Palace. Be it the forest or various buildings, nothing could stop the bear from advancing. It was like a ghost that didn't exist in the world. It walked through the mortal world without being bound by anything in it. Zhou Wen saw all sorts of buildings and ancient trees. There were many dimensional creatures lurking around, but they didn't dare approach the bear. They quickly retreated once they discovered it. They retreated, but not in fear. Furthermore, after retreating, they looked at the giant bear from afar. It was obvious that they weren't especially afraid. Could it be that this fellow wants to take me to Laojun Platform? What motives does it have? How does this benefit it? Could it be that there's something on Laojun Platform that allows it to determine who its real child is? Just as Zhou Wen was guessing, the bear slowly stopped and didn't continue walking forward. Zhou Wen looked around and realized that he hadn't arrived at Laojun Platform. In front of the giant bear was an ancient well with a water pump and a wooden bucket. At this point, the bear sprawled down and lifted Zhou Wen and the baby bear down to the side of the well. Then, like a human, it picked up the wooden bucket and placed it in the well. It shook the wooden rack, hoping to draw some water. What's this fellow up to? Zhou Wen sized up the surroundings and saw the words, "Holy Spring Well," engraved on a rock. He immediately knew where he was. Holy Spring Well was rather famous. Legend had it that when Laojun was about to ascend, his mount, Azure Bull, who was chained to the side of the well, seemed to know that its master was about to leave. It couldn't help but moo and cry as tears of blood flowed down its eyes. Laojun couldn't bear to part with the Azure Bull either, but the Azure Bull was mortal, so it was impossible for it to ascend with him. Helpless, Laojun poured a calabash of golden cores he had personally refined into the well, causing the ordinary water well to surge. The Azure Bull drank the holy spring water daily, allowing it to ascend and reunite with its master in the future. Chapter 1481 The Baffling Giant Bear. Chapter 1481 The Baffling Giant Bear. Holy Spring Well had apparently dried up in the past. After Mingdao Palace transformed into a dimensional zone, Holy Spring Well surged with spring water again. After the spring water appeared, someone had tried drinking the spring water from the Holy Spring Well, but there were no special effects. Not only did he not ascend to immortality, but there weren't even any healing effects. As Zhou Wen was pondering, the bear had already raised the bucket. It was filled with water. Wouldn't be too clear, but now, the water in the bucket looked purer than pure water. One could even smell the sweetness of the spring water. Earth's environment is many times better than before. Speaking of which, can this be considered a form of self-repair for Earth? Zhou Wen couldn't help but think. The giant bear placed the bucket between Zhou Wen and the bear as the baby bear lowered its head to lick the water. When Zhou Wen saw this, he had no choice but to move his head over. Otherwise, if the giant bear saw through him, all his prior forbearance would have been in vain. Now, Zhou Wen wasn't too interested in killing the bear. With the huge changes in Mingdao Palace, all he wanted to know was if there had been any changes to Laojun Platform. In the past, Laojun Platform had a total of 33 steps from bottom to top. It meant that Taishang Laojun had ascended to the 33 heavens. It was unknown what Laojun Platform had become. In fact, Zhou Wen was still looking forward to it before coming. The Tao Sutra he cultivated came from Mount Laojun. This place was called Laojun Platform. Perhaps they had some connection, and he could use Laojun Platform to advance the Tao Sutra to the Calamity grade. However, along the way, he didn't discover anything that could advance the Tao Sutra. At the very least, the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder in his body didn't resonate. As Zhou Wen thought about it, he drank the water. Soon, the bucket was finished by him and the baby bear. Finally, the baby bear hugged the bucket and rolled on the ground, pouring the remaining water into its mouth. Zhou Wen didn't notice anything special when he drank the water. There wasn't any rich essence energy contained in it, nor did he discover any special attributes. Apart from the refreshing taste, he didn't discover any benefits from the water. Seeing that the bucket was empty, the giant bear carried the bucket away and quickly scooped another bucket of water. It placed it between Zhou Wen and the baby bear again. It apparently wanted them to continue drinking. The baby bear obediently drank the water, but Zhou Wen wasn't too willing. Although he could drink it, he wasn't an aquatic animal. What was the point of drinking so much water? Despite his thoughts, he still had to drink. Furthermore, he couldn't drink less than the baby bear. If the baby bear drank a lot every day, and he only drank a little, it would inevitably arouse the giant bear's suspicion. Zhou Wen never expected the giant bear to draw bucket after bucket. It had no intention of stopping once the water in the bucket was finished. The giant bear would immediately draw another bucket of water. Zhou Wen foolishly fought with the bear for more in the beginning. After a few buckets, he couldn't take it anymore. All he could do was drink as little as possible, and let the baby bear drink more. After 10 buckets, Zhou Wen was at his limits. All he did was extend his tongue and lick it a few times. He really couldn't drink anymore. Zhou Wen was even willing to fight the bear to the death rather than drink any more water. To his surprise, the giant bear ignored Zhou Wen's obvious difference. It only watched from the side, and waited for the baby bear to finish drinking before drawing more water. Zhou Wen had only heard of people who couldn't be satiated. This was the first time he was seeing someone like the baby bear, who could drink indefinite amounts of water. The baby bear was like a bottomless pit. It drank more than half of the 10 buckets of water, but it still looked like it wasn't enough. Its stomach didn't expand either. Could it be that the water in the holy spring well really has some benefits? But I've also drunk quite a bit. Why don't I feel anything? Logically speaking, there should be some benefits after drinking for so long, right? But if there aren't any benefits, why is this baby bear so gluttonous? It's as though it can't be satiated. Zhou Wen considered drinking more. What if there were benefits? However, this thought was instantly rejected by him. He really couldn't drink anymore. He nearly vomited when he saw the water. Forget it. If the holy spring well's water really has benefits, I'll just find an opportunity to extract some and place it in the chaos space. I'll use holy spring water to eat, cook, and boil soup. I'll even use holy spring water to wash my clothes. It was just a thought on Zhou Wen's part. He wouldn't really bear to use holy spring water to wash his clothes. What's that giant bear trying to do? When Zhou Wen saw that the giant bear was constantly drawing water for the baby bear to drink, he had more questions. However, he didn't know who to ask. In the end, Zhou Wen stood by the side and watched without even continuing the act. Zhou Wen kept counting by the side. The baby bear finally seemed full when it drank more than 30 buckets. It burped before it could finish the remaining half of the bucket. Seeing that the baby bear was full, the giant bear didn't continue drawing water. It extended its claws and picked up Zhou Wen and the baby bear before placing them back on its back. Then, it turned around and walked into the forest. The giant bear passed through the forest and soon arrived in front of a mountain-like building. Laojun Platform? Zhou Wen took a careful look. Although the building was somewhat different from the pictures he had seen of Laojun Platform, it looked mostly correct. Laojun Platform was many times taller than before. Conservatively speaking, it was already more than 100 meters tall. Although Laojun Platform was much taller, it scaled in the same ratio, so it didn't look too different. Even the steps were the same, only 33 steps. One step was now 2 to 3 meters tall. It would be difficult for ordinary people to climb. It was no problem for the giant bear. It used all its limbs and climbed up step by step. I was planning on going up Laojun Platform to take a look. Perfect, I don't even have to walk on my own. I'm riding a bear up. This treatment can be considered unique, right? Zhou Wen sat stably on the giant bear as the baby bear kept pestering him, constantly leaning against him. Laojun Platform was almost right in front of him. Zhou Wen sized up the top of the door and saw that the words engraved on it weren't Laojun Platform, but Immortal Ascension Platform. The door to the Immortal Ascension Platform was closed. He couldn't see anything inside from the outside. The giant bear had already sprawled at the door instead of rushing in immediately. Zhou Wen's gaze was attracted by a pair of doors on both sides of the entrance. The door was shaped like a vertical drum. The drum surface was engraved with the symbol of two dragons playing with a pearl. And above the door was a beast-like sculpture. It had deformed due to age, making it impossible to tell what creature it was. Zhou Wen was studying the strange beast on the door, when the giant bear suddenly leaped up and pounced at the door. In the next second, there was a boom. Chapter 1482 Smashing the Door. Chapter 1482 Smashing the Door. The giant bear stood on its hind legs and threw its front claws at the door, causing it to rumble. The door shook violently, as though it would fly off at any moment, but it ultimately held still. Bam! 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 The giant bear slammed the door with its claws again and again. Zhou Wen thought to himself, this is Laojun Platform, the place where Taishang Laojun ascended. It would be strange if you could open it with brute force. Crack! Zhou Wen was still having this thought when he suddenly heard something amiss. He hurriedly crawled onto the giant bear's shoulder and looked in the direction of the door. He saw that there were already many cracks on it. Holy sh*T. No way. This can be opened with brute force? Zhou Wen's heart chilled. Although Zhou Wen had never tried striking the door on Laojun Platform, he had tried many things at Mount Laojun. Ignoring the door, even the grass and trees on Golden Peak seemed to be protected by immortal power, preventing him from dealing any damage. A place like Laojun Platform was definitely not inferior to Mount Laojun. It could only be stronger than Mount Laojun based on the taboo powers. As the place where Laojun ascended, it was unimaginable that the door would crack. It couldn't be said that the door wasn't firm enough, nor could it be said that the protection of Laojun Platform wasn't potent enough. It could only be said that this bear was too terrifying. Where did this bear come from? Zhou Wen was somewhat glad that he hadn't attacked earlier on. His mind raced as he searched for myths related to bears. However, the myths related to bears were basically from ancient times. Too few were passed down, so Zhou Wen only knew a few. There were myths like the dream entering flying bear, Yu the Great's transformation into a bear, and so on. However, when he compared them, they didn't look like this blue bear. I've heard legends of red and black bears. For example, the black bear spirit in Journey to the West is a black bear, but I've never heard of a blue bear. Could it be from another district? Zhou Wen didn't know much about the myths and legends of the other districts. No special bear-type mythical creature came to mind. The famous frost bear was white. Even if it was blue, it was still frost blue. This bear was grayish blue and didn't have any ice elemental attributes. Paw! 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 As the bear struck, more and more cracks appeared on the door. It was almost on the brink of shattering. Zhou Wen and the baby bear lay on the giant bear's shoulder as the splattering with splinters hit them. Zhou Wen picked up a piece of wood and saw a faint golden glow flowing in it. It didn't look like an ordinary piece of wood. Zhou Wen pinched it hard. His strength was infinitely close to the calamity grade. Logically speaking, it was just a piece of wood. Many of the fibers had been destroyed, but he failed to deform the wooden splinter. Boom! A hole was smashed through by the bear's claws. The giant bear kept exerting its strength as it widened the hole. In just moments, the two door panels were smashed to pieces by the giant bear. The giant bear clawed at the ground and crawled through the broken door. The space on Laojun Platform wasn't big to begin with. After dimensionalization, it was only a few hundred square meters. On the right was the Numinous Treasure Hall, and on the left was the God of Fortune Hall. Together with the main hall, there were only 3 halls. Doors to all 3 halls were tightly shut. It was unknown what gods were consecrated inside. As Zhou Wen was still observing the area, the giant bear turned right the moment it entered and arrived in front of a metal column that was embedded in the ground. The metal column was thicker than a person's thigh. It revealed a portion above ground that was more than a meter long. Its top was oval in shape, and it looked somewhat strange overall. The metal column was covered in rust, and had probably been here for countless years. Zhou Wen didn't know much about Laojun Platform. He had never been here before, so he didn't know what the metal column was. The bear stood up again and hugged the metal column with its claws, about to pull it out. Boom! Boom! The giant bear suddenly exerted strength that could uproot a mountain, but it only managed to raise the metal column slightly. Laojun Platform shook as though there was an earthquake. The giant bear continued exerting its strength, roaring as it tried to pull out the metal column. It crossed its claws and hugged the metal column tightly, pulling it up bit by bit. Laojun Platform kept trembling as the 3 palace halls shook. However, their doors remained tightly shut as though there was no one guarding the area. Zhou Wen wore an odd expression as he thought to himself, isn't it said that Laojun Platform is personally protected by Taishang Laojun? Why isn't there any reaction at this moment? Could it be that the legend is wrong? This isn't the true place Taishang Laojun ascended? Zhou thought of something else. Could it be that this bear is so terrifying that the power protecting Lao Jun platform doesn't dare stop him? The more Zhou thought about it, the more he found it possible. The taboo power of Lao Jun platform couldn't be faked. It was very similar to the taboo power at Mount Lao Jun. With so many terrifying creatures guarding Mount Lao Jun, it was impossible for there to be none. Here. The only possibility was that the guards here were afraid of the giant bear and didn't dare stop it. The giant bear had already pulled out more than a meter of the metal column. It didn't take long to fully pull it out. The huge metal column was like a toy in the giant bear's hands. It sniffed it for a while before looking as though it had been exposed. It grabbed the metal column and threw it out with both paws. With a boom, the metal column tore through the main hall's wall. It stabbed through most of the way, with only the end exposed. Even so, the door to the hall remained tightly shut. What are the origins of this bear? Zhou found it even more terrifying. He hadn't managed to cause much damage when grinding the Mount Lao Jun dungeon. A few steps were enough to get him killed. It seemed silent despite the bear being close to destroying the place. It seemed abnormal. The giant bear seemed furious as it rushed to the door of the main hall. It extended its bare paw and slapped it a few more times as it roared angrily. Zhou forehead broke out into a cold sweat. To mess with Taishan Laojun's place was akin to having a death wish. Was he tired of living? If he were to give the deities a ranking, Zhou couldn't think of anyone who could be ranked above him even if the bear wasn't first. Thankfully, the main hall's door was much sturdier than the mountain entrance. The bear slapped it a few times, but the door wasn't damaged. All it did was produce a loud bang. As though it knew that it couldn't smash open the door, the giant bear clawed at the ground and circled the door a few times before walking to the left. On the left side of the main hall was a stone platform with a stone calabash on it. The giant bear came in front of the stone platform and circled it twice. Just as Zhou imagined that it was about to strike the stone calabash and stone platform again, the bear suddenly extended its claws and lifted Zhou and the baby bear with one swipe of its claws before placing them in front of the stone platform. The baby bear unhappily turned around and crawled towards the giant bear. The giant bear extended its claws and carried it to the stone platform. It even nudged the baby bear and Zhou. From the looks of it, it wanted them to do something to the stone platform. What's the meaning of this? Could it be that it doesn't feel satisfied smashing things alone and wants us to hone our skills and smash things with it? Zhou thought to himself. Chapter 1483 Stone Calabash. Chapter 1483 Stone Calabash. The giant bear flared up when it saw Zhou and the baby bear remained motionless. It pushed Zhou and the bear to the side and stood in front of the stone platform. Its claws formed a hug before it moved up and down in the air a few times. Then, it turned its head and roared at Zhou and the baby bear. What do you mean? Teaching us how to wreak havoc via example? Do you want us to smash this calabash and stone platform? Zhou felt that the giant bear was using its actions to get them to carry the calabash and stone platform and lift them up before throwing them to the ground. As Zhou was still thinking, the giant bear roared at the two of them again and nudged them with its claws, almost pushing them onto the stone platform. Zhou thought to himself, that baby bear is silly. It probably can't comprehend the giant bear's intentions. Now is the time for me to showcase myself. Roar! With this in mind, Zhou mimicked the giant bear and roared. He even extended his claws, wanting to pound his chest. But on second thought, that was a gorilla's action. Bears probably didn't do such things. He hurriedly lowered his hands and stole a glance at the giant bear. Thankfully, the giant bear didn't mind. Only then did Zhou feel relieved. He extended his claws and hugged the calabash, hoping to lift it up and smash it. Since the giant bear was around, Lao Jun platform would pin the blame on the giant bear even if it wanted to settle scores. Zhou believed that he was quite good at wreaking havoc. As he tried to pick up the stone calabash and smash it to the ground, the stone calabash remained motionless despite him exerting his strength. It had no intention of being lifted. The stone calabash was only about 2 feet tall and didn't look too heavy. In order to pull off his act as a baby bear, Zhou used very little strength. Seeing that he couldn't move it, he secretly used more strength. The calabash didn't budge as though it had been welded to the stone platform below. Zhou increased his strength and tried a few more times, but the outcome was the same every time. The calabash didn't show any movement. What's up with this stone calabash? Could it be that this thing is a treasure? But if it's really a treasure, why would it be placed outside? It should be stored in the hall. Zhou sized up the stone calabash and was momentarily unsure of its origins. Zhou regretted not carefully studying what was present on Lao Jun platform before coming. He never expected such a situation. Lao Jun platform wasn't a threat to him. He had come here to deal with the giant bear, but things had turned out this way. The baby bear seemed intrigued by Zhou Wen's actions. It tottered over with its plump body and pushed Zhou Wen to the side. It wrapped its 4 paws around the stone calabash. It must be a joke if you can lift it while I can't, Zhou Wen thought. However, now that the baby bear had taken the initiative, it could be considered as helping him out. Zhou Wen was rather grateful to it. While the baby bear was hugging the calabash, Zhou Wen realized that there were clouds and dragon patterns engraved on it. A dragon shuttled through the clouds, its body mostly hidden. It emitted a refreshing and elegant aura. The baby bear was a simpleton. It hugged the stone calabash and had no intention of lifting it up. It even wanted to bite it, as though it wanted to know if it could be eaten. After biting it twice to no avail, it even gestured at the calabash with its front claws, as though it wanted to know if it could swallow the calabash. If you can eat this thing, I'll respect you as a man. Just as Zhou Wen had this thought, he suddenly saw the calabash glow. Golden light seeped out from the cloud patterns. There was seemingly something inside the originally solid stone calabash. It was naturally impossible for the stone calabash to have a hole, but now, there was a golden glow at the top of the calabash. Then, a golden object spewed out from the calabash's mouth amidst the luminance. Zhou Wen only saw a golden elixir pill spew out before the baby bear opened its mouth and swallowed it. After swallowing it, the baby bear even smacked its lips as though it wasn't satisfied. The baby bear wanted more. It hugged the calabash and began gnawing. It was unknown how it did it, but soon, another pill spewed out. The baby bear opened its mouth and swallowed it. Zhou Wen didn't even see what the pill looked like as it shimmered with golden light. Perhaps it was because of the pill, Zhou Wen saw a faint golden luster appear on the baby bear's fur. Furthermore, it emitted a refreshing fragrance. Don't tell me that the pills that fly out of the calabash are Taishang Laojuan's golden elixir pills. Zhou Wen's eyes nearly popped out. The baby bear chewed and chewed one pill after another. It left Zhou Wen envious. This was Taishang Laojuan's territory. The pills that appeared were likely immortal pills. Even if they weren't the famous 9 Revolutions golden elixir pill, they were definitely not ordinary. Now, Zhou Wen understood that the giant bear wasn't here to wreak havoc, but to eat the immortal pills. Zhou Wen wanted to slap himself. He had failed to seize such a good opportunity. He was the one who had hugged the calabash first. Who knew that this would happen? That giant bear was so violent the moment it came here. I thought it wanted. Zhou Wen was filled with regret, but it was useless. All he could do was wait by the side, hoping that the baby bear would quickly release the calabash and give him the opportunity to get 2 immortal pills. However, the baby bear seemed to have a huge appetite. It didn't seem satiated despite eating 7 or 8 pills. It continued gnawing away. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Look at your figure. How are you going to find a life partner in the future? Which bear chick will like you? Get yourself together. Stop eating and start losing weight. Zhou Wen kept muttering inwardly. It was unknown if the baby bear heard his thoughts or if it was really full, but it released the stone calabash and rolled to the side. It lay on its back, panting. Its belly swelled up as though it was stuffed. Zhou Wen was overjoyed as he hurriedly crawled over and hugged the calabash with his claws. Ignoring the saliva of the baby bear on the calabash, he opened his mouth and chewed. Zhou Wen naturally couldn't bite through the stone calabash. He was only imitating the baby bear's actions. After a while, the calabash shimmered with golden light as a pill spewed out. Zhou Wen was overjoyed when he saw this. He hurriedly opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. When the pill entered his stomach, a strange force immediately spread out. It was an extremely strange feeling. He couldn't put his finger on whether it was hot or cold. Chapter 1484 The Mysterious Laojun Platform. Chapter 1484 The Mysterious Laojun Platform. A cold yet hot force spread through his body. The feeling was indescribable as his body seemed to turn ethereal, as though he was about to ascend to immortality. It became lighter and lighter. Zhou Wen felt that his body would be blown away by a mere breeze. Of course, that was only what Zhou Wen felt. He naturally wasn't blown away. Not only was he not blown away, but his body also became heavier. The bricks beneath him shattered. Zhou Wen lowered his head to bite the calabash, and got a few more pills out for eating, but as he lowered his head, his body gradually turned to stone. Before Zhou Wen's mouth touched the calabash, his body was completely petrified, turning into a stone beast statue hugging the stone calabash. Zhou Wen couldn't move, but he was still conscious. He felt as light as a feather, so he failed to react to the petrification. Holy **T, what's going on? Zhou Wen was alarmed. He clearly felt ethereal and airy, as though a gust of wind could blow him away at any time, but he had petrified into an immobile rock. What was even more terrifying was that he couldn't use any of his essence energy arts, nor could he circulate his essence energy. It was as though he had really become a rock. Could it be that the giant bear knew that this would happen, So it deliberately brought us here to eat the pills? If I were really its cub, I wouldn't have turned into a rock, so it can distinguish who its child is. Zhou felt extremely ambivalent. Seeing Zhou turn into a stone statue, the giant bear lifted the baby bear onto its back before turning to head out the door. It walked down the stone steps, as though it had verified Zhou thoughts. As for the baby bear, it would occasionally turn its head to look at Zhou. It even called out twice, as though it wanted him to follow. Zhou couldn't move, so how could he follow? All he could do was watch helplessly, as they descended Laojun platform, and vanished from Zhou senses. Zhou had no choice but to calm down and attempt to use all sorts of powers to escape the present predicament. However, he couldn't use essence energy arts or summon companion beasts. He couldn't even move his body, so there was nothing he could do. Could it be that I'll become a stone statue just like that, and be alone for millennia? Zhou was depressed, but he didn't give up on survival. He only hoped for beneficial developments. Time ticked by, but Zhou failed to recover from his stone statue state. Why was the baby bear fine after eating it, but I ended up turning into a rock? That baby bear doesn't look like a stone elemental creature. In terms of immunity, with Truth Listener and the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder, I shouldn't be that weak. What kind of powers do the golden elixir pills have? Zhou kept thinking, hoping to find the crux of the problem. However, even when the sky darkened and the moon rose, he still couldn't figure out what kind of power the golden elixir pills possessed. The cold moonlight shone on Laojun platform, as though it had covered the originally mysterious Laojun platform with a veil. There was complete silence. Zhou could still hear, but the range was limited to the vicinity of Laojun platform. Furthermore, it was only normal hearing, not Truth Listener's ability. He could see with his eyes, but all he could see was what was in front of him. Sir is still waiting for me to return. I have to think of a way to quickly escape. Just as Zhou was thinking, he suddenly heard something strange. It sounded like someone was speaking, but it was indiscernible. It was like murmurs one heard in their reverie, but it was impossible to tell what was being said. Zhou wasn't sleeping, so he naturally wasn't daydreaming. He listened attentively. He could clearly hear the sound, and it wasn't so soft that it was indiscernible, but he couldn't hear what was being said clearly. Zhou couldn't even be sure if the sound was human. Unfortunately, his body couldn't move, and the direction of the sound wasn't in his field of vision. After listening for a while, Zhou could tell that the sound was coming from the main hall. With that giant bear around, ordinary people wouldn't dare come to Laojun platform. Even if they dared, I wouldn't be unable to hear anything when they ascended Laojun platform. Could it be that the sound comes from the main hall? With this in mind, Zhou felt a sliver of hope. He didn't know what was inside the hall, but he believed that it was most likely Taishan Laojun. If the sound really came from the main hall, it might be something profound. However, no matter how Zhou listened, he couldn't tell what the voice was saying. After a while, the voice gradually vanished. In the morning, Zhou saw a purple glow land in front of him. It was indescribably beautiful. The purple light came from the east. Zhou was on the west side of the main temple, and he couldn't see what was emitting the purple light either. After a while, the purple light deviated and shone on him. No, it should be said that it shone on the stone calabash. Zhou was surprised to discover the stone calabash automatically emitting a golden glow as it sucked the purple gas into the calabash. Zhou's body was illuminated by the purple light by virtue of him hugging the calabash. He felt his body warm up. His mind, which had been in disarray the entire night, immediately felt refreshed as though he had just woken up. The purple light didn't last long. After a while, the angle of the purple light deviated, preventing it from reaching this spot. The stone calabash returned to its original state, and Zhou wasn't illuminated by the purple light again. For the next 2 to 3 days, Zhou failed to think of a way to escape. He would hear that strange whisper every night at midnight. And in the morning, he would see the purple light. When the purple light shone on him, he vaguely felt that his body was showing signs of recovery. However, the time for the illumination was too short. Before he could be treated of the petrification, the purple light had already disappeared. Although he knew that time was of the essence, and that Yu Qiubai was definitely having a hard time holding on, there was nothing he could do. All he could do was patiently listen to the murmurs every night, and try his best to absorb the purple light like the calabash. However, this wasn't easy. It was clearly difficult to take the initiative to absorb the purple light without using an essence energy art. Zhou kept trying, but he failed. Zhou didn't see any traces of the giant bear or the baby bear again. Instead, the door that had been destroyed by the giant bear automatically returned to normal the next day. Zhou occasionally heard dimensional creatures wandering around Laojun platform, but no dimensional creature dared to ascend it. There weren't even any dimensional creatures that went up the stairs. At most, they would circle around the steps for a while before leaving.
Chapter 1485 Someone's Here. Chapter 1485 Someone's Here. In the morning, Zhou Wen was enjoying the purple light when he suddenly heard footsteps coming from below Lao Jun platform. Zhou Wen originally imagined that he had heard wrongly, but he immediately heard someone speak.
Old man, are you sure it's here?
A lazy man's voice sounded. Zhou Wen found the voice familiar, and his expression immediately turned odd. This was because the voice sounded like eldest senior brother Lu Yun. No way. Why is Lu Yun here? Zhou Wen was puzzled. Although Lu Yun was his eldest senior brother, it was difficult to describe their relationship. After all, Lu Yun had often tried scamming Zhou Wen in the past, but he always suffered losses every time. Zhou Wen was only passively counterattacking in the beginning, but over time, he couldn't help but take the initiative to bully this eldest senior brother. Their relationship couldn't be considered good, but it wasn't necessarily bad. No matter what Lu Yun thought, Zhou Wen had never thought of doing anything to eldest senior brother Lu Yun. He had never even treated him as an enemy. This feeling was very strange. He was clearly someone who wanted to scam him the moment they met, but he didn't think of him as an enemy.
The place where Lao Jun ascended should be here. There's no mistake about it.
An elderly voice sounded. Zhou Wen was taken aback when he heard the voice. This was because he was familiar with the voice. It was likely Jing Daoxian. Why is Lu Yun still with Jing Daoxian? Hasn't he suffered enough from colluding with him? Could it be that Jing Daoxian pulled some trick on Lu Yun, forcing him to obey his orders? Zhou Wen had always been puzzled as to why Lu Yun often ended up working with Jing Daoxian. Later on careful thought, Lu Yun had been captured by Jing Daoxian in the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang. It was very likely that he had been tricked by Jing Daoxian and was coerced by him.
That might not be the case. Many places claim to have a relationship with Taishan Lao Jun. You said the same thing back in my hometown. What happened in the end?
Lu Yun mocked.
This great immortal is the founder of Taoism. Everyone wants to rub off some blessings, causing the information to be messy. We need to slowly verify them. This Lao Jun platform is indeed the place where Lao Jun ascended. As long as no one comes before us, that thing should still be here,
Jing Daoxian said slowly.
Let's wait and see. I don't dare have such high hopes.
Lu Yun still didn't seem to believe Jing Daoxian's judgment. As he spoke, he walked up the stairs, but he was stopped by Jing Daoxian.
The 33 steps of Lao Jun platform represent the 33 heavens. Every step is a heaven. It's not something that can be easily ascended,
Jing Daoxian said.
There's nothing special about it.
Lu Yun sized up the steps and felt that other than being a little taller, there was nothing special. The more Zhou Wen listened, the more puzzled he became. He had been carried up here by the giant bear, and didn't find the stairs impressive. However, Jing Daoxian's tone made it seem like even he didn't dare underestimate the 33 steps.
Taoism emphasizes returning to the basics. The more inconspicuous a place is, the more careful you have to be. Otherwise, you having 10 lives wouldn't be enough if I'm not by your side,
Jing Daoxian said solemnly.
I've been traveling alone for so many years. Ain't I still living well?
Lu Yun said disapprovingly.
You can give it a try if you don't believe me,
Jing Daoxian said slowly.
Sure.
As Lu Yun spoke, he jumped up the stairs. Zhou Wen suddenly couldn't hear him after Lu Yun landed on the steps. However, Lu Yun had clearly landed on the first step, so how did he suddenly vanish and go completely silent? From the looks of it, those stairs are indeed as Jing Daoxian said. They possess unbelievable power. It's only because I was carried by the giant bear, which broke through the stairs' restrictions, that I didn't sense the existence of that power. As Zhou Wen was thinking, he suddenly heard a tragic cry. Lu Yun, who seemed to have vanished, fell to the ground away from the steps with a tragic cry as though he had appeared out of thin air.
Of the 33 steps, you couldn't even last past the 7th step. Aren't you too weak?
Jing Daoxian mocked. Lu Yun got up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said stubbornly,
To be able to reach the 7th step shows heavenly talent. A genius like me is already rare in this world. You probably won't find many in the human world capable of this feat. Which one of your junior brothers isn't stronger than you?
Jing Daoxian said airily.
I'm just letting them have it easy. I don't want to bully the weak on account of us being fellow disciples,
Lu Yun said as he cracked his neck.
Luoyang's and Tianzhua, the Dugu family's Dugu, the Zhang family's Zhang Chunqiu, and the Xia family's Xia Luchuan. None of them should be inferior to you, right? There's also that pump from the Feng family in the South Sea, and the Ming family's kid that uses a sword. They aren't much weaker than you, right? Geniuses like you don't seem to be that rare.
Jing Daoxian listed down several examples. Lu Yun was immediately displeased.
How can Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu be my match? And Tianzhua can at most fight me to a draw. They can barely be considered on the same level. I'm not afraid of the others. When you mention a draw, is it like that time at Dragon Gate Grotto in Luoyang? He chased as you ran, but that he failed to catch up to you? That's right. As long as you aren't dead, it's a draw.
Jing Daoxian said with a smile.
How did you know?
Lu Yun was alarmed as he glared at Jing Daoxian.
I know plenty.
Jing Daoxian didn't answer him. He looked at the steps in front of him and said,
These 33 steps are the distance between heaven and earth. It's the process of advancing from a mortal to an immortal. If you can reach the 33rd step at the epic stage with your own abilities, you can break through the limits of the Deva realm and advance to the mythical stage with your body. Unfortunately, no one in the world can do it.
After a pause, Jing Daoxian said,
Follow me. Let's head up now.
With that said, Jing Daoxian walked up the steps. Lu Yun followed closely behind him. Soon, Zhou Wen couldn't hear their voices as though they had vanished into thin air. When Zhou Wen heard their voices again, it was more than an hour later. Jing Daoxian and Lu Yun had already arrived at the door. The door that had been smashed by the giant bear had returned to its original state. It was impossible to tell that it had been smashed before.
This door can't be opened with brute force. If one tries to force their way in, they might be thrown out of Lao Jun platform.
Jing Daoxian looked at the door and slowly walked to it before knocking on it. He knocked on the door with a strange rhythm. After knocking a few times, the door automatically opened.
Didn't you say that the door is very difficult to open? Why did it open just by knocking?
Lu Yun naturally knew that something was amiss. He had said that to get Jing Daoxian to explain the oddity. As Jing Daoxian walked into the yard, he said,
This is the door of the Deva realm. As long as one breaks through the limits of the Deva realm, they will naturally be able to open it. Therefore, I can open it, but you can't.
Chapter 1486 Grandson. Chapter 1486 Grandson.
What's there to be proud of?
Lu Yun muttered as he followed Jing Daoxian into the yard. When they arrived in the yard, Jing Daoxian's expression changed when he saw the metal column that the giant bear had stabbed into the wall.
Someone was here before us.
With that said, Jing Daoxian walked to the wall and reached out to gently stroke the exposed parts of the metal column. At the same time, he carefully sized it up.
It should be teacher, right? It looks like you're one step too late,
Lu Yun said gloatingly.
Whose grandson are you?
Jing Daoxian glared at him.
Who knows if you're bluffing me? How do I know that you're telling the truth?
Lu Yun curled his lips.
If you weren't my only grandchild, I would have already slapped you to death,
Jing Daoxian said coldly. Then, he released his hand that was caressing the metal column and took 2 steps back.
I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. It's not Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan wouldn't do something so senseless.
Zhou Wen was stunned. Eldest senior brother Lu Yun is actually Jing Daoxian's grandson? It's no wonder I had a nagging feeling that something was amiss. Why is Lu Yun always with Jing Daoxian? That explains it. After his shock, Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel a burning desire for gossip. Lu Yun is Jing Daoxian's grandson, so who's his grandmother? Didn't they say that Jing Daoxian didn't marry and have children?
What's senseless?
Lu Yun asked.
This metal column is called the mountain driving whip. It should have been something good, but unfortunately, this one is fake. The person who came before us realized that this metal column was fake and flew into a rage, smashing it into the wall. With Wang Mingyuan's personality, he definitely wouldn't do such a thing,
Jing Daoxian said.
That's true. If it's teacher, he would put it back when he discovers that it's fake,
said Lu Yun. Jing Daoxian gave a strange smile.
That's also possible. However, if I were to guess, I believe he would take away this fake mountain driving whip. Why?
Lu Yun asked in puzzlement.
Because I will do the same,
Jing Daoxian said as he reached out to pull out the metal column. It was difficult to stick the metal column in, but it was equally difficult to pull it out. Jing Daoxian pulled a few times, but the metal column seemed to be firmly stuck in the wall.
Since it's fake, why waste time pulling it out?
Lu Yun asked again.
You don't understand.
Jing Daoxian summoned a companion beast. Zhou Wen could tell that it was a humanoid companion beast. Without Truth Listener's augmentation, he couldn't turn the sound he heard into an image. All he could do was make a general judgment. With the help of the humanoid companion beast, the metal column was slowly pulled out. Jing Daoxian used some unknown method to stroke the metal pillar, causing it to vanish.
It's about time. If we don't get down to business, I'm afraid we will lose our lives here when that bear returns,
said Lu Yun.
That luck stone should be on the west side of the main hall. You can see it if you take a look,
Jing Daoxian said. Lu Yun walked west and immediately saw the stone platform, Calabash, and Zhou Wen. Now that Zhou Wen was in the form of a stone beast, Lu Yun naturally couldn't recognize him. He was even given a fright as he pointed at Zhou Wen and said,
That's strange. Didn't you say that the luck stone is with a treasure calabash? Why is there a stone beast there? Could it be that there's a luck beast that comes with it? What luck beast?
Jing Daoxian frowned slightly, as he walked to Lu Yun's side, and was slightly taken aback when he saw the stone beast Zhou Wen had transformed into.
Strange. The luck stone is a stone roller used by Taishang Laojun to grind medicine. The treasure calabash is used to store pills, but I've never heard of any guardian beast. Even if there is one, it should be a child guarding the furnace. It shouldn't be such a strange stone beast.
As Jing Daoxian sized up Zhou Wen, he pondered and said,
Furthermore, this stone beast looks somewhat similar to that bear.
Zhou Wen thought to himself, I don't think Jing Daoxian has seen the baby bear before. The baby bear doesn't resemble the giant bear either. To be able to tell, Jing Daoxian's eyes are indeed a little sharp.
Who cares? Anyway, what you want is the luck stone and the treasure calabash. Just take them away,
Lu Yun said as he moved the stone calabash. However, after exerting some strength, the calabash remained motionless. Lu Yun exerted so much strength that the veins on his forehead protruded.
Don't waste your efforts. Although the treasure calabash isn't a purple gold calabash, it's no ordinary item. It won't be easy to take it away. If we could use brute force to take it away, the people who came before us would have long done so without giving us a chance.
Jing Daoxian paused before saying,
From the looks of it, we came at the right time. These are all genuine. Do you have a solution?
Lu Yun asked.
These two treasures are used for alchemy. If you want to take them away, you naturally have to work from a pill angle,
Jing Daoxian said as he took out something. It was a small bottle that was only the size of a palm. Jing Daoxian carefully opened the bottle and poured out a tiny pill before throwing it at the stone calabash. The stone calabash, that would only react in the morning, suddenly shimmered with golden light as it sucked in the tiny pill. Jing Daoxian threw the tiny bottle to Lu Yun.
Feed that calabash with a pill every 10 minutes. In a few hours, you should be able to move the treasure calabash. Why don't you feed it yourself?
Lu Yun seemed to enjoy arguing with Jing Daoxian. Jing Daoxian said indifferently,
If that bear returns, I'll have to think of a way to stop it outside. We have to be wary of the people from before in the event that they haven't left. Didn't you say that there aren't more than 5 creatures on Earth who can fight that bear? And none of them are human? Then how are you going to stop it?
Lu Yun was puzzled.
Silly child, you sometimes have to use your brain. Something that can't be done with brute force might be easily done with some trivial means. In short, stay here and feed the treasure calabash. No matter what happens outside, don't come out,
Jing Daoxian said as he walked out the door and closed it.
Who knows if all these opinionated things you say are true?
As Lu Yun muttered, he waited before throwing a pill at the calabash. Strangely, every time he threw a pill and pushed the treasure calabash, he felt that it was a little lighter.
Old man, are you outside?
Lu Yun was a person who couldn't sit idle. After waiting for a while, he felt bored and shouted outside. No one answered him. Lu Yun asked a few times, but when Jing Daoxian didn't respond, he stopped shouting, probably because his voice couldn't be heard. Lu Yun's eyes darted as he looked at Zhou Wen. As though he had thought of something fun, he got up and walked towards him. Holy sh*T, what are you going to do? Zhou Wen immediately felt that things were going south, but he couldn't move or make a sound. He couldn't do anything but watch as Lu Yun walked to his side. Chapter 1487 Lu Yun's Concerns. Lu Yun circled Zhou Wen a few times before standing in front of him. He stared at his face carefully and gradually frowned.
Strange. It's clearly a stone statue. Why does it have a sense of familiarity while inducing some hate?
Lu Yun looked at the stone beast and muttered to himself. This punk's spiritual perception is so sharp. Zhou Wen was given a fright, afraid that Lu Yun would notice. He had scammed Lu Yun many times. If Lu Yun knew that he couldn't move after becoming a stone statue, who knew how he would take revenge on him?
The more I look at it, the more I find it irritating.
Lu Yun's eyes darted around as he walked in front of him and reached out to pull his pants. No. No way. Zhou Wen was alarmed as he had the urge to turn around and escape. He guessed what Lu Yun was up to. However, he couldn't escape at all. He couldn't even close his eyes. Piss. A clear fountain drenched the stone beast's front legs, giving Zhou Wen the urge to kick Lu Yun to death. What was even more terrifying was that Lu Yun was constantly raising the angle of the fountain launcher, causing the liquid to spray even higher.
How is it? Are you ashamed? You've never seen such a majestic treasure, right? An existence as talented as me is 1 in a billion among humans. It's your good fortune to be able to see my treasure. If you have the chance to be reincarnated in your next life, remember to grow like me. Don't be as irritating as you are now. However, you don't have to think about having such a huge asset like me. To have a third of it is something you will enjoy for the rest of your life.
Lu Yun boasted as he sprayed. Why don't the heavens smite this fellow to death? Zhou Wen was extremely disgusted. It was fine if his body was defiled, but he had to endure Lu Yun's psychological attacks. Zhou Wen used all his strength to escape the petrification's restraints, but it was useless. The essence, energy, and strength in his body didn't obey his orders, as though they had also been petrified.
Watch my see emerging twin dragons. Fountain to the 9 heavens.
Lu Yun sprayed higher and higher, until he was about to spray Zhou Wen's shoulder. Die. 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 Zhou Wen screamed inwardly, as he struggled with all his might, but it was useless. Bang! Zhou Wen suddenly felt his body turn heavy. The ethereal feeling vanished as his body was dispelled of its petrified state. After a plume of white smoke appeared, Zhou Wen returned to his original appearance from his petrified state. This sudden development left Zhou Wen and Lu Yun stunned.
Ah!
Two screams nearly overlapped as Zhou Wen quickly retreated. Lu Yun zipped up as he retreated, but in his panic, his flesh was caught in the zipper.
Holy sh*T! Holy sh*T!
Lu Yun's face turned livid from the pain as he held his crouch and jumped. Zhou Wen quickly took off his shirt and threw it far away. One of his sleeves was wet.
Are you King sick? You turned into a stone statue to peep at me pee.
Lu Yun composed himself and pointed at Zhou Wen as he stomped his feet.
Pooey! You're the King sick one. You're a human, not a beast. Instead of using the bathroom, you came all the way here to Lao Jun platform to relieve yourself? Aren't you afraid Lord Lao Jun will smite you?
Zhou Wen immediately retorted.
It's my business where I want to relieve myself. Why? Are you feeling inferior because of my asset? It's fine. It's only right for the senior brothers to be bigger than the junior brothers. Besides, you are the youngest junior brother.
Lu Yun deliberately emphasized the word youngest.
Asset? You mean that bean sprout?
Zhou Wen curled his lips.
*CKU. You're just jealous. Can that bean sprout of yours?
The two of them cursed each other for a while, until they were out of cuss words. Both their mouths were dry. Zhou Wen leaned against the wall and panted while Lu Yun took out a pill to feed the treasure calabash.
I never expected you to be Jing Daoxian's grandson. It's no wonder you were so certain that Jing Daoxian wouldn't harm you.
Zhou Wen said with an odd expression after taking a deep breath. After Lu Yun finished feeding the treasure calabash, his expression turned odd when he heard Zhou Wen. Looking at the door and seeing that it was tightly shut, Lu Yun lowered his voice and said,
Jing Daoxian is very certain that I'm his grandson. He treats me pretty well, but teacher said that I'm not Jing Daoxian's grandson.
Zhou Wen was taken aback when he heard that.
How can a person like Jing Daoxian not know who his family is? But teacher isn't someone who speaks nonsense. That's why I don't know who to believe. Logically speaking, it's impossible for the old man, Jing Daoxian, to make a mistake, but teacher's words have never been wrong.
Lu Yun was also depressed.
Didn't you ask your parents?
Zhou Wen asked.
My parents are long dead. How am I to ask? Should I slit my throat and find them?
Lu Yun rolled his eyes at Zhou Wen.
Then how can Jing Daoxian be sure that you are his grandson?
Zhou Wen frowned.
How would I know? After we met him in the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, he made the baffling statement that I was his grandson, but he didn't tell me the reason. I originally thought that he was deliberately taking advantage of me, but later, he gave me quite a number of benefits. His actions made it seem like it was true,
Lu Yun said gloomily. With that said, Lu Yun suddenly came to Zhou Wen's side and grabbed his collar. He stared at him and almost stuck to his face. He said with a heavy expression,
Let me ask you a question. You have to answer me honestly. Just shoot. Why are you grabbing me?
Zhou Wen asked. Lu Yun didn't let go. He continued grabbing him and asked,
Why did you suddenly come here and become a stone beast? Did teacher ask you to come? No, I didn't plan on transforming into a stone beast. Here's what happened.
Zhou Wen recounted what had happened. After Lu Yun heard that, his expression softened a little. However, he still asked worriedly,
Was it really not teacher who asked you to come? No,
Zhou Wen answered with certainty. Then, he looked at Lu Yun and asked,
Are you suspecting that teacher is up to something?
Lu Yun released Zhou Wen's collar and said with an odd expression,
It's not that I'm suspicious, but I find it terrifying. Don't you think that there's something wrong with teacher? Of course something's amiss. He has already become the Dragon King of the Dimension,
Zhou Wen said.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about his disciples. I've been treated as a grandson by Jing Daoxian, and Hui Haifeng has become president. Little Ye is the president of the Holy Spirit Association. If I'm not wrong, that immortal from the League of Guardians is very likely Jiang Yan. Together with you, all the disciples he took in don't seem simple. He took in those few disciples after all those years, but they all have achievements that ordinary people can't achieve. Don't you find it very unlikely? Apart from our teacher, have you seen anyone else with such abilities?
Lu Yun said with a strange expression. Zhou Wen had actually had such a feeling before, but he didn't say it out loud like Lu Yun. Chapter 1488 The Truth Behind the Bet.
You suspect that it wasn't a coincidence that teacher took us in as students?
Although Zhou Wen was somewhat suspicious, he still felt that it was unlikely.
Who knows? Anyway, I have a nagging feeling that there's something wrong.
Lu Yun paused before saying,
Do you still remember the time the old man came to you? The time you made the bet with teacher?
Zhou Wen naturally remembered the matter. Jing Daoxian had used an alias to get him to help him get on the cube's rankings. Zhou Wen had even taken his companion beast, but he ultimately didn't help him get on the rankings. Jing Daoxian acted oddly as well. He said that it was fine if Zhou Wen didn't help him get on the rankings, and Jing Daoxian really didn't cause trouble for him. He didn't even take back the companion beast he had given Zhou Wen.
Yes.
Lu Yun nodded and said,
Although my meeting with the old man was a coincidence, teacher got to know the old man because of me. That resulted in the bet. I keep finding it a little odd. What's up with that bet?
Zhou Wen couldn't figure out why Jing Daoxian would bluntly tell him the contents of the bet. Jing Daoxian would definitely lose once Zhou Wen learned of the bet after all. Zhou Wen had always felt that their bet wasn't as simple as Jing Daoxian had said.
The content of the bet is actually very simple. Just as the old man told you, if you help him get on the rankings, he wins. If you don't help him, teacher wins. Is it really that simple?
Zhou Wen still found it unbelievable. Lu Yun inhaled before continuing.
The simplicity of the matter depends on how you view it. The final outcome of the bet is this, but there are some additional conditions. Teacher can't tell you anything about the bet. Only the old man can contact you.
Zhou Wen roughly understood something, but he still looked at Lu Yun and waited for him to explain.
The old man clearly told you everything, but he's Jing Daoxian. Do you dare trust him?
Lu Yun asked.
I wouldn't dare.
Zhou Wen naturally didn't dare completely trust Jing Daoxian. In fact, he had previously suspected him.
That's right. No one would believe the words of the number one devil in the Federation, Jing Daoxian. Therefore, the more he tells you the truth, the more you will suspect him. Furthermore, teacher can't explain it to you in person, so the average person might think too much and help him get on the rankings,
said Lu Yun with a smile.
The old man was betting that you wouldn't believe him, that you would have some doubts and end up approaching the matter wrong. Unfortunately, he lost the bet. He never expected you to be so determined and not give him a chance.
Zhou Wen smiled bitterly to himself. He wasn't that determined, but he had been plagued with problems back then that forced him to work on them. He didn't pay attention to the matter at all. By the time he recalled this matter, Venus had already exploded. Naturally, the matter was left unsettled. He never expected his inaction to help Wang Mingyuan defeat Jing Daoxian. This unexpected development was purely unintentional.
What's their bet?
Zhou Wen asked again.
I don't know. Only they know the bet. I don't know what they were betting on,
Lu Yun said helplessly. In this world, there weren't many secrets that Lu Yun couldn't eavesdrop on. There weren't many people who could stop him from eavesdropping either. However, this matter happened to involve the two people who could stop him, so Lu Yun really hadn't heard anything. Zhou Wen didn't know if Lu Yun was lying, but when he thought of Wang Mingyuan and Jing Daoxian's way of doing things, he felt that the possibility of Lu Yun knowing was slim. Zhou Wen had no choice but to ask.
Why did you follow Jing Daoxian to Mount Laojun to take this calabash? Didn't the old man tell you last time that he won't live long? He has to find a way to extend his lifespan. The simplest and most direct method is naturally to create the elixir of immortality. This calabash and millstone are, according to myth, treasures used by the Laojun for alchemy. They have magical powers. The old man wants to use them for alchemy.
Lu Yun didn't hesitate as he explained Jing Daoxian's goal. As the two of them were chatting, Zhou Wen suddenly heard a roar from below Laojun platform. A ferocious beast was running towards them.
Strange.
Zhou Wen circulated Truth Listener to scan the foot of the mountain and realized that the dimensional creature wasn't the giant bear. It was a golden monster that looked between a cross of a tiger and lion, but neither. It was covered in scales, and had horns on its head. From afar, it looked like the mythical Qilin, but upon closer inspection, it didn't look like it. He couldn't tell what kind of creature it was. Could it be that the terrifying creature that the survivors mentioned is this one? It's not the giant bear? Zhou Wen immediately realized that he had been wrong from the beginning. He instinctively believed that there was only one calamity creature on Laojun platform, but he never expected there to be another. As the saying went, two tigers couldn't share one mountain. This principle didn't seem to exist here. The monster roared as it rushed up the steps of Laojun platform, before disappearing from Zhou Wen's senses, as though it was invisible. Rumble. Before long, Zhou Wen sensed a terrifying power erupt on the 7th step. It caused the entire Laojun platform to tremble violently. Bang! Bang! 8th step. 9th step. 10th step. Terrifying explosive forces were released with every step, causing Lao Jun platform to constantly shake.
I wonder if the old man can withstand it. I have to be quick.
Lu Yun continued feeding the treasure calabash. Every time he fed one pill, he tried moving the treasure calabash. Although it still couldn't be lifted, it could already be moved. It looked like it wouldn't take long to lift it. The terrifying sounds outside continued, but the higher the entity was on the stairs, the slower the pace of explosions. Zhou Wen listened carefully for a while before saying in surprise,
Jing Daoxian seems to have used the power of the 33 steps to block that dimensional creature. Although that dimensional creature is very strong, it probably won't be able to rush up anytime soon.
Roar! To his surprise, Zhou Wen heard another roar after finishing his sentence. He saw the blue giant bear storm over and rush up the stairs. There was a series of crackling sounds as the stone steps were breached. The giant bear charged forward crazily, and Zhou Wen could even see a smoke trail that resembled a dragon behind the giant bear.
My good grandson, how's the treasure calabash feeding? I'm afraid I won't be able to last much longer,
Jing Daoxian said as he pushed open the door and looked inside.
I'm about to be able to lift it. I reckon it can be done after another 2 or 3 pills,
Lu Yun answered. Chapter 1489. It's too late.
My good grandson, I can't last another half an hour. I'm afraid I won't be able to last that long. I'll give you another 10 minutes. You have to take the item away no matter what.
With that said, Jing Daoxian closed the door again.
Do you think this is buying vegetables off the streets? You can't take it away as you wish. Is this something I can control?
Lu Yun was somewhat depressed, but there was no other way. Lao Jun's platform kept shaking as the explosions outside approached. He also knew that Jing Daoxian wouldn't be able to last long. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yun poured out the pills in the bottle. There were a total of 8 pills. Jing Daoxian had instructed him to feed one every 10 minutes, but now, he couldn't care less. He fed one every minute. Although he knew that such actions might not be of any use, and that his previous efforts would be in vain, he had no other choice now. He could only make a Hail Mary effort. In any case, if he didn't risk it, he definitely wouldn't be able to lift the treasure calabash in 10 minutes, much less the millstone below. Lu Yun fed the treasure calabash, while Zhou Wen paid attention to the situation outside. The explosions had already reached the 23rd step. Although its speed had slowed down, it only slowed a little. His estimates were similar to Jing Daoxian's. It would take at most 10 minutes for the 2 calamity-grade creatures to rush over. Zhou Wen didn't feel burdened. Regardless of whether Jing Daoxian and company succeeded or not, it had nothing to do with him. Zhou Wen no longer dared to eat the pills that spewed out of the calabash. Lu Yun made attempts as he fed the calabash, but even though he fed it a lot more pills, the weight of the treasure calabash only continued to slowly become lighter. There weren't any changes. Zhou Wen even felt that the treasure calabash's lightning was slowing down. Lu Yun clearly realized the situation as he said gloomily,
From the looks of it, it's impossible for me to take the treasure calabash back today.
Indeed, after Lu Yun finished feeding the remaining 8 pills, he still failed to lift the calabash. On the steps outside, the terrifying sonic booms had already reached the 30th step. In a few more steps, the 2 calamity-grade dimensional creatures would arrive.
Eldest senior brother, if you still want to carry it, take your time. I'm leaving.
Zhou Wen wanted to find a way to escape Lao Jun's platform. However, instant transmission and spatial teleportation were useless. Unless one left through the door, any essence, energy, art, or power was useless.
Junior brother, don't waste your time. Lao Jun platform is where Lao Jun ascended to the immortal realm. If you really force the use of spatial powers, it will be your good fortune if you can't teleport out. If you really ended up doing so, I'm afraid you will find yourself in the immortal realm,
Lu Yun said as he attempted to move the calabash.
Isn't it said that the immortal realm is a nice place? It's not bad to be able to teleport there,
Zhou Wen answered.
Junior brother, are you really naive? Or are you really stupid? If that place is really that perfect, would you need to be taken there? I'm afraid everyone would be vying to enter.
Lu Yun curled his lips. Zhou Wen declined to comment. He knew that the immortal realm was most likely the dimension, but if it really came to a crisis, he couldn't care less. Zhou Wen didn't know how powerful the Qilin-like dimensional creature was, but he had seen the terror of the giant bear with his own eyes. Even if Zhou Wen fought with all his might, he probably wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand with the immortal culling sword.
My good grandson, are you done?
Jing Daoxian pushed open the door again.
I can't do a thing. It can't be moved,
Lu Yun said helplessly.
Stop the attempt. Follow me.
Jing Daoxian also knew that it would be too late to say anything if the 2-dimensional creatures rushed over. Therefore, he would rather not have the calabash.
Zhou Wen, let's go!
Lu Yun looked at the calabash reluctantly and beckoned for Zhou Wen to leave.
You guys leave first. I have my ways of leaving. Zhou Wen shook his head and rejected Lu Yun's offer. Jing Daoxian definitely wanted to take the opportunity to rush down when the two-dimensional creatures rushed forward and use the stone steps to shake them off. However, Zhou Wen knew the giant bear's strength too well. This escape method might not work, and it was too dangerous. He might as well think of a way out himself. Furthermore, Zhou Wen had some ideas about the treasure calabash. After being fed so many pills, the treasure calabash had become much lighter. Just because Lu Yun couldn't lift it didn't mean that he couldn't. If Lu Yun was still here, he didn't think it was right to snatch it in front of him. However, he couldn't be blamed if Lu Yun had already given up and left. Junior brother, don't tell me you still have your sights on the treasure calabash. Lu Yun clearly knew Zhou Wen too well and immediately saw through his thoughts. He curled his lips and continued. I advise you to leave quickly. I don't want you dying before you can enjoy your spoils. You should mind your own business, Zhou Wen said with a smile. Cut the crap. Leave quickly. It will be too late if we delay any further. We have to rush down the moment the two of them rush forward. Jing Daoxian shouted again from outside. From his voice, one could tell that the situation wasn't optimistic. Junior brother, good luck to you. Lu Yun knew that he couldn't delay any further. He gritted his teeth and rushed out the door, approaching Jing Daoxian. Seeing him leave, Zhou Wen turned around and instant transmitted to the calabash. He hugged the calabash with both hands, hoping to see if he could lift it up a little. As long as he could lift it up by even a millimeter, he could put it into the chaos space and take it away. That was impossible if he couldn't lift it up at all. When Zhou Wen hugged the calabash with both hands and exerted strength, he nearly fell to the ground. He easily picked up the stone calabash, which required no effort. It felt as light as a bubble. Strange, how did it become so light? It's like a bubble. Could it be that Lu Yun was too unlucky, and the pills he fed only took effect after he left? Zhou Wen guessed. Zhou Wen quickly rejected this thought. The stone calabash's weight was only reducing slowly. It was impossible for it to become so light all of a sudden. It's not that Lu Yun's luck is bad, nor is it a problem with the pills. Could it be because? Zhou Wen's heart stirred as he placed the stone calabash into the chaos space before reaching out to take the stone wheel below. Legend had it that it was a millstone that Taishang Laojun had used to grind medicine. Humans called it the luck stone. In fact, the millstone might be even more precious than a calabash. The treasure calabash was only used to store medicine, but the millstone could automatically grind the medicine. The two had very different functions. Zhou Wen's fingers touched the millstone before he tugged at it. The millstone was easily lifted by Zhou Wen, about the same as when he picked up the treasure calabash. What's going on? Zhou Wen was somewhat alarmed. He didn't know why he could obtain the treasure calabash and millstone so easily. Chapter 1490 Golden Qilin. Zhou Wen clearly remembered that he had already made an attempt back when he was brought up here by the giant bear. He couldn't lift the calabash at all, much less the millstone below. He originally wanted to see if he could pick up the calabash that had been fed numerous pills, but to his surprise, he easily picked up the millstone along with it. Could it be because I ate the golden elixir pill? After some thought, Zhou Wen realized that there was only one possibility. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the millstone and calabash to become lighter for no reason. The golden elixir pill turned Zhou Wen to stone. After a baffling recovery, he seemed to be able to lift the millstone and calabash. Zhou Wen didn't have the time to think too much, because the terrifying explosions outside were approaching the main entrance. Thankfully, Lu Yun had closed the door when he left. Otherwise, the two terrifying dimensional creatures would have already rushed in. Zhou Wen kept paying attention to the situation outside. At the instant the two terror creatures charged forward, Jing Daoxian pulled Lu Yun and charged down the stairs. The timing was perfect. The two terrifying creatures rushed to the door. As the two of them rushed down, the giant bear roared and turned to chase after them. When Zhou Wen saw this scene, he knew that his previous worries were correct. The giant bear's intelligence wasn't ordinary. Zhou Wen had previously turned into a stone statue thanks to his deceit. He didn't believe that it would watch them escape. Just as Zhou Wen expected, the giant bear chased after them. Unfortunately, the golden Qilin-like dimensional creature didn't chase after them. It sized up the door of Laojun platform and paced beside it a few times. Zhou Wen thought to himself, this door is the door to Laojun platform after all. That giant bear is an extremely terrifying existence. It's fine if it can smash through the door, but it's impossible for a random dimensional creature to smash through the door, right? Boom! Just as Zhou Wen was pondering over it, the golden Qilin pounced forward and slammed the door with its sharp claws, causing it to rumble with a terrifying sound. Golden light bloomed from the golden Qilin's body. Its golden body was as crystalline as glass. It seemed to be augmented by some divine power, as it struck the door again and again. Zhou Wen was somewhat flustered in the beginning, but after a few strikes, he realized that although the golden Qilin's power was an onslaught, and Zhou Wen was far from its match. It couldn't crack the door like the giant bear. The golden qilin struck crazily for a while, but it failed to damage the door at all. In the end, it had no choice but to stop. Indeed, it's impossible for an existence like the giant bear to randomly appear. Zhou Wen heaved a sigh of relief. He guessed that the golden qilin was very likely a hell-level existence. Zhou Wen was indeed much weaker than it. If it rushed in, Zhou Wen would probably have a hard time fighting it. All he could do was think of a way to escape. Now that the golden qilin couldn't enter, Zhou Wen had more choices. It was best if he waited for it to leave before thinking of a way to leave Laojun platform. Zhou Wen was somewhat worried if he could successfully walk down the 33 steps. Previously, the giant bear had brought him up here. It probably wouldn't be easy to go down. Now, just as Zhou Wen was pondering over it, he suddenly realized that the golden qilin was acting abnormally again. It walked to the door, and didn't strike it this time. Instead, it raised its front claw and tapped the door with a golden claw. Oh no! Zhou Wen's expression changed drastically when he heard the golden qilin knock on the door. The rhythm was identical to Jing Daoxian's knocking. It was clearly the way to open the door to Laojun platform. Holy sh*t, this fellow actually knows how to use such a method to open the door. How high is its intelligence? Zhou Wen was alarmed as the door slowly opened. The extremely ferocious face, that resembled a tiger and lion, but was neither one, immediately appeared in Zhou Wen's eyes. He had heard it previously, but now that he saw it with his own eyes, he found it somewhat different. The ferocious gaze and domineering aura made him feel like it stood at the top of a food chain. It wasn't because it was beautiful, but because of its unparalleled power. Zhou Wen held the immortal culling sword as he wore the prison dragon armor. At the same time, he circulated the Calamity Grade Ancient Sovereign Sutra. Although the Ancient Sovereign Sutra's Calamity Zone couldn't kill, and could only heal living beings, the Calamity Grade Ancient Sovereign Sutra could greatly improve Zhou Wen's various qualities, making him comparable to a true Calamity Grade creature. Zhou Wen had no intention of retreating, as he stared down the golden qilin with his sword. Laojun platform was a small place, so there was definitely no place to hide. He could only lure the golden qilin in first. It would be best if he could kill it. If he couldn't kill it, he would find an opportunity to rush down Laojun platform. After the golden qilin opened the door, it didn't immediately attack Zhou Wen. Instead, it slowly walked through the door and stared at him. Zhou Wen imagined that it was about to launch an attack, but to his surprise, the fellow swung its tail and closed the door. Zhou Wen's heart sank. This action proved that this fellow's intelligence was extremely high. Furthermore, it was extremely sinister and vicious. The place became an independent space the moment the door was closed. Zhou Wen couldn't leave even with spatial instant transmission unless he opened the door first. Although Zhou Wen had already memorized the method Jing Daoxian used to open the door, opening it required time. It wasn't an easy task to open the door in front of such a terrifying creature. The golden qilin didn't immediately attack Zhou Wen after closing the door. Its body shook as golden light bloomed from its body. A golden glow instantly enveloped the entire yard. Zhou Wen gathered his strength to resist the golden light, but when the golden light touched Zhou Wen's minor heavenly cycle killing formation, it didn't cause any damage. However, the golden light was distorted by the minor heavenly cycle killing formation, forming a golden halo around Zhou Wen. It failed to illuminate him. Zhou Wen knew that the golden light was likely the domain of the golden qilin, but he didn't know what use it had. It didn't look like an offensive domain. Zhou Wen felt even warier towards such kinds of domains. He could tell what kind of power an offensive domain had at a glance, but he couldn't figure out the effects of such a domain. He might end up screwing up somehow. The heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder and truth listener were already in place to prevent him from being affected by some unknown force. The golden qilin walked over step by step amidst the golden light. Its eyes seemed to condense into something corporeal. It was ferocious and domineering. If it were anyone with a weaker mental fortitude, they would probably lose the battle of wits. Under such circumstances, the golden qilin still didn't choose to lunge forward. Instead, it approached step by step, hoping to force Zhou Wen into a corner, preventing him from escaping. This fellow is really sinister and terrifying. This was the first time Zhou Wen had encountered such a dimensional creature. He knew that he couldn't retreat, or the situation would only worsen. With a thought, Zhou Wen suddenly exerted strength with the hilt of his sword and pulled out the immortal culling sword. Chapter 1491 Battling the Golden Qilin. The terrifying sword aura that erupted from the immortal culling sword couldn't be ignored even by the golden qilin. The golden qilin's sharp claws welcomed the immortal culling sword with a dazzling golden light. Its speed was so fast that it was a blur in Zhou Wen's vision. He almost couldn't tell the true trajectory of the claws. Clang! The immortal culling sword collided with the claw beam, with the former sword beam tearing apart. However, when the claw beam touched the immortal culling sword's blade, it was severed. Even the golden Qilin's blade like nails were sliced apart by the immortal culling sword's blade. Zhou Wen immediately understood that his strength was much weaker than the golden Qilin. The reason he could sever the claw beam's nails was because of the immortal culling sword's sharpness. With the immortal culling sword in hand, Zhou Wen used the heart-defying sword art. Coupled with the ability of the disqualified, he slashed at the golden Qilin, again and again, targeting each strike at its vital spots. The golden Qilin seemed to realize the sharpness of the immortal culling sword and didn't clash with it head-on. Its figure moved like a phantom as it constantly moved around Zhou Wen, causing his attacks to miss. Even though Zhou Wen used instant transmission, he couldn't keep up with the golden Qilin's speed. What puzzled Zhou Wen was that the golden Qilin didn't seem to attack with all its might. It seemed to be waiting for something. What's it waiting for? Zhou Wen was puzzled. He knew that he couldn't delay any further. He had to finish off the golden Qilin as soon as possible or escape Laojun platform. The immortal culling sword slashed apart the golden beams as it delivered a barrage of attacks at the golden Qilin. An ancient mirror appeared the instant the golden Qilin dodged, Zhou Wen having predicted its next location. The rainbow beam in the ancient mirror shone out and landed on the location of the golden Qilin. On the left was the numinous treasure hall, and on the right was a wall. Although the golden Qilin was very fast, Zhou Wen had predicted its location. It had to either resist the soul mirror's soul-extinguishing divine light or the immortal culling sword. In its horror, the golden Qilin twisted its body and jerked its body to duck the soul-extinguishing divine light. However, the immortal culling sword had already arrived above its head. At the instant the immortal culling sword slashed down, Zhou Wen felt a strong sense of unease. Clang! The golden Qilin head by the immortal culling sword, its golden horn colliding and sending it backward. The immortal culling sword failed to slice through its golden horn. Instead, Zhou Wen involuntarily retreated due to the powerful impact. The immortal culling sword nearly flew out of his hand. The golden Qilin's eyes were ferocious as it shot out golden beams that struck Zhou Wen's chest. Zhou Wen had already lost his balance from the powerful shockwaves. At that close distance, he was unable to control his body to quickly duck. How sinister! Zhou Wen cursed inwardly. The golden Qilin clearly had a long-range attack, but it pretended to be a melee creature while fighting Zhou Wen. It could clearly block the immortal culling sword, but it pretended that it couldn't fight him head-on. This was the first time Zhou Wen had encountered such a wretched and sinister dimensional creature with such powerful strength. Thankfully, Zhou Wen had already realized that something was amiss. As the immortal culling sword slashed down, he used Space-Time Bandit and Instant Transmission. Due to Space-Time Bandit, Instant Transmission only took effect now. Zhou Wen instant transmitted, and when he arrived beside the God of Fortune Hall, the golden Qilin's golden beam immediately missed and struck the wall of the numinous treasure hall. The golden light on the wall of the numinous treasure hall exploded, producing a shockwave that sent the distant Zhou Wen retreating. If he was struck head-on, the outcome was obvious. When the golden Qilin saw its attack miss, it didn't conceal its strength any further. It unleashed its explosive speed as the golden beam in its eyes constantly swept at Zhou Wen. Combining his movement techniques and instant transmission, Zhou Wen dodged the golden beam as he found an opportunity to approach it. He wanted to use the immortal culling sword to kill it. However, the golden horn on its head was abnormally hard. It blocked several of the immortal culling sword strikes. He only left some shallow marks on the golden horn, so it probably wouldn't be easy to sever it. The man and beast fought crazily on Laojun platform. The soul mirror occasionally shot out the soul-extinguishing divine light, but it was difficult to hit the golden Qilin. Before long, Zhou Wen sensed something amiss. He didn't know what effect the golden Qilin's domain had, nor did he discover any effects the golden light had on him during the battle. However, with the passage of time, Zhou Wen finally discovered the effects of the golden light. Furthermore, he realized that he was in danger. Zhou Wen could clearly sense that the radiance was intensifying wherever the golden light shone, gradually condensing into something corporeal. Moving in the golden light felt like he was moving in water. The resistance increasingly became immense. Zhou Wen suspected that he would be trapped in the golden light and unable to move to a certain extent. Damn it! Zhou Wen knew that he was in big trouble. This domain power was similar to a type of control or imprisonment, but this power didn't directly affect him. Instead, it filled the nearby space. Therefore, evil nullification and the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder were useless. What should I do? Zhou Wen could already sense the pressure the golden light gave him. Even if he used the immortal culling sword to slash at the golden light, it was only like a blade slicing through water. He couldn't truly sever it. After the immortal culling sword slashed at it, the golden light would return to normal. Zhou Wen found it harder and harder to move. Finally, Zhou failed to dodge in time. The golden light shot out from the golden Qilin eyes struck his chest. Bang! At the instant Zhou chest was struck, the soul mirror appeared. The golden beam shot into the mirror, and was reflected back, landing on the golden Qilin itself. The golden light sliced through its golden scales. The golden Qilin roared in pain as blood gushed out from its wound. Immortal slaying. Zhou knew that this was his last chance. It was very difficult for the same tricks to be effective on the golden Qilin again. Whether he could escape alive after this strike was a question. The golden Qilin roared in pain as its neck was completely exposed in front of Zhou. Zhou instantly slashed at its neck with the immortal culling sword. Just as he was about to hit its neck, the golden Qilin suddenly lowered its head and bit the immortal culling sword. At the same time, it lowered its head and slammed into Zhou's body with its golden horn. Ding! The ring on Zhou's other hand flicked out and transformed into the bamboo blade. Zhou drew his saber and stabbed forward, meeting the eye of the golden Qilin that came falling right onto it. Blood gushed out as the bamboo blade tore through its eye. The golden Qilin shook its head crazily and sent Zhou flying with the saber. Bang! Zhou's body slammed into the wall of the main hall. The prison dragon armor on his body caved in, but the wall remained undamaged. Roar! The golden Qilin's eye bled as it stared at Zhou with its other eye and roared angrily. With its roar, the surrounding golden light instantly froze. It was like a golden jelly that trapped Zhou. Chapter 1492 Unimaginable Power. Zhou felt as though his body had sunk into solidified concrete. It was impossible to budge an inch. The golden Qilin walked over step by step amidst the golden light. Its eye, which had been stabbed by Zhou, remained bleeding. It bared its teeth with its mouth agape, as though it wanted to eat Zhou whole. It's over. Zhou wanted to use instant transmission, but the entire Laojun platform was filled with a frozen radiance. There was no space for him to carry out instant transmission. All he could do was watch helplessly, as the golden Qilin gradually approached. Even the soul mirror was frozen in midair. It could only emit divine light in one direction, but that meant that it was already useless. Ding! Just as Zhou was feeling despair, he suddenly heard a strange sound coming from his pocket. Zhou was first taken aback before he realized that it likely came from the mysterious phone. However, he didn't know why it was making such a strange sound. However, Zhou knew what happened next because the two golden WRMs that were giving birth returned to him. Without any time to think, the golden Qilin opened its mouth and bit down at Zhou. If it had managed to bite him, Zhou's head would probably have said goodbye to his body. Without any hesitation, Zhou summoned the two golden WRMs and transformed them into shears. At the instant the golden Qilin's mouth bit down, the two golden WRM shears pierced through the frozen golden light and reached straight into its mouth. Then, they sliced down, like a hot knife through butter. Zhou saw blood spew out of the golden Qilin's mouth as golden blood splattered all over his face. Zhou could sense that the pair of golden WRM shears were crazily wrecking the golden Qilin's stomach, grinding its organs into a mess. Haha, the heavens are really helping me to have the golden WRMs appear at this moment. Zhou knew that he had to thank his good luck. Any later and Zhou would have died. If the golden WRMs had appeared earlier, they might not have had the chance to rush into the golden Qilin's stomach. Although the golden WRMs were also at the calamity grade and were sharp enough, they were only at the human realm. If they hadn't entered the golden Qilin's stomach by chance, they might not have been able to severely injure it. The pair of golden WRM shears twisted crazily in the golden Qilin's stomach. It cried out tragically as it rolled on the ground, blood spewing out from its mouth like a fountain. The golden Qilin attempted to lunge at Zhou a few times amidst its struggling, but it ultimately collapsed due to the excruciating pain. Kill it! Kill it! Zhou was still trapped in the frozen golden light and couldn't move. All he could do was secretly cheer the two golden WRMs on. Just as the golden Qilin was about to die, Zhou suddenly felt a dangerous aura. The golden Qilin's entire body emitted a golden glow as its body turned into a golden crystal. One could clearly see the pair of golden WRM shears that were entangled inside. That didn't matter. What mattered was that the golden Qilin's ferocious face was filled with determination. Its transparent body resembled a golden crystal, and had a strange energy surge as though it would explode at any moment. It's self-destructing. Zhou was alarmed. He wanted to escape, but it was too late. The solidified golden light bloomed with the golden Qilin, emitting extremely terrifying energy. It was about to self-destruct with the golden Qilin. The terrifying energy fluctuations were enough to make Zhou realize that even the prison dragon armor's absolute defense couldn't withstand the might of the self-destruction. The might produced by the self-destruction of a hell-level creature far exceeded the limits of Zhou's tolerance.
Without any hesitation, Zhou summoned the Chaos Egg. Splat! A huge palm descended from the sky, instantly shattering the frozen golden light like glass as the fragments fell to the ground. Zhou body fell as well. He watched helplessly as the huge palm struck down at the golden Qilin that was about to self-destruct. With a thought from Zhou, the golden WYRMS instantly returned to Zhou before he heard a clap. The golden Qilin that had gathered terrifying power was slapped to the ground. Its body was pressed down by the huge palm as though it had been flattened. Zhou heard a sound similar to firecrackers coming from beneath the palm. After the crisp sound, there was silence. Zhou looked in the direction of the furry palm and saw the giant bear's head extend in from the periphery wall. Its two front paws were already inside the wall, and the back half of its body was still outside. As for the baby bear, it was lying on the giant bear's shoulder. The giant bear raised the flattened golden Qilin's claw. The tiles beneath the claw had shattered as though something had exploded. The golden Qilin's body had already vanished, leaving only a golden horn in the rubble. Zhou was horrified. How terrifying was the golden Qilin? It was very likely a hell-level existence, but the power of its self-destruction was suppressed by the giant bear's claw. It was unimaginable what kind of power it had. Zhou couldn't even defeat the golden Qilin. Now that he was targeted by the giant bear, he naturally didn't feel any joy from escaping death. Boom! The giant bear climbed over the wall and walked in. Only then did Zhou realize that the giant bear didn't need to enter through the door. It could directly climb over the wall. It wasn't as simple as flipping over a wall. If it was really just a wall, Zhou could fly over it no matter how high it was. However, Laojun Platform's yard was an independent space. It was also protected by Laojun Platform's rules. To be able to gain forceful entry not only required the ability to tear through space, but also the ability to clash head-on with Laojun Platform's rules. Zhou was temporarily unable to estimate how much of this terrifying power was needed. He watched the giant bear flip into the yard. Although he knew that it was useless, he subconsciously retreated. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but he couldn't think of a way to save his life at the giant bear's paws. After the giant bear entered the yard, its body became much smaller. It wasn't as huge as before. The baby bear got off its back and ran towards Zhou. Zhou wasn't alarmed but delighted. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. Can I use this baby bear as a hostage? But do bears know what a hostage is? Will it be threatened? The baby bear reached Zhou amid his dilemma. It circled him a few times as though it was taking in his scent. After circling a few times, the baby bear seemed to confirm something as it pounced on Zhou and licked his face. It looked extremely affectionate. Does this fellow still recognize me? Zhou expression changed. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. Chapter 1493 Appearance of the Daytime Stars. The baby bear pounced at Zhou who didn't dare move. He spread open his arms, afraid to touch the baby bear. Zhou was afraid that if he reached out to touch the baby bear, the giant bear would mistake him for trying to harm the baby bear. The outcome would definitely be tragic. The baby bear seemed oblivious. It snuggled up to Zhou as though it wanted to play with him. Zhou looked at the giant bear, unsure if he should move. The giant bear moved its claw and swatted the horn on the ground, throwing it to Zhou inside. What's the meaning of this? Is it for me? Zhou was slightly taken aback. It felt like it, but he found it unbelievable. The giant bear definitely knew about his transformation into the baby bear. It was already considered benevolent that it hadn't smacked him to death. Zhou didn't find it likely that it would give him something left behind by the golden Qilin. The giant bear glanced at him and stood up. Zhou jumped in fright and had the urge to turn around and escape, but he couldn't escape Laojun Platform at all. After the giant bear stood up, it moved its gaze away from Zhou and looked up into the sky as though it was looking at the cosmos. However, it was daytime. The sun was out, so what stars were there to speak of? The giant bear kept looking up. Zhou couldn't help but look up. What he saw made his jaw drop. Stars appeared one after another in the sky with the scorching sun. The light from the stars was equally visible during the day. Furthermore, they became brighter and brighter. What's going on? Zhou looked at the stars in the sky before looking at the giant bear. Without a doubt, the stars that appeared were definitely related to the giant bear. This was because Zhou had already seen starlight land on it. Starlight from the clear, blue sky shone on the giant bear like searchlights. Even an idiot knew that this matter was definitely related to the giant bear. In fact, it wasn't just Zhou. Many people in the Federation saw the star-filled sky that day, but they didn't know the reason for it. All the major factions were paying attention to this strange phenomenon. The media likewise reported about it. Although Zhou didn't know what was happening outside, he could imagine that with such a strange phenomenon happening, the Federation would definitely be in chaos. However,
Zhou didn't know that this was only the beginning. The chaos outside far exceeded his imagination. This was because the cubes that were scattered across the world lit up at the same time. After the Venusian battle, the cubes had been dormant. Now that they were activated again, the scene on the cubes was none other than the daytime stars. The cube has started up again. I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse. Zhang Chuanqiu sighed softly. Too many things had happened recently for him. He felt like he was treading on thin ice as he led the Zhang family through the complex situation, afraid that he would steer the Zhang family into a bottomless abyss if he wasn't careful. Is it starting again? Which planet's companion beast is it this time? Xiao Luchuan looked eager. Ever since Xia Zhehuang died, the Xia family had kept a low profile and secretly developed, constantly strengthening themselves. Now, they had already recovered quite a bit, but to return to the Xia family's peak needed more resources and hard work. The Battle of the Cube was undoubtedly the fastest way to obtain top-notch resources. Strange, why are there so many stars shining? Which planet's companion beast is next? Dugugu muttered to himself as he watched the scene. In fact, it wasn't just Dugugu. Everyone watching the cube found it strange. This was because only Venus had appeared on the cube during the last Venusian battle. There were more than 10 stars in this daytime phenomenon. These scenes were projected on the cube, leaving people to guess what was happening. Even Holy God in the Holy Land frowned as he looked at the stars in the sky. Zhou watched as the starlight on the giant bear's body intensified, as though it was about to ascend with the starlight. He couldn't help but feel alarmed. What's going on? Could it be that the giant bear isn't a dimensional creature from Earth, but from the universe? That's not right either. Earth has its own rules of self-protection. Ignoring the creatures in the universe, even the creatures on Earth are greatly restricted. For example, Tsukuyami has no choice but to leave Earth. This giant bear's level should be higher than Tsukuyami's. If it isn't a creature from Earth, how can it not be restricted when it's here? Many thoughts flashed through Zhou mind, but he couldn't figure out what was going on. If the giant bear was an Earthling, why was it able to trigger the stars in the universe? Furthermore, it wasn't just one. Many stars seemed to be responding to it. As Zhou was pondering over it, the baby bear seemed to realize something as it pounced over to throw itself into the giant bear's arms. However, the starlight isolated it outside like an invisible barrier, preventing it from approaching the giant bear. The giant bear looked at the baby bear with a gentle gaze, then had some emotions Zhou couldn't understand. Woo! Woo! The baby bear cried out as it wanted to rush into the starlight. Its claws scratched at the starlight, but to no avail. The giant bear didn't stop the baby bear or do anything. It only looked at it lovingly. As the starlight intensified, the giant bear's body gradually floated up thanks to the starlight's attraction. The giant bear is about to be forced to leave Earth. Zhou was pleasantly surprised. If the giant bear left just like that, he would be completely out of danger. However, on second thought, he felt that something was amiss. If the giant bear left Earth, why didn't it take the baby bear with it? With its powerful strength, it shouldn't be difficult to leave with the baby bear. The giant bear wasn't surprised at all that the baby bear was blocked outside the starlight. Clearly, it was within the giant bear's expectations. The giant bear's body rose higher and higher. The baby bear jumped and scratched anxiously, wanting to approach the giant bear, but it was blocked by the starlight. It couldn't get an inch closer. The giant bear had already risen above Laojun platform. It suddenly retracted its gaze and looked at Zhou. Zhou's heart subconsciously raced as it stared at him. Although its gaze wasn't ferocious, it made him feel an inexplicable pressure. Woo! Woo! The baby bear jumped up and slammed into the starlight, but it was stopped by Laojun platform's power. After falling, it fell to the ground. The giant bear's body had already exceeded the range of Laojun platform. Its speed of ascension became faster and faster. Before Zhou could figure out why the giant bear was looking at him, the giant bear's figure had already risen into the sky like a meteor. In a blink of an eye, it vanished into space. The shiny stars also gradually dimmed as the giant bear ascended into the universe. The phenomenon of the daytime stars also vanished. Only the baby bear continued to whimper at the sky. Although the phenomenon of the daytime stars vanished, the cubes didn't stop. The scene inside them was changing. Chapter 1494 Reopening of the Cube. Finally, the cube scene froze on a strange planet that emitted a strange glow. It was entirely orange-red, and there seemed to be a dazzling rainbow swirling inside. Due to the intense light, one couldn't see what was inside. The cube's screen froze on the scene. It didn't change or close. Everyone discussed spiritedly. Some factions even began studying the planet that appeared on the cube's screen. Zhou looked up into the sky and couldn't see the giant bear at all. The sky was blue. The baby bear's eyes were brimming with tears as it constantly cried towards the sky. Seeing Zhou look at it,
The baby bear pounced over and burrowed its head into Zhou Wen's arms as it hugged him and wailed. What's going on? Zhou Wen was still in a daze. From the looks of it, the giant bear meant for him to adopt the baby bear. However, Zhou Wen didn't understand why the giant bear believed that he would adopt the baby bear and not kill it. Since the giant bear had already left Earth, it was unlikely it would return. Even if he killed the baby bear, the giant bear couldn't do anything to him. However, Zhou Wen really couldn't bring himself to kill it when he saw the crying baby bear. Could it be that the giant bear's intelligence has already reached such a stage that it can tell that I won't attack the baby bear? Zhou Wen patted the baby bear's head. He still felt that something was amiss, but he couldn't pinpoint it. Thankfully, the baby bear was easy to coax. It stopped crying after a while. I have to leave. Are you coming with me? Zhou Wen asked the baby bear. The baby bear looked at him in puzzlement. Clearly, it didn't understand what Zhou Wen was saying. Zhou Wen gestured and talked for some time, but he failed to make the baby bear understand him. However, when Zhou Wen walked out, the baby bear followed him. This fellow is so stupid. If I leave it here alone, it probably won't survive. Forget it. I'll take it back. Zhou Wen put away the golden horn and left Laojun platform with the baby bear. When he stepped onto the 33rd step, Zhou Wen immediately felt that it was different from before. With a single step, the world changed as though he had stepped into a void. He felt his body rapidly plummet towards an unknown destination. Strangely, the baby bear didn't fall into the void with Zhou Wen. He didn't even see its shadow. With a thought, Zhou Wen circulated the Tao Sutra and engraved the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder. In the next second, Zhou Wen realized that he was still standing on the steps. There was no void, nor was he falling. The baby bear was beside him. Zhou Wen walked down with the baby bear. With the heaven-opening scripture of the highest elder, the 33 steps had nothing against him. The baby bear didn't seem to be restricted by the Tao's steps, as it followed Zhou Wen and kept leaning its head towards him. After leaving Laojun platform, Zhou Wen circled Mingdao Palace. There were many dimensional creatures here, but they didn't attack humans. Clearly, they were affected by Mingdao Palace's nomological forces. They weren't as fearless as the Golden Qilin and the giant bear. With the giant bear gone and the Golden Qilin dead, I can consider using this place to build a human city. However, killing inside Laojun platform is prohibited. Food in the future will be a problem. Furthermore, any creature can enter and exit Laojun platform as they please. If another creature like the giant bear appears, it will be a huge problem. Zhou Wen thought it through, and felt that Laojun platform could be used as a temporary refuge. However, permanently using it to build a human city for residents didn't seem like a good choice. Furthermore, Zhou Wen had a nagging feeling that his Tao Sutra might be able to rely on Laojun platform to advance to the Calamity grade. When that happened, wouldn't the human city built here be very dangerous if Laojun platform was destroyed? However, Zhou Wen didn't find anything on Laojun platform that could advance the Tao Sutra to the Calamity grade. All he could do was return to take a check on the situation. The baby bear followed Zhou Wen closely. It would panic if it lost sight of him. It looked like the giant bear's departure had left a huge psychological trauma on it. There's no need to be afraid. You will have many friends soon. Zhou Wen stroked the baby bear's head and returned to Guide City with it. Guide City's situation wasn't bad. In the past few days when Zhou Wen was at Laojun platform, there had been a few large-scale attacks by the skeleton legions. Yu Qiubai was originally very worried, but to his surprise, with Chick spitting out a mouthful of flames, the skeleton legion was like dried pieces of wood. The flames spread across a large area. The skeleton legion was nothing in front of Chick. It left Yu Qiubai pleasantly surprised. Thanks to Chick showcasing its prowess, those who were still hesitant quickly gathered towards the school. Many people even signed an agreement and were willing to become a part of the new city. Zhou Wen, this bird of yours is amazing. People outside treat it as a divine bird and say that it's the legendary mystic bird. Yu Qiubai excitedly recounted how Chick had unleashed its might and how much it had been worshipped. Zhou Wen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. It was true that the mystic bird was the Shang dynasty's divine bird, but it was supposed to be a black bird. Chick was a phoenix, and its body was already pale golden. It didn't look like a mystic bird no matter how one looked at it. However, Chick was very pleased with itself. As Yu Qiubai recounted its heroic deeds, it raised its chin to the sky as though it was invincible. What's this? Only then did Yu Qiubai see the baby bear behind Zhou Wen. The baby bear was actually very timid. It had been hiding behind Zhou Wen the entire time. Occasionally, it would extend half its head to peek at Yu Qiubai and Chick. The reason Yu Qiubai asked was that the baby bear didn't look like a bear. Its body was different from that of the giant bear, and it was closer to a 4-foot beast that resembled a lion or tiger. This is a pet I adopted.
It's rather feral and isn't as obedient as Chick. Don't approach it.
Jowen exhorted Uchiyobai. Uchiyobai nodded and asked,
How's the situation at Lao Jun platform? That dimensional creature has been resolved, but I don't think Lao Jun platform is suitable for building a human city. Although it's temporarily safe there, we can't kill in there. This means that we need to obtain food from the outside world. Furthermore, any creature in Mingdao Palace can enter freely. This is very disadvantageous for us,
Jowen said. Uchiyobai sighed and said,
I also know that it's not a suitable place, but there are so many people counting on us. They need a stable home. With Chick guarding this place, there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. We still have time. Let's think about it again, and see if there are any suitable dimensional zones.
Jowen still felt that he shouldn't choose Lao Jun platform and Mingdao Palace just for a moment of peace.
Let me think about it again.
Uchiyobai paused before suddenly saying,
By the way, do you know about the cube's reopening? Is there a cube here?
Jowen was somewhat surprised. Chapter 1495 Discovery Under the Cube. There were many places where the cube appeared. Most of them were places where large numbers of humans gathered. There were also some ancient cities, or dimensional zones, that might have the cubes appear. Jowen didn't find it surprising that Guide Ancient City had a cube, but with the city's continuous outflow of population, it surprised him that the cube would appear outside a dimensional zone.
We also found it odd in the past. I've also read reports about the cube. The cubes in other cities appear in the center of cities where humans gather. However, even back then, Guide City's cube was located in the suburbs. There weren't many people there, nor were there any dimensional zones. There's no one there now. I wonder why the cube appeared there,
Uchiyobai said.
Where is it?
Jowen felt that the location of the cube definitely wasn't for no reason. Perhaps there was something there that hadn't been discovered. Uchiyobai took out a map and gave Jowen directions. It wasn't far from Ancient City. It used to be the suburbs of Guide City, a place where crops were planted. It was once a place where lots of wheat was planted, but it had long been abandoned. There were weeds everywhere, almost as tall as a person. This place didn't have any dimensional zones. It looked like a barren land. A huge cube stood in the middle of the weeds. From afar, one could see the lit cube screen. On it was the shimmering orange-red planet. This should be a star, right? Jowen looked at it for a while, and was roughly certain that it was a star that resembled the sun, not a planet like Earth. Stars emitted a large amount of light and heat. It was almost impossible for creatures to survive on it. The sun had a surface temperature that could reach 5,500 degrees Celsius. Its interior temperature was higher beyond imagination. Even a calamity-grade creature couldn't withstand the high temperature inside. If the dimensional zone is on that planet, the dimensional zone this time will probably be much more difficult than Venus. Jowen was roughly certain that it wasn't the sun, so he heaved a sigh of relief. If it wasn't a planet in the solar system, the impact on Earth would be much smaller. The scene on the cube didn't move, nor was there anything interesting to watch. Jowen circled the cube and used Truth Listener to scan the nearby area, hoping to figure out what was different about it. Strange, there aren't any special essence energy fluctuations here, nor are there any dimensional zones. However, this isn't a place where humans gather. Why would the cube be here? Jowen plucked some weeds and carefully observed them. Although the weeds here had mutated due to the environment, they didn't exceed the normal range of mutation. They hadn't evolved into dimensional creatures. Such mutations were everywhere in the world. There was nothing special about them. There must be a reason for the cube's appearance here. Unfortunately, the Earth Elemental Beast has already been killed by Perfect Sword Immortal. Otherwise, I might discover something if I let the Earth Elemental Beast venture deep underground. Jowen was somewhat depressed as he summoned Tyrant Behemoth, who was also good at digging. After Tyrant Behemoth came out, it followed Jowen's order and lowered its head to burrow into the ground. The strange horn on its head spun like a drill, drilling a huge hole through the weeds. Tyrant Behemoth failed to discover any underground dimensional zones, despite burrowing a few hundred meters. Just as Jowen was feeling disappointed, he saw the baby bear run to a grass patch near the cube. It crouched down and dug something with its front paws. Jowen walked over curiously, and saw the baby bear's front paws quickly dig open a huge hole.
What's that?
Jowen realized that the baby bear had really dug out something. He still couldn't tell what it was. It looked yellowish-brown with some fine patterns on it. It wasn't gold, jade, or stone. The baby bear's actions became very gentle. It used its paws to remove the soil on it, allowing the thing to gradually appear. This is a hive. Jowen finally saw what it was. It was a hive resembling a lotus with a diameter of more than 50 centimeters. The baby bear tore open the hive with its paws, and honey flowed out. The baby bear licked the honey and sucked quite a bit. It even gestured for Jowen to eat the honey with it. Jowen dabbed a little with his finger and tasted it.
It was really sweet honey. Strange, this hive should be on a tree. The hive of the Scolidae isn't like that. Why would this hive appear underground? Zhou called Tyrant Behemoth over and got it to continue digging in the pit dug by the baby bear. The baby bear made another discovery after a short dig. However, this time, it wasn't a hive, but some rotting bronze tools. As most of them had already rotted, from the remnant parts, they were likely something similar to a tripod cauldron. Tyrant Behemoth damaged many bronze tools while digging due to its potent strength, making it even more difficult for Zhou to identify them. Therefore, Zhou decided not to let it dig any further and dug with his hands. Soon, Zhou dug out some gray pottery and some jade-like decorations. Although Zhou didn't know what the decorations were for, he could tell from the jade's texture that they were very inferior jade. These things looked like antiques, but antiques aren't of much value to this era. Zhou's understanding of history was limited. He didn't know what era these things came from, so he guessed that they were likely from the Shang dynasty. Zhou continued digging and dug out some strange items. Most of them were gray pottery and bronze. Although there were other things, most of them had rotted due to the passage of time. As he dug, Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up. Beneath his fingers, a hard object appeared. It looked like jade, but upon careful inspection, he realized that it was actually bone. What creature do these bones belong to? Zhou slowly wiped the soil from the bones. Soon, he realized that the bones were connected. They didn't look like ordinary bones. Bones would scatter after the flesh rotted. The bones beneath were connected, but the flesh was long gone. For some reason, the bones hadn't split apart. They had remained firmly stuck together. When Zhou dug out the entire skeleton, he realized that it was the skeleton of a giant bird. Furthermore, it was complete without any missing bones. Chapter 1496 Giant Bird Skeleton. The skeleton was almost fossilized. Some spots still maintained a bony luster like crystal and jade, but some places were already as dim as fossils. There were also many potholes. From the skeleton, the bird was probably 4 to 5 meters tall when upright. There had never been such a huge bird in history. Which era had such a huge bird? Zhou suspected that it was the legendary mystic bird. After all, no one had seen such a huge bird. It was normal to treat such a huge bird as a divine bird. Unfortunately, there were only bird bones left. There were no feathers, so it was unknown if its feathers were black. He didn't discover any essence energy fluctuations from the bird bones. It was like an ordinary skeleton. Zhou placed it to the side and continued digging. He dug out some gray pottery shards and even discovered some stone tools. They were stone tools that resembled sabers and axes. They were very crude. If he saw these stone tools by the side of the road, Zhou would definitely think that they were just ordinary but strangely shaped rocks. Zhou had dug up all the places nearby. Apart from the damaged relics, only the bird bones were interesting. He was somewhat disappointed that he hadn't found a dimensional zone or a mysterious item. Turning his head, Zhou wanted to tidy up the derelict items he had dug out and store them in the chaos space. Although they were useless to him, they were likely irreplaceable treasures to historians. Zhou planned on putting them away. After Earth truly became peaceful in the future, these things might become priceless treasures. Zhou came in front of the pile of junk and couldn't help but frown after taking a look. He had dug out quite a number of things and piled them up like a small hill. However, Zhou could clearly sense that the pile of junk was much smaller than before. In order to confirm that he hadn't remembered wrongly, Zhou went through the derelict items one by one and placed them elsewhere. There's indeed a significant decrease. The bronze artifact that looks like a radish is gone. Many gray pottery items and tools are also gone. As many of the tools were strange in shape, Zhou didn't know what they were, so he had a deep impression of them. He couldn't find them no matter how hard he tried. Looking around, he didn't find any traces of dimensional creatures or humans. Zhou used Great Brahma to observe the particles in the air, but he didn't discover any particles left behind by other life forms on them. What the hell? Did those things grow legs and run? Zhou combed through the pile again, hoping to confirm that he hadn't remembered wrongly. He realized that there were even fewer things than before after a second count. The few things he had just held were gone. What the hell? Zhou looked around warily, imagining that a terrifying existence had sneaked over. However, after waiting for quite some time, he didn't discover anything. Truth Listener didn't find any traces. If that thing can really prevent me from sensing it at such a close distance, while secretly removing the items, plucking out my head wouldn't be a problem. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Zhou thought carefully, and felt that something was amiss. He decided to count again. Something was missing again this time. Zhou couldn't work out how so many things were going missing under his nose. He summoned his companion beasts, and got them to guard his surroundings
while he paid close attention to the pile of junk. The baby bear had been licking the honey the entire time. Having just finished its meal, it crawled back to Zhou Wen's side and looked curiously at the derelict items on the ground. After waiting for a while, nothing happened. Even the soul mirror and the two golden WRMs didn't react. Zhou Wen kept staring at the pile of junk, but he didn't discover anything missing. Zhou Wen didn't discover any stirrings or anything missing after some time. He counted the derelict items again, but he realized that a few more items were missing. Holy **T, what the hell? How did this decrease? Zhou Wen was dumbfounded as he searched the ground, but he still didn't find anything. With a thought, he summoned a large group of musical note sprites. Under Zhou Wen's orders, the musical note sprites attached themselves to the derelict items. Every bronze artifact, every gray pottery, and even the fragments had a musical note sprite attached to them. Zhou Wen had to figure out how those things had vanished. Zhou Wen widened his eyes as he stared intently at the pile of items. At the same time, he used his connection with the musical notes to monitor all the junk. Suddenly, Zhou Wen felt one of the musical note sprites vanish. Before he could carefully see what the vanished musical note sprites was attached to, a few more lost contact with him. He couldn't sense them no matter what. Zhou Wen hurriedly ordered the remaining musical note sprites to fly up with the items they were attached to before trying to search for the few musical note sprites he had lost contact with. He didn't find the missing musical note sprites, but he realized that everything else was flying together with the rest of the musical note sprites. Only the skeleton of the giant bird remained on the ground. Could it be that the missing item has something to do with it? Zhou Wen carefully sized up the skeleton and realized that the musical note sprite that had been attached to it had vanished. The disappearance of the musical note sprites wasn't a problem, but the few musical note sprites that were attached to the items had gone missing at the same time. Only the musical note sprite attached to this skeleton was gone, but the skeleton remained. Zhou Wen summoned another musical note sprite and got it to attach itself to the giant bird skeleton. Then, Zhou Wen kept staring at it. After a while, something strange happened. The musical note sprite on the giant bird skeleton vanished into thin air. It happened without warning, nor were there any spatial fluctuations. How did this happen? Zhou Wen widened his eyes in disbelief. On a careful recall, he realized that the things that had gone missing previously were beside the giant bird skeleton. Zhou Wen placed a few pieces of bronze and gray pottery on the giant bird's bones. After a while, the fragments magically vanished. Zhou Wen watched helplessly as they vanished, but he still didn't know what kind of power made them vanish. It was as though they had vanished into thin air. There seems to be something wrong with this giant bird skeleton. Zhou Wen carefully sized up the giant bird skeleton, but he still didn't discover anything different about it. However, after what had happened, Zhou Wen naturally didn't believe that it was just an ordinary bird skeleton. Chapter 1497 Star Chart. Zhou Wen experimented a few more times, and was certain that anything that came into contact with the giant bird skeleton would vanish into thin air. Strangely, Zhou Wen didn't sense any spatial fluctuations. Zhou Wen could understand if it was a spatial teleportation power, but it was somewhat strange that the items vanished without any spatial fluctuations. Now, Zhou Wen still didn't know where the missing items had gone. If they had disintegrated, there should have been remnants, but Zhou Wen didn't even see the remaining particles after the disintegration. If it was teleportation, Zhou Wen wasn't sure what had happened to the companion beasts after they vanished due to the loss in connection. He naturally didn't know where they had been teleported to. Unable to figure it out, Zhou Wen had no choice but to bury the giant bird skeleton again. He didn't dare place it into the chaos space. It would be a huge loss if he lost the chaos bead. Strangely enough, anything that touched the giant bird skeleton would vanish, but the soil here didn't. Zhou Wen got some soil from elsewhere and placed it on the giant bird skeleton. After a while it vanished. This place is indeed not ordinary. Zhou Wen dug some nearby areas and discovered many great pottery and bronze items, but they were only ordinary antiques and weren't of much value. The various factions were studying the celestial bodies that had recently appeared on the cube. Some factions had already attempted to send people over, but they only sent suicide warriors or death row convicts. They wanted to figure out what kind of dimensional zone existed on the celestial body. Strangely, after the various factions made their attempts, they realized that the cube could be activated, but they couldn't teleport people over. This happened until someone dripped the blood of 4 people on the cube. Amidst the cube's brilliance, the 4 of them vanished together. However, the cube's screen only shook for a moment before returning to normal. It was as though nothing had happened. It was unknown if the 4 of them were still alive. Before long, many factions discovered this phenomenon. Only 4 people could activate the cube together, no more, no less. However, the people who were teleported were considered to die an instant death. There was no news from them. The cube's screen only shook for a moment before it fell silent.
The temperature on that celestial body is too high. Ordinary humans can't withstand it. It's useless even if we teleport over.
A censor briefed Wei Gu in the bureau. The censors had done the most experiments. A large number of prisoners had already died. Wei Gu didn't look up as he continued reading the information in his hand. It was a star chart, but it wasn't a modern star chart. It was a star chart used in ancient times to distinguish celestial bodies.
In the experiments, don't touch the cube for the time being,
Wei Gu said to the censor as he looked at the star chart.
Yes, Director General.
The censor answered. He hesitated for a moment before saying,
Director General, everyone is looking to us for more information. The League of Guardians is pressing us the most. How do we reply?
Wei Gu placed the star chart in his hand on the table and pushed it in front of the censor. He said indifferently,
Make a few copies of this star chart. If anyone comes to ask for more information, give them this star chart once they pay the price. Will that work?
The censor picked up the star chart and looked at Wei Gu in puzzlement. Although this star chart was an ancient copy, it wasn't too rare. It wouldn't be difficult to obtain it.
Go!
Wei Gu didn't explain and got him to do the job. After the censor left, Wei Gu held his chin with his hand and thought for a moment. As though he had thought of something interesting, he picked up his phone and edited a picture of the star chart he had taken. He clicked on a friend and sent it. Zhou Wen was studying the giant bird skeleton when he suddenly heard his phone ring. He took it out and realized that it was a message from Wei Gu. What's the meaning of this? Zhou Wen opened the message and took a look. He realized that it was a very crude star chart. The stars labeled on it weren't as detailed as modern-day star charts. Furthermore, there weren't any labels for the stars' names. However, on the star chart, a star was circled in red. Zhou Wen held the star chart and compared it to his singularity universe, but he failed to tell which area of the cosmos these stars belonged to. As Zhou Wen's singularity universe was very detailed, and this star chart had too many missing stars, it was difficult to make a comparison.
Is this star the celestial body on the cube's screen?
Zhou Wen sent a message to Wei Gu.
Yes,
Wei Gu replied succinctly.
What's the name of this celestial body?
Zhou Wen had no choice but to continue sending messages.
Think about it yourself.
Wei Gu was even more straightforward this time.
Isn't it simpler if you tell me?
Zhou Wen said gloomily.
I like seeing your thirst for knowledge without getting it. How about this? Beg me, and I'll show some kindness and tell you.
After Wei Gu sent the message, the corners of his mouth curled up smugly. Zhou Wen closed the chat window the moment he read Wei Ji's message.
What a joke. I have so many teachers here. I don't believe they can't recognize a single star chart.
Zhou Wen took the star chart to Yu Qiubai. After Yu Qiubai took a look at the star chart, he glanced at Zhou Wen and said,
Little one, while cultivating, you still have to take some time to gain some cultural knowledge. This star chart is a division of the Arctic sky in ancient times. The star that's circled in red is the first star of the Big Dipper. It's called Dubhe, and also known as the Ravenous Wolf.
This is the Big Dipper? Zhou Wen looked at the star chart again and realized that with Dubhe as the starting point, it indeed connected to 6 other stars in the shape of a ladle. He couldn't help but feel ashamed.
Actually, it's not your fault. The star charts that were drawn by the ancients naturally aren't as detailed as they are now. However, a celestial body as obvious as the Big Dipper should be recognized.
Yu Qiubai asked curiously,
Why are you suddenly interested in the star chart?
The celestial body on the cube is very likely Dubhe. Zhou Wen checked the information on the Big Dipper on the internet and suddenly discovered something very magical. The Big Dipper was the brightest celestial body at the North Pole. This was the way the sky was divided in the East District during ancient times. And according to the division of the West District, the Big Dipper belonged to the Ursa Major constellation. Zhou Wen couldn't help but recall the giant bear that had ascended to the cosmos from Laojun platform. He thought to himself, could that giant bear be related to this dimensional zone? However, the constellations were from the west, while the giant bear was a dimensional creature from the east. Furthermore, it had ascended from Laojun platform, so it just felt somewhat odd. Chapter 1498 Dubhe. Zhou Wen wasn't the only one who knew of this news, but to most people, it didn't seem to matter whether the celestial body on the cube was Dubhe or not.
Charlatan, the rumors floating about point to that celestial body being Dubhe of the Big Dipper. What do you think?
Xiao Luchuan immediately called Zhang Chuanqiu. The Zhang family was better at these things. Zhang Chuanqiu said,
That's Dubhe of the Big Dipper, all right. However, I advise you not to have any ideas about it. Why?
Xiao Luchuan asked in puzzlement.
You should know that Dubhe is also called the Ravenous Wolf Star, right?
Zhang Chuanqiu said.
I do. Although I'm not as good at astronomical observation as you are, I've heard of Star-Lord Ravenous Wolf. Isn't it synonymous with the Wisdom Star and the Auspicious Star?
Xiao Luchuan said.
That's because you don't know much about Ravenous Wolf or what it entails. Dubby is indeed auspicious, but under certain circumstances, the Ravenous Wolf is a very ominous sign. It's best not to touch it before things are clear, Zhang Chunqiu said solemnly. For real? Xiao Luchuan still didn't believe it. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Zhang Chunqiu didn't say anything else and hung up. I didn't say that I doubt you. Why get so worked up? Xiao Luchuan muttered and put down the phone. Many people asked Zhang Chunqiu about it, but Zhang Chunqiu only said some ambiguous words to the average person. He only persuaded a few people not to touch Dubby. We have to retrieve the companion beast of Dubby no matter what. Berserker Immortal's figure appeared in the unfinished Sky-Split Tower, as he ordered Immortal and the Guardians. Your Excellency, we will definitely do our best to fight for it, but you should know that with the rise of the heroes on Earth, our League of Guardians hasn't been able to gain an absolute advantage. Together with the uncertain variables like cosmic creatures, it's really unknown if we can obtain Dubby's companion beast, Immortal said with a bow. I only care about the results, Berserker Immortal said coldly. I also hope for a good outcome, Immortal said neither obsequiously nor superciliously. Berserker Immortal's gaze was like a sword as he stared at Immortal, as though he wanted to split his body apart. However, Immortal only stood there with his eyes lowered as though he hadn't seen anything. Whoever can retrieve Dubby's companion beast can become the representative of our immortals in the mortal world. I will personally bestow him as the strongest guardian of the immortals, said Berserker Immortal. The immortals had always respected the strong. Berserker Immortal believed that it was the same for humans. He wanted to use this to incite an internal division among the League of Guardians. However, Blood Shaman and the other guardians didn't seem to hear him as they continued to stand by Immortal's side. A cold glint flashed in Berserker Immortal's eyes, but he suppressed his killing intent. Just as Wang Mingyuan had said, the situation on Earth was already relatively clear. Even if the Immortals began nurturing new factions now, it wouldn't be of any use anytime soon. If he wanted to maintain his competitiveness on Earth, he had to continue using the League of Guardians. There weren't many other options. The 6 families had always been vassals of the Holy Land. Although the 6 families wanted to escape the Holy Land's control, it wasn't necessarily possible for them to completely escape it. Secondly, even if they could really escape, it might be a result of jumping out of the frying pan and into the fire. There was also the federal government, the Holy Spirit Association, and the various warlords. Under Hui Haifeng's leadership, the federal government had been developing the strength of humans, so it was even more impossible for them to be used by the Immortals. The Holy Spirit Association directly devoured Guardians. If the Immortals worked with them, they would probably only be feeding them. It would be difficult to truly control them. As for the warlords from the various lands, if there was a chance, Berserker Immortal didn't mind giving them some benefits and getting them under the Immortals' employ. However, there weren't many warlords who could truly achieve the level of the 6 families. Gaining control of them couldn't be done anytime soon. At this stage, Berserker Immortal could only get the League of Guardians to continue working for the Immortals. However, Berserker Immortal had already made up his mind to establish a faction that completely obeyed the Immortals as soon as possible and kicked the League of Guardians out. Don't worry. My race will definitely help you when needed. Sky-Split Tower has to be repaired as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if my race wants to help you, we won't be able to deliver the items to you. Although Berserker Immortal said that, he thought to himself, all I need is a portion of Sky-Split Tower repaired and I can use it to enter Earth and re-establish a human faction that belongs to the Immortals. Once I succeed, I'll kill that bastard Wang Mingyuan first. Sky-Split Tower has been attacked twice in a row. Many materials are nowhere to be found. It's very difficult to repair it. Your Excellency, I wonder if you have a way to repair it. Immortal kicked the ball back to Berserker Immortal's court. Although Berserker Immortal wanted to kill Immortal with one strike, he couldn't do so. All he could do was say, there's naturally a way. Previously, my race placed guardian cocoons in many mystic realms. Now, those mystic realms have already transformed into dimensional zones. I'll send you the information regarding the guardian cocoons. After you find them, use the guardian inside to help you, and you can naturally easily occupy those dimensional zones and obtain the resources inside. We will definitely do our best to serve you, Your Excellency. Immortal bowed with the guardians. Zhou hadn't figured out what was going on with the land and the giant bird skeleton, but he didn't dare take the risk to experiment. All he could do was ignore it for the time being. At that moment, Zhou was studying his companion beasts. After the 2 golden WYRMs gave birth, another golden WYRM appeared. However, this golden WYRM seemed a little different from its parents. Golden WYRM, Calamity Evolvable, Life Providence, Metal Life, Life Soul, Gold Essence, Wheel of Destiny, Love is stronger than gold. Terraform, Stator, S grade. Calamity Zone, True Gold Fire Refinement, Human Realm. Strength, 100. Speed, 100. Constitution, 100. Essence Energy, 100. Talent Skill, Midas Touch, Strangle, Unstoppable, Dominance Body. Companion Form, Stator. Joe didn't know what a Stator companion form was. He made the golden WYRM appear in its companion form, and realized that its body had turned into a coiled dragon pillar. It was clearly a pillar, but for some reason, it was called a Stator. With the experience from the Son of Heaven's 3 swords, Joe tried putting the 3 golden WYRMs into the fusion frame. Indeed, he could fuse them. Furthermore, the success rate was 99.9%. There was almost no chance of failure. Should I fuse them? Joe was somewhat hesitant. After all, these were 3 calamity-grade creatures. If he fused them, even if a hell-grade creature appeared, it would only be a companion beast. It didn't seem worth it. Chapter 1499 Good Luck Comes. Chapter 1499 Good Luck Comes. The stats and skills are about the same. If I can't deal with an opponent with a single golden WYRM, having 2 more golden WYRMs shouldn't be of much use. Joe hesitated for a moment before pressing the fusion button. A golden light flashed as the 3 golden WYRMs emitted a shocking glow. Finally, the entire screen was occupied by the golden light. When the light gradually dissipated, the 3 golden WYRMs vanished, leaving only a golden pair of scissors on the screen. 2 golden WYRMs became shears, while a single golden WYRM was a Stator. Together, they fused into golden WYRM scissors. Golden WYRM scissors. Calamity Evolvable. Life Providence, Metal Life. Life Soul, Gold Essence Wheel of Destiny. Love is stronger than gold. Terror Form. Golden WYRM scissors, S grade. Calamity Zone, True Gold Fire Refinement, Hell. Strength, 200. Speed, 200. Constitution, 200. Essence Energy, 200. Talent Skill, Midas Touch, Strangle, Unstoppable, Dominance Body, Clean Break. Companion Form, Golden WYRM Scissors. Joe couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw the stats of the Golden WYRM Scissors. Although it was a 3-for-1 exchange, the stats of the Golden WYRM Scissors were definitely greater than the 3 Golden WYRMs. Ignoring everything else, the Human Realm Golden WYRM only had 100 for its stats, but the Hell-level Golden WYRM Scissors stats doubled. Its abilities didn't seem to have changed much, but with the addition of Clean Break, it looked very powerful. Who should I test it on? Joe looked at his phone dungeon, and realized that the Venusian Instance dungeon had respawned an hour ago. He could try it out? Crack! Crack! The moment the golden WYRM scissors appeared, all the metal guards and golden battle gods were sliced into 2 with 1 strike. No one could withstand its might. However, the golden WYRM scissors had a weakness. It could only snip 1 creature at a time. It didn't have any AoE attacks. Joe used the Soul Mirror to make the Calamity Gunner appear. With a golden flash, the Calamity Gunner, whose speed couldn't be considered slow, was split into 2 before he could react. Ding! A companion egg dropped with a crisp sound. Joe was immediately overjoyed, as he controlled the blood-colored avatar to fly over and pick it up. Joe had been eyeing the Calamity Gunner's companion egg for a long time. Its long-range offensive strength was truly impressive, especially the 7th shot. Without a countermeasure, one couldn't escape the sure kill shot. Nothing can really stop you when luck befalls you. Joe excitedly checked the Calamity Gunner companion egg stats. Golden Sniper, Calamity Evolvable. Life Providence, Sharpshooter. Life Soul, Firearms God. Wheel of Destiny, Sure Kill 7 Strike S grade. Calamity Zone, Bullet Zone, Human Realm. Strength, 168. Speed, 179. Constitution, 107. Essence Energy, 178. Talent Skill, Infinite Bullets, Metal Escape, Ultra Rapid Fire, Ultra Long Distance Fire, Life Extinguishing Bullets. Companion Form, Sniper Rifle. Haha, it's indeed a sniper rifle. Joe was overjoyed. He had indeed been eyeing it for a long time. Compared to melee weapons, Joe preferred to shoot from afar. He only fought in melee combat when he had no choice. If he could kill the enemy from afar, why would he have to rush out and risk his life? Without any hesitation, Joe hatched Golden Sniper. This kind of companion beast that didn't require growth from the beginning had stats reaching a certain level. There was no need for him to waste crystals to raise its stats. It was very useful to Joe. Apart from the lacking constitution, the other stats of the Golden Sniper were pretty good. It was already considered pretty good at the Human Realm. A massive amount of essence energy was absorbed by the companion egg.
Soon, the companion egg transformed into golden streams of light that landed in Zhou Wen's palm, forming the symbol of a golden sniper rifle. After flashing for a while, the golden sniper rifle symbol slowly vanished. Zhou Wen extended his hand, and a golden sniper rifle appeared in his hand. However, the sniper rifle was a little bigger than Zhou Wen imagined. It looked like a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle, but even bigger. It wasn't impossible to fire it using one hand, but it was a little uncomfortable. With Zhou Wen's inhuman physique, he could still shoot from the hip, but it looked like shooting with a mount would be more reliable. Zhou Wen switched dungeons and entered Chess Mountain. He mounted the sniper rifle in the cave and aimed it at a fake immortal on Deer Terrace Pavilion. After aiming slightly, Zhou Wen squeezed the trigger. Bang! A fake immortal's head exploded as she returned to her original fox spirit body and collapsed in a pool of blood. Bam! 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 Zhou Wen shot one after another, blasting apart the heads of the fake immortals. With the butt of the gun pressed against his shoulder, Zhou Wen's shoulder involuntarily trembled as he fired. He watched as the fake immortals spun about and huddled together, but they couldn't find the enemy. All they could do was have their heads explode one after another. This thrill was indescribable. Great stuff. This thing's shooting range is awesome. It's much further than the range of ordinary sniper rifles on Earth. It's impossible for ordinary creatures to discover where the bullet came from. The more Zhou Wen looked at it, the more he liked it. It was like the best assassination weapon. In the future, if Zhou Wen wanted to cause trouble for the League of Guardians, he didn't need to approach the headquarters of the League of Guardians. A bullet from 50 kilometers away could send the Guardians to the afterlife. With the bullets traveling at the speed of light, 50 kilometers was nothing. However, on second thought, the League of Guardians was Jiang Yan's. It wasn't appropriate for him to kill another Guardian. I should find an opportunity to make a trip to the Holy Land. I'll stand guard outside the Holy Land. I'll headshot every saint that comes out. Let's see who else dares to work for the Holy Land. With this in mind, Zhou Wen wished he could grow wings and fly to the Holy Land. Of course, that was just a thought on his part. It was clearly impossible for him to raid the Holy Land with just a sniper rifle. Now, I have the golden sniper rifle for long-range combat, and the golden WRM scissors for close combat. With the Soul Mirror's help, as long as I don't encounter a heaven-level dimensional creature, I should be able to put up a fight. Zhou Wen searched his dungeon again, and realized that Yang City had already respawned. He entered Yang City, and released the golden WRM scissors. Every blood shadow that appeared was severed. The sniper was even more merciless. It was one shot, one kill, as simple as shooting balloons at a street fair. After the Kuei came out, the golden WRM scissors flew up, and snapped it into two. Even the Kuei's powerful defense couldn't withstand a single snip. The golden WRM scissors were so sharp that it chilled one's heart. Too powerful. Zhou Wen realized that he had too many weapons, but his defense now couldn't keep up. Kuei only dropped one essence energy crystal. Zhou Wen didn't have any room to raise his essence energy stat for the time being, so he fed it to the soul mirror, which had a relatively low attribute. Zhou Wen was just about to find a few more places to test the might of the golden WRM scissors and sniper rifle when he suddenly received a message.
Are you interested in cooperating?
Chapter 1500 A Guest Arrives. Chapter 1500 A Guest Arrives.
Cooperate in what?
Zhou Wen asked in puzzlement when he saw that it was Jiang Yan.
Don't you know? For people are needed to enter Dubby, no more no less.
Jiang Yan said.
Don't tell me you are really that suicidal? Everything on Dubby is an unknown. Wouldn't entering be courting death?
Zhou Wen didn't believe that now was a good time to enter Dubby. If he rashly entered without knowing the situation inside, even a calamity-grade creature might not be able to come out alive.
Of course not now. I just want you to be mentally prepared. I'll inform you when the opportunity comes,
Jiang Yan said.
I really have to think about it,
Zhou Wen answered.
Nothing to ask?
Jiang Yan sent another message.
You'll tell me what you can, and won't tell me what you can't,
Zhou Wen replied calmly.
There are many things that we haven't confirmed. There's no point in saying anything. However, this might be a chance to reverse the passive situation,
Jiang Yan replied.
What passive situation?
Zhou Wen didn't understand what Jiang Yan meant.
Think about it yourself,
Jiang Yan replied after sending a message. Zhou Wen held his phone and carefully read Jiang Yan's message again. He found the sentence interesting. It had a myriad of possibilities that ranged from something trivial to something major. If it's something that's most important, Zhou Wen thought carefully and found it unlikely. Zhou Wen pondered for a moment before an idea came to him. He wanted to visit Dubby. Of course, he couldn't do so using the cube. Other humans might find it difficult to reach Dubby, but Zhou Wen wasn't one of them. Singularity Universe's interstellar teleportation ability would easily allow him to reach Dubhe. With his defenses, he could reach the vicinity of Dubhe without entering it. The high temperature of Dubhe shouldn't be able to injure him. Zhou mainly wanted to see if there was a tiny palm symbol in Dubhe's dimensional zone. This was the most important thing to him. However, space was just too dangerous. Who knew if there were terrifying cosmic creatures waiting for an opportunity near Dubhe? Zhou thought for a moment, and decided to take Chick with him. The Dubhe was hot, a perfect stage for Chick. However, without Chick, it would be too dangerous for Guide City if the Skeleton Legion appeared again. Typical companion beasts couldn't be too far from their owners. The Dubhe was too far away. It was impossible for him to leave a companion beast to watch over the base. This is troublesome. The baby bear looks silly, and I don't know how strong it is. I definitely can't let it watch over the base. Unfortunately, the antelope didn't come to Guide City. Otherwise, I would be at ease with it in school. After some thought, Zhou couldn't think of a good idea. He was afraid that something would happen to Guide City while he was away.
Old Zhou, what's going on? Why didn't you invite me over when there was such a fun place?
Just as Zhou was considering the matter, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Before long, Li Xian kicked open the yard door and swaggered in.
Can't you wait for me to open the door?
Zhou said gloomily, but he realized that Li Xian hadn't come alone. There was someone behind him.
Qin Zhen? Why are you together?
Zhou saw that the person who had followed Li Xian was the famous female sword immortal, Qin Zhen.
Don't misunderstand. We were heading in the same direction. She's here for you,
Li Xian said with a cheeky smile.
Senior, I heard that you are establishing a human city in Guide City. Is the school still lacking teachers?
Qin Zhen asked Zhou.
Yes, of course. However, the remuneration we provide here can't compare to Sunset College's. As you can see, there's no answer to when the school will return to normal,
Zhou said.
I just need a place to stay,
Qin Zhen said seriously.
What are you considering? Hurry up and arrange a place for her to stay,
Li Xian said.
All right. As long as you are willing to stay, I won't treat you unfairly in the future.
Zhou was in need of help. A sword expert like Qin Zhen had been a tutor at Sunset College to begin with. It was a rare opportunity. Qin Zhen didn't say anything else and only nodded.
I'll find you a place to stay.
Just as Zhou was about to settle them in elsewhere, he heard a voice coming from outside the yard.
Zhou, if you don't mind, count the two of us in.
2 more people walked in following the man's voice.
Tian Xiangdong, Fang Ruoxi, why are you here?
Zhou couldn't help but be surprised when he saw his 2 former classmates. Just like Zhou, they had been admitted into Sunset College. However, Zhou didn't graduate. The 2 of them had left Luoyang after graduation. As they hadn't contacted each other, Zhou didn't know where they had gone after graduation. However, having not seen them in Guide City, Zhou imagined that they had moved to another city.
What are you talking about? This is our hometown. When our hometown is in trouble, we naturally have to come back to support it.
Tian Xiangdong chuckled.
Actually, I'm working in the Federation's political commentary department now. The higher-ups want me to be their informant and report any information gathered.
Fang Ruoxi also said bluntly.
My situation is about the same. If there's anything that's not too important, leave it to me. I will do what I can for my hometown.
The 2 of them made themselves clear and handed the choice to Zhou. Zhou smiled and said,
It's naturally best to have free labor. Come with me. I'll find a place for you to stay.
Zhou wasn't afraid that the other factions would send spies. It was pointless fearing that. Even if it wasn't Fang Ruoxi and Tian Xiangdong, there would be other spies. Instead of wasting time guessing who the spy was, it was better to keep Fang Ruoxi and Tian Xiangdong. Regardless of whether they were doing it on account of sentiment or not, they were still very good workers. They were all elites, who had graduated from Sunset College and were in the government departments. The school didn't have plenty of room left, but Zhou still managed to arrange a single room for them. Although it was a room changed from a school office, it was the best he could offer under the present conditions. Qin Zhen didn't mind at all. She tidied up the room and put down her luggage before going over to Zhou and asking,
Senior, what can I do? No rush. Get some rest for today. There will be many things waiting for you in the future,
Zhou said with a smile. Qin Zhen nodded and surprisingly returned to her room to rest.
This junior isn't bad,
Li Xian said with a smile as he walked.